And this time, at least, you know, the luck is on the side of Young Ninjas that they start on the CT. Albeit, their reactions have to be very careful, or more specifically, very well coordinated. But yeah, just unlucky timing at the end of the day for ZTR. As we can see, it's going to be a ramp control kind of contested for. Not much that's happening just yet. A little bit of a fire breakout. Nothing, a little bit of water cannot save. Oh, Vesser, though, getting caught by Rolf. That's a problem. Because all of a sudden it turns this on its head for Astralis Talent. They lose one player. They don't really have a response. Rolf, meanwhile, ooh, that's dangerous.
Not really able to use that one-way smoke.
Yeah.
There should be a way you can step pretty much over it and spot the players below you. But
Yeah,
he decides to back off. It's a man advantage. There's no reason to, you know, get funny with any of the smokes. Now, completely empty A bomb site,
Good
but
angle.
Mister is not expecting it. And it's now a two-man advantage. The bomb being planted, Larva, I'm not sure you can wallbang through two boxes at once. It will be a bomb plant for Vigo. So, Astralis Talent, again, two-man down, but not out of this one yet. And Vigo has an interesting idea.
I kind of like this one. It's an old school way of that we used to see back in the day where people were actually continuously hiding in smokes. But anyway, Berzer right now, that's going to be enough. 1v2, the defuse is still coming. Does he have the time to cancel it out? No, he does not. Misses the shot as well. And unfortunately for Astralis Talent, they will lose their first round. But that was a close call. If Berzer had been a little bit quicker on his feet, perhaps the result here could have, or the win could have been in the hands of Astralis Talent.
Not sure if because of the noise, the nade he threw or what, or maybe he just simply didn't believe that they will stick to the fuse. He was late for that second peak, and it is all that Young Ninjas needed. Props to Rolf, playing that one perfectly, getting the first kill aggressively, and then completely letting go of the ace side. LNZ, Rolf, LNZ again, and SKADE trying to get another kill. SKADE still alive. There's no way they don't know he is on ramp. Yep, Vesser is looking for him, but below the smoke, Vesser is taken out. It's all down to Mister. Now, he had pretty impactful kills so far, and there's a possibility of him picking up the bomb. So, everything in the makes here for a 1v3 clutch. Let's see Mister actually delivering. He will take it towards the A side.
If anything, best position to go for. He can slowly approach from short if there weren't aTTaX there, or he can take care of him. Oh, I think he spotted him just now, didn't he?
Yep. aTTaX knows as well.
Yeah.
So,
But this
fair
is
game.
smart. This is smart from aTTaX, not engaging, just falling back, making sure that he has support one way or the other.
And, well, smart from Mister as well, turning to the other side, not making any noise. He knows he got their attention towards A, and the B bomb side is completely empty now. He doesn't know it, so he will still be slow about it. aTTaX goes for the info play, doesn't spot Mister, and this will prompt a rotation from LNZ and Larva. And they spotted him again. The molly is there for a default plant.
Oh,
Just
it's a little
short,
bit short,
though, and Mister can plant the bomb.
This is great. Mister, if nothing else, he can put a lot of pressure on Young Ninjas. Now, he does get tagged by the molly, but it's a 1v3, and he can isolate these duels. If he can do so, he can win this round. If he gotten the headshot on LNZ, there was an angle where he potentially could have gotten the shot on Larva as well, as that could have been a double. And then a 1v1 is definitely doable, but unfortunately, it doesn't matter, as Young Ninjas secure the second round as well, and we are continuing the success for the Swedes. As unfortunately, Astralis Talent are getting hammered there on A ramp. I feel like perhaps it's time to change up their, their strategy a little bit. You can put one player on ramp, but the rest can focus on B and middle. Maybe that would be a far better choice right now, at least in hindsight, obviously, 2020, but let's see.
Young Ninjas, one more round on the city side, which is their stronger side. Let's see if they can make it 7 now, match points in a row. And with the startup like that, SKADE can definitely do it. ZTR needs to be aware now that there's a possibility that they're walking mid. He's looking for it. Larva as well. Larva with the kill. And now it's time for ZTR to strike, and that's exactly what he does. Berzer and aTTaX, the only two remaining. And with the players coming out of mid, there's a good possibility that they are thinking about a B split, and that's exactly what is the case. 5v2, this should not be, or 2v5 should not be possible. They try for a boost. Let's see if the guns once again sticks to the other side. It doesn't. Berser gets the catch shot. Now a flash will remove ZTR back to a different position, but ZTR actually gets the kill. There was a chance there for a second. Maybe a nade clips Larva enough, but it doesn't. aTTaX in a 1v4. Drops the molly, gets the molly in return. Gets closer. Shouldn't be a problem for him because he is looking to make it a 1v3 as soon as possible. He will actually get way closer, maybe even closer than they expect.
Thing is, now they know. And there's two players that are low HP, so that's a big bonus for him. He can easily take those two down with one bullet each, but it's a 1v3 that he's playing with, and surely they are well aware of the ramifications if they were to go in one by one, and well, they are well aware of it. Rolf will find aTTaX, and there we have it. 21-18, 3 straight rounds coming out for Young Ninjas. All I can say here is, this is best case scenario for Young Ninjas, right? The fact that they start on the CT, and the fact that now they switch out with low morale Astralis talents.
True story. But don't forget, we were once before in this situation. This is basically 5-12, or excuse me, 15-12 in regulation, which did happen.
Yeah.
Young Ninjas already had 3 match rounds in a row, and didn't use it. Had one in the first OT, didn't use it. And if they miss this huge opportunity once again, I'm not sure if they can bounce back from this one, but LNZ starts off well. Mr. wanted to go for that quick play towards the B side. LNZ will have none of it. Berser to go for a peek down mid. Nice shoulder peek, and he fired off a shot. If they can bait him for another shot again, ZTR will be able to get the kill. Royf is trying his best. ZTR, this is his chance to strike, and, well, he does that, but aTTaX at the same time takes one down, so 3v3 ensues.
Oh, this is dangerous. This is very dangerous. Viggo, please don't tell me, oh, he's going through, isn't he? He is, but he wins that duel. That is such a vital one. That might have just saved the whole of Astralis, or could have condemned them to losing the series. aTTaX, meanwhile, on the wooden pallet. Oh, he's making a few steps, isn't he? He definitely made a few steps. So Larva could have heard at least a step or two. Seeing the head now. Timing is good. Molotov is even better, but a 2-on-3 favors Astralis talent, and let's see if they can utilize it. This is going to be a close call. As ZTR.
Yeah. Knows that there's another player probably close. Is looking for it, but Astralis talent are playing this one pretty good. And at the same time, there's Viggo behind him, who is playing this one passively. Only now moves forward, and he will spot one of the players. ZTR will take down aTTaX, but Larva now needs to decide. He needs to go get faster to the B side. If he can get a kill on Fesser, maybe he can bait out Viggo, but instead, Viggo will keep on pressing from behind, and, well, we'll get them that 19th round. Young Ninjas, this was their chance. 4v3, and Viggo just carelessly moving through the smoke, getting a good time against SAPEC. That's just balls to the wall from Viggo. Could have been a losing play, actually ended up being a winning play, and is still keeping Astralis talent in this game.
Pretty much. It really was like a do-or-die moment, and they can be oh so lucky that they have such positions available to them. In any case, it's going to be, of course, 21-19. 2 more rounds, and we go to round or OT number 3. Fesser gets tagged quite heavily. No kills as of yet. Young Ninjas are at a bit of an advantage, but they're not doing that much better either themselves. They don't really have too much map control. Mr. here on towards construction has a good angle to work with. He's kind of waiting that first point of contact, as Molotov will force him off position. Flash into CT, good Molotov secondary for Fesser to be checked. But Mr., would you look at that, the pre-fire is perfect, and he will get himself 2 kills. Superbly done. aTTaX and Viggo add on top of that, and LNZ is a little bit too solo to be able to do anything here.
And Mr. with the response, I have a feeling like he saw this action or this strat before from Young Ninjas, even though I believe this is only the first time they used it in this match. It looked to me like he definitely knew what to expect as soon as he spotted those nades coming above the box on mid. Correctly positioning himself, spotting 2 players, lining them up. That's the bomb going down, and the B split through CT is not gonna work for Young Ninjas. 21-20. 5 match rounds already wasted by, or excuse me, 6 match rounds already not utilized by Young Ninjas. One more, or we are going into OT number 3.
Well,
oh my.
This is such a close game. Another shot. Berser gets it done. The double up might be the answer to their trouble, but it could also be their damnation. Let's see for certain. And Mr., look at where he's made it. Oh boy, Mr. Oh, Mr. Man. That is superb. And that is it. That is OT3 confirmed. No way around it anymore. LNZ, no chance. In cold hell, he's able to get more than one frag. Even then, one is doubtful. OT3 confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, what a disaster. Young Ninjas, they just failed on the full account here. That is the worst possible case that could have happened for them.
Exactly. 21-21, and you said no morale on the CT side of Astralis Talent as we were moving into the second half of second OT, but what can you say now for Young Ninjas? They were surely thinking, okay, we missed our chances in regulation. We missed our chance in first OT, and now 3 more consecutive rounds, not enough to finish off the round. I feel like if ZTR is not hitting some crazy headshots, they have little to no chance to win a round. ZTR will be forced to smoke himself out of that position. Berser looked like for a second there he knew exactly where to look for ZTR, but both Berser and Fesser will go on the defensive. Royf onto mid, and Mr. with a new position.
There's so much going on here. I love this A-ramp controlled by Astralis, but that boost ZTR this time, abusing it against the Astralis talent, and he's able to get away with a free kill. This will obviously demand a response. As Berser is lined up, smoke fades, Sapek falls. And they're still walking forward. They're going to be comfortable in taking this slowly. Oh, Vigo, he spotted the player. Didn't get the kill, but at least now he knows the gig is up. They're aware this is an A play. Let's see how far they can make it.
They're trying to take the side without any utility, and Mr. will punish it. They were able to take down Larva, but shouldn't work, and that's exactly why you throw the smokes. Rolf only now dropping a smoke towards the side, but now might be too late, and Mr. How do you say it? They need to check his PC, because I don't know which kill through the smoke this is. Astralis Talent leading again on the CT side, and 22-21. This was also a round where Young Ninjas again had a man advantage thanks to ZTR, and still wasn't enough. They had plenty of utility, and for some reason decided to just book it towards the A side, try and run and gun down those A CT players, but it's not how it's supposed to go.
Nope.
And they will be taken out. Now technical pause, but at this point, I have a feeling we're gonna go to overpass, honestly. With all the opportunities missed by Young Ninjas, I don't believe anymore.
Well, I'm not gonna say I don't believe, nor that I do believe, but it feels like that, doesn't it? It feels like this is overpass almost certainly happening, given what we've been seeing, given how it went down, or how it's going down. But it's hard to imagine that... Man, it's hard to imagine that Astralis Talent get 3 rounds here on this first half, and then Young Ninjas return the favor the same way, and then we keep on going in this cycle. So I feel like this is, you know, that classic maneuver that we usually would attribute to the second or the third OT already, saying, okay, so whoever gets the first 3 rounds, you know, wins the game. And that already happened for Young Ninjas. They didn't win, they just lost it. So we kind of reset that mentality again. So if we go, let's say 2-1 rounds and then 1-2 rounds, so it's back into another overtime, then the same principle applies. Okay, whoever gets the first 3 wins. But I feel like if we go first 3 here for Astralis, they're gonna win this. That's my current thought process.
What a ballsy statement by Over.
I mean, let's be fair. Like, Young Ninjas and their T side have been, or has been, a bit abysmal, hasn't it? Like, I'm
Yeah,
not gonna say it
yeah.
was bad, but it hasn't been extraordinary either.
Yeah, you're right. It looks like if there's no individual play, then team-wise or tactically, however you want to call it, it's just not there.
Yeah.
And, well, talking about individually, we are in round number 44, or just about to begin round number 44, and look at the frags. I mean, 40 on Vigo, 38 on Berzer, 31 on Mister. Yeah, sure, aTTaX and Fester are kind of, you know, slacking, but on the other side, it's only LNZ actually pulling forward.
I was about to say, yeah, LNZ currently about to hit 40 frags. That's pretty huge, but the rest of the team, I'm not going to say they're slacking behind, but they're certainly not doing as good as you would imagine them in 3 overtimes, right? As you said, round of 44 about to begin. Tech boss still in effect. Seems like Fesser is having some issues. Possibly lost, possibly, you know, dead mouse. Let me double check. Apparently it's a little bit of a medical pause, so we'll be back in a moment.
I mean, doing like 3 OTs, anything can happen, so...
Yeah. Just, you know, bleeding out of your nose, it can happen.
Okay, I wouldn't go to that extreme, but, like,
I mean,
you know...
burst Wayne, there's not... I don't think that's nothing out of the ordinary. Like, it can happen to anybody who's getting a little bit overexcited.
True. But I was thinking, like, you know, without any pauses, you can get some refreshments.
Oh, yeah.
You know, just take a breather because we're going back and forth here for 40 rounds. As LNZ is looking to start us off quickly on round number 24. Or, excuse me, 44. As Berzer is once again posted on mid. aTTaX being naded on the B side. Drops down to 60. Vigo down to 54. Larva, only 42 HP. And interestingly enough, Larva, I mean, he had success with the AK, but he kind of... I feel like he gave away or gave up on the AWP. And those previous results between these two teams on Vertigo, I gotta say, a lot of those good results from Young Ninjas came from Izzy. So Larva was doing a good job for a decent time, but now ZTR and Sapek will be opening the A side. The immediate rotation comes in, and Rolf, LNZ, how much of that could they have heard?
I doubt they could have heard more than maybe the step through middle, if anything.
Yeah.
But I'd imagine that this will not really dissuade them from going A still. There will be Berzer with the op, there will be aTTaX with the op, so both ops actually on A, which technically is not a bad thing. You just got to be very careful how you engage. A single flash or a smoke could break their positions. They've got more than enough flashbangs available. Here comes the push. The smoke is up as well. aTTaX going to jump up. He's going to show himself. But the second op is now going to be showing and at least hearing as well. As the bomb is planted, Young Ninjas find the space they needed. And this after plant will be extremely difficult to achieve. After plant will be extremely easy to achieve, whilst the retake will be extremely difficult to take. Oof, Larva getting tagged, but does it matter? No.
aTTaX will try and tap the bomb, but there's more utility from Young Ninjas coming in. The flash is good. aTTaX doesn't see anything. Sapek will take down Mister. And Berzer, he's now on 40 kills himself, but I don't think this clutch is possible anymore. Time running out. Yep, seems like Young Ninjas will get at least that one on the T side. And previously, the one round on the T side was plenty for both Astralis Talent and Young Ninjas in these OTs. If they can make it 2, then maybe there's a way to finish this match in a 2-0 fashion, but let's see it. These T rounds in overtime usually come rarely, so...
That's the thing. They're very hard to get, especially when you're having trouble or had trouble already beforehand. In any case, going into round number 45, Fesser taking a few pot shots through the smoke. Berser again, same position as before. This is a very strong spot you can play from. And somehow they still have not learned to try and cancel it out. Fester finds Larva. This is looking beautiful. Astralis might be able to pick up the victory here if they continue on this merge. And look at Mr. again. Again, this guy just somehow gets in the back of them. And the split attack from Young Ninjas is useless against the plays of Astralis Talent. 23-22. And it is looking very good for the Danes.
Yep. Mr. definitely reading the game correctly, knowing when is the time to push, when to play passively, and without some of those kills he had all the way back to the first half of regular time, I don't think we would have gotten anywhere close to OT. But here we are as we begin our second half of the third OT. 25 is the magic number, so Astralis Talent looking for 2 rounds. Young Ninjas have or need all 3 to close it out here in overtime number 3. So far, the passive from Astralis Talent. The box can be spammed here on mid, so Larva needs to be careful. Available to dodge at least death in that situation. Drop down to 56 HP, will remain or retain the 5v5 situation.
This is such an important angle for Larva. He needs to get that kill. If they do come through middle, he needs to at least get the first impact. But they're pulling back, and it seems like A site will be again under attack. 2 players to defend. It's going to be Rolf and Shapik, and it's going to be Larva joining them in the fray as well. Oh, this is so close. Shapik in danger. Luckily, there's no nades to throw him out of this chair, out of this tower. But the Molotov could be utilized. This guy has been playing very well. For the last 10 rounds, he's been popping off like crazy, and even before that. ZTR and Larva, though, the angle, the lineups, and Astralis Talent, even though they are at 23, it's going to be a 1v4, make it a 1v3, and make it a 3v none. As Young Ninjas tied back together. Close calls, but once more, Young Ninjas proved to be a danger noodle in this game. Not to be messed around with.
Yep. You mentioned the important angle of Larva, but to be honest, LNZ with his position close to B lobby, a bunch of utility came flying towards the B side, but he could immediately report that there's no one actually going towards the B side. Maybe that fake could have worked a bit better for Astralis Talent if actually they sent a player or 2 towards B, but not this time. Berser of the smoke takes down Sapek.
I'm a little bit surprised that, I mean, yeah, it was through the smoke, so lucky. But surely there was a flash. I didn't catch that if there was one, but...
And Larva, this is dangerous. You know that the AWP is waiting on the other side, but he has a good timing here. He sees the flash coming in. Doesn't spot the head of Berser so far.
B-side's lost.
Yep.
B-side's lost.
Yep.
Oh, Young Ninjas again. The same mistake we saw earlier. And look at this, LNZ's like completely oblivious. It's like you forget about B. That's not supposed to happen. You can't let B go like that, and that's the round gone. Like, you want it or not, the round is gone. And in this case, the CTs have nothing to show for it.
Exactly. And I mean, that's it. That's how important the first kill is. But let's see if ZTR can make something work. He's coming from a flank, and Mr. is missing a timing here. ZTR, roll with the kill. Maybe this is possible. Now a 3v2, or at least a 3v3, excuse me. But with Larva on the AWP, this is not going to be possible. Berser, he opened up the round with the kill on Sapek and closed it out with 2 more kills. 3 for him, 2 for aTTaX, and finally, it will be a map point for Astralis Talent. They're first on Vertigo to equalize the score in terms of maps and send us to overpass.
Well, it looks like it certainly is going the distance here. Once again, it's going to be an attempt coming out from, of course, Astralis Talent towards A ramp. They've had so much success recently. Why wouldn't they try it again? It's the easiest way to get some entries, given what's been happening. Meanwhile, good nade utility, or good usage of utility, excuse me. Sapek He needs to be very careful what he does next. There is no smoke to cover him, and if he peeks out too wide, good flash. But he flashes himself, it looks like. But he does get the first. That's Rolf to steal it away from him.
They spotted another player, so they didn't take full A-ramp control, but they're most probably happy with how it went. ZTR on the B-bomb side this time around, together with LNZ. Berzer brings them back. 45th frag for Berzer, and he's definitely stepping up. Mister taking the kill on LNZ, so ZTR needs to respond, but this is further weakening the A defenses. And to be honest, Astralis Talent is yet to show us where they exactly want to go. ZTR, a couple of more steps towards the B site or the B lobby, and he will be taken out. And I feel like he is considering it. Although Larva is rotating to the other side, even though ZTR is here, the Molly is coming in. Mister is low HP, so ZTR should at least be having...
Oh, he knows.
Kill here, although Mister is playing it quite safely. Smoke should buy enough time. Larva covering for mid, but aTTaX is already through. How the hell is aTTaX already through? And he will kill the one and the other one. And this will be it. SAPEC, unless he can make it work in a 1v3. Larva just removing himself from the mid angle to help ZTR. Keeps enough time for aTTaX to come from the flank and possibly finish off this map.
I mean, this is like the 5th time we've seen Astralis Talent win due to the flank, due to the B side being lost, and there is going to be a lot to think about this from Young Ninja's side. They've lost B side before even having anybody there. They've lost the flank so many times that right now morale has to be low. But with that being said, we go on to our 3rd and final map of Overpass. 25-23 is the final score in favor of Astralis Talent. Guys, stay tuned as we return with more Pinnacle Winter action soon, as we return for the 3rd and final one of this best of 3. And welcome back, everybody, into our third and final map of the second best of 3 series of the day. Pinnacle Winter Series continues. My name's over. I'm joined by Swoich, and of course, we are jumping into our third and final one of Overpass here between Astralis Talent and Young Ninjas.
And it all starts with the knife round, and the knife round, especially in such a crucial decider map as Overpass, can be definitely important. And Astralis Talent will win it to make things worse for Young Ninjas. I just remember what I told you before the match even started. I have a feeling like Young Ninjas will have a chance of closing it 2-0, and that's exactly what happened. Now going into Overpass, especially starting on the T side, which was lackluster on Vertigo itself, I am definitely going to side with Astralis on this one.
Well, I kind of see where you're coming from, and I definitely see reason behind it. I wouldn't... I like, if I have to decide, I'd say I'll still stick to the Young Ninjas, just because I trust in ZTR to make an appearance in LNZ. But yeah, the logic would dictate that right now it's Astralis Talent that have the better position to win this series, and especially this map. Given what we know, given what we've seen in the past, it does look like they are the ones that should be winning it. But in any case, Pistol is live as YN starts on the T side, and it's going to be a B hit.
Ego starts it off with a nice headshot. Somehow, Roy finds himself towards the side, but it's only him, as Larva is the last one standing. He was one of the guys sending in utility. That's why he is late to the party, but Mr. will dispatch of him as well, and Astralis Talent will get the lead in this one. Now, I can't really remember who won. I know that Young Ninjas won one of the pistol rounds on Vertigo.
Oh, they won both. They won both pistols.
Oh, okay. So if that's an early tell, they were able to... Oh, that's not good then for Astralis Talent, is it?
Technically not. But Astralis Talent did win both pistols on Mirage and then lost the game. So, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And Young Ninjas won both on Vertigo and lost. So maybe that's the trick.
Maybe
Fessor will be covering for Berzer, who's coming in closer with the MP9, but Berzer gets taken out, and Fessor, maybe it's time to run away, but he will stay put, and he will stand tall here in BLUEJAYS, at least for another kill. A good trade for Young Ninjas, making it a 3v3.
Yeah, also stealing away that MP9 and the M4 kind of helps out with their endeavors moving further. If they decide to go A, there will be 2 to deal with, an MP9 and M4. The flank of... I believe that is Mr. in Monster already. Yep, it is Mr. And this guy, his intuition is insane. Like, the way he flanked on Vertigo was unprecedented. He was able to get in the backs of Young Ninjas at least 2 or 3 times by himself, and then I believe one of the one of the flanks as well was played by Fessor at least once or twice. So I gotta say, they've got very talented players that have good intuition. Obviously, it's the experience they're still lacking here and there, but I have no doubt that they'll be gathering that pretty soon if they continue like this. In any case, round number 2 in the hands of Astralis Talent, and the odds. Look at the shift, by the way. Do you recall that we started off with 1-8 odds for Young Ninjas? Now it's, you know, it's looking like it's going to be shifting all the way in favor of Astralis Talent.
Yeah, it was 1-8 and second OT or third even.
Yeah,
But the odds have heavily shifted, and for a good reason. Astralis Talent now leading 2-0, getting the equalizer on Overpass. Dispatching of that force buy round by Young Ninjas, and saving the 3 M4s, which is the most important. Are looking good on the CT side so far. Again, with the MP9, cutting it close. Berzer will get the kill. Not sure if he has really an advantage here against LNZ, even though Swedish player doesn't have any Kevlar. But Berzer is searching for opposition, and you can say the same for Astralis Talent. This is dangerous if you're Young Ninjas. We saw them on Vertigo. As soon as they get a round or 2 lead, they start playing way more aggressively on the side of Astralis Talent, and look at them. Look at Berzer, almost towards the T-spawn, looking for ZTR, going up ladder, not really giving a damn, and yeah, and will get himself a double, I believe, with the MP9. Now has, or well, at least he had the opportunity to buy an AWP, but with the investments into utility, he will be keeping the MP9.
Well, we're about to find out what the idea here for Young Ninjas is on the gun round. 5 AKs, full utility, they're ready, and usually you would see a 3-1-1 split, which is exactly what we're seeing here. This is the most of defaults of actions, and Larva's ready for Mister. That's a little bit, you know, for Astralis talent, that's a little bit over the edge. They really haven't even realized what they're up against, and yet they decide to push into Playground like it's nothing. So huge mistake coming out from Mister himself. The flash did fly, so the pop flash wasn't bad, but the anti-flash was already prepared because, you know, why wouldn't it? That's something very normal, something very much that should be always at the ready when you have 3 players in a certain spot. Meanwhile, the re-rotate for Young Ninjas looks like it's gonna take them towards B site, and I kind of like this from Vigo. He's setting himself up to deny the connector control.
Oh my.
Or at least the connector push. Oh, is he going through? Oh god, no! Oh,
well, he made a couple of those plays on Vertigo and they all worked, so why the hell not? But this time around he will be punished, and the timing was there. I think he hit the side of the door. If he was able to move through the smoke immediately, maybe he could have gotten a double kill there in connector, but round falls apart.
But wasn't that a T-side smoke though? Or did I saw incorrectly? I might have been wrong here, but I thought that was a T-side smoke. The Ninjas threw it, and
you think he cares?
that's true. That's true. You do bring up a good point.
I mean, we've seen him move through the smoke on Vertigo once or twice, and it paid off. So
yeah,
you know, bringing back Vertigo in such a fashion, leading 3-0 here, a man down. Vigo sees a smoke. He actually sees an opportunity. Can't blame him. Doesn't work this time. You know,
Stewie 22K.
Basically, Vigo 2K.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay, I mean, the round goes down. Doesn't really affect their chance of rebuying. They have enough money to get back on track. Brazer, excuse me, Berzer back on the AWP. The problem is if they were to lose.
And he was basically, I would say, a reason why they brought it back on Vertigo. We were talking about Vigo.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Mister had important clutch kills or impactful kills all over the map and all, but Berzer definitely stepped up with, at the end, I think, top fragging with 46 or something kills. I'm not saying that Larva kind of is the reason they lost, but Berzer definitely did a ton of work. aTTaX, that's a good nade, but the molly is kind of late, and he's kind of late to react. Didn't spot him coming through, but there's Vigo. Another smoke in front of him. Oh, Vigo.
Let's see. Mister is going to be holding from short as well. Vigo's already made it into water. This is going to be such a difficult round for Young Ninjas. They've got no other actionable position to work from. Vigo will find one more, and Vigo will finish on a 4K. Look at that. And you are correct, by the way. You are absolutely correct. It was the round that he pushed down ramp on a Vertigo, where he was able to go through the smoke. It was the advantage for Young Ninjas. He surprised, I believe it might have been Sapek, or it could have been, or was it Larva, actually? It was Larva, right? And basically from that point forward, it was enough that he was able to absolutely they were able to absolutely dismantle the Young Ninjas on their victory round. So I agree, his impact was priceless. Nonetheless, let's see how it continues going here, as a 4-1 result advantage for Astralis talent does bring them ever closer to securing an early victory here on the half. Sapek, does he counter this? They should at least check it, hopefully. Sapek will not keep an eye out on that, but he probably sees the M4, right? He sees the barrel. If he looks up, he should see the barrel. Because that's a pretty long-ass barrel, and... Let's see.
They will be grouping towards the B side. LNZ getting the kill onto Berzer. Will send this or sell this fake even better. Not like they're faking it, but he definitely cause a rotation of one more player towards the A side other than Fesser. Fesser and Vigo both towards A now, but Vigo is coming back. The flash is good. aTTaX doesn't see anything, but Mr. is there to help, and aTTaX actually got the first headshot. Young Ninja's not even having luck in these situations. Low HP Sapek. Luckily for him, he's not on the other side of Monster where that nade was coming in, but also Fesser coming from the flank. LNZ just connected with the rest of the team from Connector himself, so no wonder they weren't expecting for a flanker. And Fesser will seal the deal. All of a sudden, the CT side is once again looking pretty solid for Astralis Talent as they only drop one, but win consecutive 2, and it will send Young Ninjas back to pistols. Chance for Astralis Talent to get even more rounds on the CT side.
Well, with that being said, it is going to be quite a difficult round for Young Ninjas to do anything. I can imagine them not being happy with the current outcome, but then again, what can you do when you're being careless and a little bit less on point than you would love to be? Ooh, they heard that drop down, or at least that jump, so surprised they didn't act on it.
For a second, I was thinking Fesser
Tried to fake it.
Missed that jump.
Yeah, me too.
He would bait him out, but I don't think that was the case. Berzer, oh, he's gonna be in trouble. He needs evacuation from toilets. He'll need help. Vigo looking for himself more than helping Berzer. Berzer is kind of left to his own devices. ETR is cutting it close towards the A side, but LNZ and Rolf are the only 2 remaining. Mr. Molly will change Rolf's position. aTTaX coming in from a rotation as well. Rolf, they're giving him chances. Unable to trade him, not at least so far, but the nade will do the trick. Fesser once again with the multi-kill, and it will be the 6th for Astralis Talent. At least Ninjas made it costly, and that can be important. That's how you win a lot of rounds on the T side of Overpass. I feel like Overpass, one of those maps where, yeah, it's CT-sided, but if the CTs don't have a stable economy, if they don't really have a really good buy, nades, firepower, everything, that's where your chance is. And if Young Ninjas can put up a round or 2 on board, definitely see them bringing this one back to like a 6-4, 6-5 type of a scoreline, but that's a long way away from this point onward.
It really is, isn't it? And right now, Fesser again starting off on ZTR, even though he was blinded momentarily. Berzer has himself a position to work from, beautifully done. And this is going to be a problem for Young Ninjas because they have no response to the dangers. Like, this is really not looking too good. Although Vigo with a double, and just as Larva brings it home, it's Vigo that closes the gap and pretty much secures the round victory again. This is getting out of hand. Like, honestly, this is getting completely out of hand. And I feel like Young Ninjas are running out of time. And I know this is early to say, early call out, but if Astralis Talent are able to keep this performance up, I don't really see them losing the map at all, because it's the momentum wave they're riding, and they are having such a blast. You can see they're enjoying themselves, right? Like, you can see they're just basically playing off of one another, and also equally as so allowing themselves the opportunity to basically go for those solo plays, solo engagements, and still winning them.
Yeah. And you know, on the other side, Young Ninjas are in trouble because they're reluctant to call tactical pauses anyways.
Yeah.
Now, 1-7 down, they are feeling the need to maybe, talk things over once again. On the other side, you're right, like the confidence boost that Astralis Talent players got winning that Vertigo in such a fashion, and probably, building it even more here, leading 7-1. In that previous round, they got the first couple of kills on Berzer and Fesser, and for a good 10 to 15 seconds, nothing happened. I was thinking to myself, time to, fall back. The 2-man advantage, no need to, press forward, but they actually fall for a flash from Berzer. He sends Vigo and Fesser both forward, and they get 2 more kills. So that kind of tells you how confident Astralis Talent are at this moment.
Exactly. They just feel a little bit too strong even, because Young Ninjas, I feel like, again, this is obviously just speculation, but I think it's a pretty well well factuated one when you think about how Vertigo went and how close they were to winning, only to lose it all in overtime and in the manner they were losing, right? That's the biggest drop down for morale. It's the fact that they were continuously flanked, continuously losing those duels early on and then having to fight their way in tooth and nail. And even when they had an advantage, they would be absolutely destroyed. In any case, this is 8-1 already early on. Such a quick start.
Wait. 7-1.
I mean, 7-1, but I don't see them winning this round. I really don't. I'll be honest, even with utility. Like, I like to call it as it is, and this is looking like it's going to be Astralis talent. Although,
really
they're closing the
trying
gap.
to jinx it.
I know. It's a caster's curse kind of thing, but let's be fair. Even with utility, 3 players defending, it's hard to imagine this going anywhere but to Astralis.
Passer is feeling himself, even trying to transfer the spray all the way to the other side from A long to banana or mid, however you call it. Unable to do so, but he's the only player going down. I mean, I just wanted to say they're coming close with the pistols towards the A side. There's a bunch of utility, and I was thinking maybe there's a chance for Young Ninjas to bring one back, but that wasn't the case. And Astralis is already winning this half on the CT side. Let's see how far can they get, how close can they get to victory. This is our decider, Mister. Lining up a smoke, or actually boosting his teammate to have a look towards B short. No one there. Some information for Astralis talent early on, especially with Berzer so aggressive on the other side. A long once again completely in favor of the CT side. This is although risky from Berzer. If they are going to look for him, there's nowhere to run, especially now with Fesser going down. Berzer is all alone on this part of the map, and he is getting flanked. Vigo on only 15 HP. Looks like it's going to be one of those Young Ninjas round. And for the first time in a while, I feel like Astralis talent maybe look too aggressive.
Well, finally, you know, their ego caught up with them. Yeah. That's it. Simply put, right? And Mister's going for the big flank. Look at this. Look at Mister's flank. This is a winning flank if he can get there quick enough. Because if they go A, he's going to have a little bit of time with the stoppage of 2 players defending the position. Oh, this is
Vigo is buying time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And look at how aTTaX is posted, and they're not going to see the first. Oh boy, there's the double. Vigo will fall, but aTTaX is not going to be checked. He's posted behind the corner. Nobody expects that in this late of the round. 20 seconds, and this is everything for Young Ninjas. They cannot lose another player. They will lose it. aTTaX, one more, and aTTaX will close the gap with a hat trick. Are you kidding me? Again and again and again and again. Rounds like these are where we should be seeing a victory. Oh man. What a day.
And that's a heartbreak for Young Ninjas, right? Finally, we got a 2-man advantage. Yeah. Finally, we can string or put up another round on the T side, and then you lose it. Like you said, this is where we should see a victory for them, and they know it. 2-man advantage won't come easy every single time. These are those little chances that they had on the T side so far. Didn't use them, and it's looking tough for them at the moment. Fesser reported there was someone in connector, but it seems like ZTR will be sending his teammates fast towards the B side, but they need to go through Monster, and Mister won't allow it. Another player there. There's a quad kill. ZTR on short. He will get the kill on Fesser, who was flanking from connector, but maybe this gives a chance for Mister to get an ace. He's on the other side, already with an AK in hand. Ace just around the corner. ZTR, though, spots his legs, so maybe the IGL of Young Ninjas has something to say here, but Astralis talent have control of the bomb, and this will be a tough one.
I mean, this is pretty much a done deal, isn't it? Again, like, ZTR, we know he's good. We know he's damn crazy good, but he's currently on 5 kills. He's in a 1v3 with a little bit less than 45 seconds to go, if we count the bomb plant time. And not only does he have to first retrieve the bomb, he has to get rid of 3 players, one of which has an AWP. Now they spot him. Now they know where he is, and he gets Vigo. But there it is. Berzer will take him down, and Astralis talent, they're playing with their food right now. They're like toying around the plate, like with their with their fork, and it's just like, yeah, I'm not liking this part, I'm not liking this part, you know, this is all mine.
And again, it's Vigo leading the charge. Fesser waking up in this third map with such a bigger name on this Astralis talent lineup. To be fair, I was expecting more from Fesser even yesterday and today as well. But seems like Fesser has plenty of good teammates around them. Vigo, Berzer, Mr. aTTaX, you name it. Every single one of them had their moment in today's best of 3. And they're deservedly so, leading 10-1, looking to make that even a bigger lead as Berzer and Fesser are once again combining for these aggressive setups towards A. This reminds me of Big Clan, as Searson and Tapson love to play aggressively on the A side, and if you can stop them, that's making a job for the B guys so much easier. Although Larva and Royf bring a couple of players down, so all of a sudden, again, 2-man advantage for Young Ninjas. If they lose this one,
I mean, I'll keep quiet because it seems like I am the anti-hero today. No, but I don't think they should lose. They could lose this one. No way.
Here comes the bomb. If Larva goes down, maybe Berzer can do something about it, but he's switching between the 2 angles fast. Berzer, another shot. Finally, they'll take him out. And Vigo will be on the flank. 30 seconds to go. He won't be running because he knows they can hear him. But he needs to get there quick. Larva is gone. Vigo is now in a 1v2. That's his 16th frag so far in almost 12 rounds. They will be planting on the other side, so he can't really stop it. But LNZ and SAPEC should have this one. SAPEC spotted him. He tried to smoke him off, knowing that LNZ is probably holding an angle somewhere. But finally, Young Ninjas find the round.
Well, it's their second one. It took them about 7 rounds to get it, but
you know what's
let's
funny?
See.
Even though they are leading 10-2. If these last couple of rounds go in the way of Young Ninjas, it's anyone's game again.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I mean, if it goes 10-5 on the half, I could see this going back to Young Ninjas. But given how it's all going, I feel like it's going to be nigh impossible to stop it. It's going to depend on a few factors. One of them being the individual prowess and quality of the players and how far, you know, they can push this. Oh god, Vigo, the timing. And look at this. Astralis talent, they're going to be going back towards A. And there are 2 players, if I'm seeing this correctly, boosting on B. 1 in Con and 1 towards Barrels Toxic.
Someone needs to cover the A side, and Berzer is still staying here on the A side. Seems like him and aTTaX will be switching places, possibly because of the utility. aTTaX is carrying it. Fesser gets taken out by Rolf, and if anyone is anything is telling them this could be an A attack, this is it. Vigo finds the kill on Rolf, but aTTaX has no idea. They are this close. Now they will once again know about Vigo, who's coming from a flank, but they found an empty A bomb site. Berzer will be joining Vigo, who is gone after another ZTR headshot, and just like that, Young Ninjas are bringing it back. Berzer, I know that confidence is high, but with the money that they have, or their set
maybe
don't have, you gotta save here. I don't know where he left his AWP, but go pick it up and try and use it in the next round.
Yeah, I was about to say, perhaps it really is better to just save what you can, regardless of how he feels in this case. You know, you want to make sure you keep this weapon, and the AWP, as you mentioned, I think it's there in Con somewhere, probably, I would assume. No, on short water. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So, 10-3, round 14. Money is gone for the CTs. Now, I could see this being a force buy, but then again, they would just waste away another chance to get a secure round rather than, you know, relying on a single player. Albeit, with the AWP out, maybe, why not? You know, you can risk it. They've got the advantage, right? So, it's not out of the realm of possibility. But again, they don't want to risk it. I get that. It's smarter. And, well, when that happens, you certainly don't want to throw away a round like that.
Vigo, is he really thinking about it?
Oh, yeah.
looked to me like he was about to peek that mid angle with the Deagle in hand, but it at least picks up the AWP and can now report to his teammates that there's no one here. Unfortunately for the B guys, they only have pistols, and even worse than that, they don't have any utility to stop him. The flash is coming in, possibly for aTTaX to peek forward, but that's not gonna happen. Fesser, one Deagle headshot. Can he find more? No, he cannot. All down to Mr. in water, but he gets overrun by the AKs and the M4A1 of ZTR. Larva spotting Vigo on the flank. Vigo kind of becoming stale. He's always coming from behind, so sooner or later, Young Ninjas have figured it out. There's Vigo who's alive. He's nowhere to be found. Check your flank, and Larva will do it once again. Nicely done. And Young Ninjas, 4 rounds is sometimes enough on the east side of Overpass, and they'll have a chance to improve that even further.
I mean, you mentioned that Vigo is the flanker, and indeed, at one point we'd imagined that Young Ninjas would automatically already expect that. So I'm a little bit surprised they're not continuously having some sort of cautionary player already in that position to cancel him out. You know, how many times it happened in Vertigo, I'd be surprised that they wouldn't have a continuous eye on the back of their head. In any case, Berzer tries for the peeking con, is lucky that he only gets hit by the Molotov in the face and not actually burning.
That's funny how a bottle hits you in the face and you lose money. You would think it would hurt more.
People, don't try this at home, okay? So if you want to try this at home, don't do it. Thank you. I mean, me and Svoika should know. No, but honestly, it's no joke with Molotovs, guys. Don't try this stuff at home. Close call there with the OPM, almost getting the kill. Meanwhile, Astralis Talent rotating Vigo back up to A as well. They seem to be reading into this a little bit.
Oh, Fesser got spotted. This is now an awkward situation. He needs to back off and will just be able to do it. He had cover from his teammate, but once you're spotted there as a CT, it's not really the best place to be in. Berzer. Risky angle to be peeking, but at the same time, it will work for him as he gets the first kill, and that will send Fesser even more forward. This is again information with the players spotted in front of Connector. I think they know they're sending all the players towards the B side, and Fesser is right behind him. Fesser could immediately pull the trigger, and I think that's the right call. Yes, trigger discipline is always nice to see, but he stopped one of the pieces of the utility flying towards the B side, and that will make it easier for Vigo and aTTaX. And just like that, Astralis Talent don't let go of all the rounds in the last portion of the first half. They will get the last one, get that 11-4 lead, and start off their C side with only 5 rounds to go if you're in their position.
I wanna point out the fact that Astralis Talent haven't really won a half at all in this series. They lost Mirage 6-9, they lost Vertigo 5-10, and now they win the half here on Overpass 11-4. This is the best possible outcome they could have hoped for. So let's see how the the pistol round goes. As they go onto the T side, they'll be aggressing towards A side itself, and ZTR in toilets. Now he's listening in, he's trying to get a gauge into what is happening, but oh, I love this transition in towards B. They will check water, and they will get Sapek. This is a problem because Young Ninjas, if they don't get a few shots in immediately, they are gonna lose that B side guaranteed.
And I like the bunny hops there from one of the players, making it hard for Larva to hit his shot. ZTR is coming from the flank. They spotted him mid. ZTR with a couple of headshots, and the bomb is not yet planted. Now will be planted by Mr. That makes it a 1v1 for ZTR against Berzer, at least for a second. Now they have a good setup here. ZTR is taking his time. There's a defuse, I believe, that was bought by LNZ. If I'm not mistaken, he'll try and disrupt their crossfire, but jumping into a P250 on Berzer will definitely not seal the deal here, as Astralis Talent, an interesting pistol here as they go 5 towards mid. ZTR spots them all. They get read pretty fast by Young Ninjas with the player on B short, but they threw one of the smokes now from mid, but I wonder if that smoke landed somewhere towards B. I'm not really too sure.
I think it went towards A, if I saw correctly.
Really? To sell the fake? I mean...
Yeah, I think they wanted to sell the fake, right? But then again, ZTR was there, so they would have known immediately.
Yeah. I was thinking maybe it's some sort of a next level smoke, you know? Because
I mean,
those things
that's
are
possible.
possible here on Overpass.
Yeah, it's an open skyline, so definitely not out of the realm of possibility. Maybe I'd add more to the. Maybe I can add more here to say as well. The pistol we just saw. There's an iteration I saw already before, and something we even did with my own team was basically running long, go through toilets, then go into con, go to B, and then decide, whether or not you want to go B if you have the chance or not.
And
basically to clear out toilets.
Pistol rounds, right?
Yeah, there's so many combinations.
You can
of
do
that.
them on any map. There's although it was back in 1.6, but there was such a round on Nuke where you go towards yard, but you don't go downstairs. You go towards heaven, and then you go all the way towards ramp. You basically attack ramp through yard or something like that.
Yeah,
There's such a round in on Inferno you can do. You start running through apps, you make a lot of noise, and then you go back to banana and whatnot. aTTaX, though, will find their stack towards the B side. A couple of kills with the MAC-10. Now in comes the cleanup crew of Fesser and Berzer. They will get the 13. Young Ninjas, tough call, but they decided to go for an eco so they can buy fully into the upcoming round. This was pretty much putting all their eggs in one basket, and this is it. This is it. Round number 18.
This really is it. As you said, it's the end of the line here. It's going to be all or nothing. The CTs, they either win this or they are going to be having to face a 15-4 result, which I think you and I both know is now impossible to make a comeback from, especially when you're this defeated mentally. And clearly the players are not having a fun time in terms of the performance as well. They're not all on point. Most of them in the negative KD sense. And oof, Rolf, nice start. He does get one. But seems like Astralis talent immediately respond, taking short B control, which I wouldn't be surprised if they had already been looking to take, earlier. I would have really liked to seen them take B earlier before pushing Monster. B short earlier. Meanwhile, look at LNZ. Oh, this flank is superb. This could actually work out beautifully. But he might go down. Oh, he might go to Monster. Yep, he might go to Monster. He's going to miss these two players crossing just in the nick of... Yep, he's going to miss them. Oh, boy, he's going to go towards Monster, and this is an A play. The callout's going to come for Young Ninjas. Yo, this is A. There's nobody here. Excuse me, this is B. Like, surely they're going to think to themselves, we got the flank towards Monster. Let's go for these.
Oh, it's going to be a B play. Bomb going down. It will be an A fake, so it might work, honestly. Okay, they fooled me. The bomb is coming back towards A. Maybe they themselves are confused. It seems like Vigo will be faking the B site. Let's see if it makes any rotations. Yes, it does. Both players from the A site let go of the site. Larva is kind of staying close, so maybe if he gets a kill or two, maybe this is still possible. LNZ will still be on that flank, but he went all the way around. He's not really a threat anymore to the players on the A site. Larva trying his best to survive and keep the two-man advantage, and that's exactly what he'll do. The bomb is planted as we go into a 5v3 post-plant.
Oh, and this is looking really good for Young Ninjas, especially with ZTR getting one. The lineup for Mr. and Vigo, though, what is going on here? Mr. 1v2. And surely LNZ will come in time. aTTaX, meanwhile, doesn't need the support. He will win that duel himself. And there you have it. 5th round for Young Ninjas. It comes close. It definitely cost them a little bit of a lifeline. But they are going to be back at it again. What a game, man. What a game this is turning out to be. I gotta say, Young Ninjas, I mean, they've disappointed in the first half, but maybe they can redeem themselves with the performance of a lifetime here on the second. ZTR at 12, Larva at 10, the rest below 10.
Yep.
Kind of worried, really, about it.
Didn't really have too much to say on the T side, but hey, there's a chance. Oh, SKADE, I just saw this yesterday. Navi did this bunch, I believe, on the major, if not in Katowice. That's basically you're opening up with 3 players towards the A side, but one of the A players drops the utility from mid. It goes all the way down to the B side. So 2 players or less players on CT side on B have more utility to work with. It's a neat type of a play enabled with that latest update with the grenades drops. But let's see if it works for Young Ninjas. Possibly not, as soon as they lost LNZ in connector. There's 2 more players on A. Larva is definitely thinking about A-long being a possibility, but he is looking at multiple angles, and you could see even in from his position that he will be taking out aTTaX, takes out Berzer, but I doubt that he expects Mr. to be behind him, but the bomb is so far away. This could still go multiple ways as they have A control, they are flanking aTTaX. ZTR is found through the smoke. Eventually, it feels like Astralis Talent will win the round, but there was so much potential for a lot of things to go wrong for Astralis Talent, but not this time. And 14-5. Previous round, only 2 guys survived for the CT side. It's bankruptcy on the side of Young Ninjas.
And that's the least of their troubles. It's also the fact that they're dealing with a very much problematic scoreline. I mean, looking at the current position they're in, the only way they can make a comeback if they make, let's say, what? Would you think that with 8 consecutive rounds they could still win this game, even if it goes to overtime afterwards? Like, I don't know. I mean, what's the idea? What can save them? Although, hold up. Oh, what is going on here? A full eco that actually potentially brings it back, but I mean, it's a 1v2 LNZ. Yeah, too much for him. 15-5. And I think we might be on the verge of the end.
Exactly so. Young Ninjas, another tough pill to swallow as they decided to go for an eco there so they could have a proper full buy once more, but that also means you plan on saving 10 match rounds in a row. Now, they did miss their 7 opportunities on Vertigo, so maybe they're thinking, if they can do it, we can do it. But those weren't consecutive rounds. Now going for a quad boost, Berzer. This would be a neat way of getting an entry. There was definitely a possibility, but just narrowly missed.
Well, that was a close call. That could have really turned everything on its head, and Young Ninjas might have already been saying goodbye at that point, but as we can see right now, it's going to be aTTaX that's going to get a free kill. Yep, Mr. doesn't expect somebody to be on short B, and the rest of the team is kind of located all towards long and towards toilets. Although...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say that it does look like they're going to ignore toilets and go all the way through long.
Yeah. I wanted to say there quickly that you praised Mr. and for a good reason. He was pretty good on finding good timings and space, but when you go for a quad boost or as a T on overpass, you leave a lot of time for the CTs to take control of the map, and that's exactly what aTTaX did. So LNZ taking down aTTaX, Astralis Talent, this isn't looking likely, but getting at least some kills should be their priority here. 40 seconds to go. They will be sending it towards the B side, it seems. There are only 2 players there right now, but there could be plenty more coming. Nice nade by Vigo. aTTaX down to 47 HP, but already a response by Rolf. The molly misses the mark as it clips the smoke. aTTaX with the pre-fire. They're trying to do their best to take him out with utility, but it's not really working. 15 seconds to go. Astralis Talent, I would be disappointed if they actually go for a save here, and with the time running out, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Vigo gets the kill, so at least something, but I think even throwing yourself at the B side, trying to get some kills would be better here for the T side, but it's still 1 out of 10 unused match points. Plenty of them to go.
Yeah, I was about to say it. I guess they can afford to be a little bit more careful. But then again, I do agree with you. They could have potentially still won the round, right? That's the one thing you never know. As the saying goes, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But alas, there is a little bit longer to go for this series. It's gonna have to be a pretty harsh one. 9 rounds in a row for Young Ninjas. Can they make it? As I said earlier, if they were... if they were to deny Astralis Talent going to 15 and get 8 of their own, maybe close the gap to 14-14, maybe 13-14, then I could see more. But as you can see right here, it's going to be aTTaX that falls, but the damage is quite severe. Both Berzer and Vigo will fall. This is looking really good for Astralis Talent. Excuse me, for Young Ninjas. And surprised that they don't try to abuse that 4-man boost again. because it's something that you can really try a few times in a row. And you were right in saying they do lose a lot of timing with that, but already we see them play so slowly. They're not really rushing, so I don't think they're going to be caring much about that anyway. Meanwhile, Young Ninjas careful not to let them slip up.
Nice molly that will remove Larva from that spot behind the site. But there's also LNZ there. Astralis talent. Early utility being thrown towards the A side, so this might tell Young Ninjas that it was some sort of a fake. But that's not the case. New utility coming in. Fesser around the corner. If he finds LNZ, this will weaken the defenses of the A side. Now Larva, the only one here, gets a good timing. Gets some damage on the other side, but that's pretty much all he's done. Fesser with the pre-fires does more damage. aTTaX will get the one with the AWP, but the time is running low, and Mr. needs to go for the kills. DTR and Rolf on the rotation. That's one part of the overpass being so city-sided, is the fast rotations between the A and the B side, which are pretty much one above the other. And ZTR and Rolf are right there to help out. Will be another round for Young Ninjas, and it will be a reset of the T side. So, I mean, here we go.
This is it, right?
Surely
not.
Not
Surely it doesn't happen. No, I mean, it's possible. It's not impossible. Like we said, it's never, you know, never say never and all that. A good James Bond movie, but the thing is, I tend to believe it, and I don't believe it until I see it. And, you know, seeing is believing, as they say. So it's going to have to be quite a few more convincing rounds like this, especially against gun rounds, for me to actively start believing and kind of thinking the fact that this is possible for Young Ninjas. As a timeout for Astralis talent will be utilized, I can assume they're going to be talking about how to approach this next few rounds, especially this gun round where only AKs are available, limited utility. One thing I'd love to see is a default, you know, 3-1-1. Look to take it a little bit slower. Put your opponents on edge. They've got all the time in the world, Astralis talent. They don't need to rush things. They don't need to put themselves out there immediately. Put Young Ninjas on edge. Let them be the ones that worry, okay, where is the hit going to be coming from? Where is the next execution going to be happening, right? That kind of ideology that you have to kind of start utilizing here.
Yep. I mean, I'm not an overpass expert, but usually how it should go, or you would like to go on the T side, is take mid control, force them to go back. Fesser will do exactly that with the utility of his teammate. There we go. Smoke towards toilets. They can molly off Banana if they have utility, and Vigo does. So Larva can't peek these angles. Whoa, that second shot was so close, I'm not sure how it missed. But the thing is, force LNZ and Larva to go back to the A side, so Young Ninjas don't have all that info. Although LNZ, that's exactly what his job is on the CT side. You always have that one A player lurking somewhere half aggressively towards long, and Fesser will find him. You're on the corner. No. Fesser, good for two. And Larva is now in a world of hurt. His teammates on the other side. Berzer with the jump. Spots Larva. He needs to fall back, but at the same time, fall back where? When he's getting flanked by Fesser, who's just pressing on forward. Mister with another kill. And surely this one is it.
I mean, unless Rolf and Sapek make something extraordinary happen, this is going to be the end of the line. As we said, you just got to play it comfortably. You just got to make sure you take control of those toilets, that con and that B short, and you've got a lot of info. There goes Sapek, there goes Rolf. He is already tagged. G, I think, is safe to call, as it will be a clean round. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the end of the line for Young Ninjas. They will have to take the L at the end on the third and final map here on Overpass. What a performance we've seen from both of these two teams. What a series we've seen. An unbelievable victory coming out from first Young Ninjas on map 1, then the second map with those overtimes from Astralis talent. I gotta say, I'm happy to see these guys play more, because I think there's more to them than what we saw only just today.
Yeah, and especially yesterday, because they they showed us much more than against MOUZ NXT. Individually, team-wise, it was a much better performance. But on the other side, Young Ninjas, this is the one that stings, right? You had all those chances to close it out 2-0, and now you're in 0-2 scoreline in the Swiss stage. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a chance they lose another one. No one's gonna, like in a month or two, no one's gonna remember that they had 7 match points to at least win one match in this Swiss stage. Everyone is gonna look. They got 0-3 in the Swiss stage potentially, like I said, and a bunch of chances to close it out on Vertigo. But props to Astralis talent, not giving up, not at a single point. They were 15-12 down, 18-17 down, and what, 21-18, and they still brought it back. So props to the Danish guys. Well played and deserved victory.
I mean, they kept their composure. I think that's the way you pointed out, beautifully said. Basically, they were able to keep that consistent pressure on, and the fact that they are able to win in overtime, 3 overtimes, and then conclude Overpass in such a manner at 11-4 in the half to close it down 16-8, excuse me, really shows you that they've got the energy, they've got the momentum. Now it's just a question of how much they'll be able to keep it in the future. And that will end today's broadcast for myself and UNGENTIUM, which unfortunately we will be back, of course. No, actually, oh, no. We won't be back because you're not here on Thursday, you little sneaky man.
other obligations, and I unfortunately have to cancel on you, but I'm sure you're gonna do good. So yeah, that would be it. I think for me for this Pinnacle Winter Series 3, it's been a blast doing it solo and especially in a duo with you. But that should be it. It's 7 hours and then some of today's games. We had 2 best of 3s, and then there's 2 more to come.
Exactly, and that will be Endpoint versus SKADE following next, I believe, here on the main stream. So stay tuned as we return with more games with a second duo. In any case, that's it for us too. We'll see you guys on the next broadcast.
tricks, we do have the Xtrfy GP4 mousepad with some incredible designs. I love it when we see some creative freedom coming through with these peripherals as well, and I mean a mousepad's a perfect place to do it because it's almost just a perfect canvas. And here we go, stitched edges with the rubber base, or should I say the non-slip rubber base. Remember, all of this amazing gear from Xtrfy you can get in on as well from the Xtrfy store. Upside down there. Get it from the Xtrfy store at xtrfy.com. If you use the code winter10, you can get a 10% discount on any of the stuff they have in the store. So be sure to get in on that. Okay, that's not going to stay there. Now, the part that gets me the most excited as the commentator is this phenomenal pair of Xtrfy H1 Pro Gaming headphones. Oh my god, what a set of beautiful headphones these are. That packaging just gives you that feeling, that gorgeous feeling of quality. And that's what you want when you buy yourself something, you know, you invest in some quality products and you feel like you get that quality in turn. So here we go. It is the H1 headphones with the onboard USB sound card as well. And they are incredibly comfortable. I can confirm. Put them on and they are just, they fit like a beautiful pair of gloves. So I think I'm going to keep that around my neck for now. It does come with the extended cable as well, just to make sure that you don't get caught up. And then as I said, there are the two different microphones. If I did say, I might not have, but as a commentator, this is wonderful. You get two different microphones that you can choose between. So great headset coming through from Xtrfy, the H1 Pro Gaming headset. Put that over there. And then we still have two goodies left in the box. Last but not, or one of the penultimate item, shall I say, is the Xtrfy M4 mouse. It is a wireless gaming mouse. Of course, they got the GG button there because it's a good game. They just beat everybody Xtrfy in the business. They're the best. Fantastic mouse. Weighs 72 grams. Ridiculously light. Doesn't even feel like, I mean, this isn't going to do anything for me. 72 grams. It's also got up to 75 hours worth of battery life. So yeah, incredible from Xtrfy. Just pushing the envelope when it comes to peripherals, as we always expect out of them. So there we go. Last but not least, to make sure when I'm charging my brand new wireless mouse, I don't get caught up when I'm flicking, fragging, doing all the damage. I now have the wonderful Xtrfy B4 mouse bungee with the silicone arm as well to ensure that you've got maximum maneuverability. It's also got that non-stick rubber base, non-slip rubber base, should I say. So there we go, Xtrfy. Thank you so much for all the wonderful gear. You guys can get in on this amazing gear as well. If you head to xtrfy.com, use the code winter10, you'll get that 10% discount. And remember to support the event that they are running, the wonderful partners of the Pinnacle Winter Series. Head over to twitch.tv/CCT_EN and you can get in on all the action. From myself, Hayes, I'll catch you guys next time.
And I'm excited for this game, Endpoint versus SKADE. Man, I wanted to jump straight into the nitty-gritty, but you know what? You're starting it off with niceties, and now I feel like we're going to have to foster a really deep connection before this game even kicks off.
Yeah, let's get this one done. You know, we got an Endpoint side who's just recently qualified through the RMR, and these guys are, I mean, at least they've been around the scene for such a long time, and they're always bringing in new talent, which is what I love about these guys. Boros and Nerds have really turned out to be some great addition to this squad. I mean, recently throughout their RMR run, Boros was absolutely ripping teams apart. So I'm looking forward to get some more of that action.
Yeah, and the thing about Boros is that he's generally on the top of the scoreboard, even with a player like Crucial on the squad. So when you've got an AWP player weaving in and out of battle, hopping around the map, and you're still managing to outfrag him, that means you've got two powerhouses that can be really difficult to deal with. But you know what? There's still a little bit of an asterisk when it comes to Endpoint performance, because there has been some variability, and that's where I think Endpoint can fall. So if you look at their past performances, if you look at the past month, in the same month as they've beaten K23 and Forest Spirit and all that, they've also lost to BLUEJAYS. So, any thoughts about that?
It's sometimes things just can't really pan out their way. I think a big X factor for this lineup is Nert. When it comes to his sort of aggressive CT rifling, and he's a very big space creator for this Endpoint side. So I think a lot of success does hinge on Nerd. While you do have some very reliable assets, the Israeli is going to be tasked with a lot of the dirty work that has to be done for this Endpoint squad. So I think some emphasis definitely goes on to him. If he's hitting his firepower, if he's hitting his stride, then they can make a lot of space for themselves, room on the CT side and the T side, both sides of the coin. So a lot of emphasis on Nerd. But now taking our look back over to SKADE, I mean, this is like the hallmark firepower team from Bulgaria.
Absolutely, but there are, of course, quite a few caveats that have come into play for SKADE as well, right? You know, they're falling a little short of the RMR qualifier as well, and I think one of the parallels we used to draw within the Tier 2 scene was Denislaw just being an absolute monster and exhibiting signs of performance similar to maybe top players you've seen on Tier 2 teams, such as Snatchy, right? But he's not having that kind of impact performance anymore, and even with Ships carrying his weight, carrying his own weight, it could still be a little troublesome for SKADE. So I do think we are looking at two teams that have a lot of variability, so this could go any way. But we have to look at the veto before we get into any more of this action.
Yeah, so we got Dust 2, Inferno, and Ancient. Dust 2 is beginning to be a really nice map for Endpoint. It's played them very well in the RMR qualifiers. It got them their most impactful wins throughout that stretch. And SKADE locking in Inferno. It's been a timeless classic for these guys. At least, I mean, I remember way back during the middle of 2021 when these guys were running 15 series win streaks against teams. This Inferno was probably their most deadly map, but now we take a look into Ancient, and this is kind of the middle. It does serve as the middle ground, even statistically speaking.
Yeah, one thing I've noted about this veto is that both teams have sort of catered into playing each other's weaker maps. Like, I think if you look at any of the other maps that are available in the active duty group, both teams have like pretty similar statistics. They've beaten out pretty even opponents, but Inferno is probably one of Endpoint's weakest maps. And if you look at Dust 2, that's one of the maps that SKADE have historically been very uncomfortable on. I'm a little surprised that's the case, but I'm not surprised at all that Endpoint don't struggle on Dust 2 simply because of the firepower that you have with regards to having Crucial and Boros on the same roster. So you know what? I think there's a very big chance that we're going to be seeing a trade of the picks. And with Ancient being such a difficult thing to wrap your head around, I think this game can go any other way. Let's get it going.
Pistol round up on the docket. We got a little bits of pieces of utility for the Endpoint side, but what I'm looking at is already a very big tunnels positioning alongside SKADE getting aggressive in towards middle. So with Endpoint starting out towards tunnels, a little bit of whiff flash there, but not too big of a deal. It's going to be Endpoint.
The problem here is that SKADE could already have so much information. Look at where Denislaw is situated. As soon as that smoke subsides, there's going to be a lot of info, especially with this mid attention.
Oh, but that's an easy first kill for Denislaw, just over the edge of that Xbox smoke. And they can try for mid to B, but there are 3 players here. Rainwaker and Dreamer shredding up 2, just a 2v5 remaining, and Rainwaker's just going to hunt them all. Just Surreal walking out of tunnels and blasted a flawless pistol. SKADE are completely ready.
The reason that works out so well for SKADE, other than the fact that Denislaw has all of that information around middle because he's using the Xbox smoke counterintuitively as a one-way smoke, is that they have so much information around middle. They have 2 players playing this 2-pronged approach. You have a player on short, and then you also have the B players that can easily sandwich anybody that tries to come through middle or tunnels. That was a lost cause before Endpoint even got to their shenanigans.
So starting off this one with the 4 spy, Endpoint going to make their way quickly into lower tunnels. Mighty Max making no secret about his approach. He could even get up close to Ships. It's a potential duel that he could win, and oh, shot's not connecting. Ships in charge, and Boros is going to hit the headshot. Trade it back in, though, and that's the bomb sent forward. But Crucial also finding Denislaw. The smoke will allow for the bomb recovery. Rainwaker, though, wants a piece of this.
That's a little unfortunate because both of the insurance policies available around middle have been taken away. Now it's down to the firepower to come to life, but things are going to slow down. Endpoint recalculating any routes that they might want to take, waiting for this molly and upper tunnels to subside as they start paying more attention towards B.
slow walk up here. Dreamer, considering he can jump up on top of the balcony, and also there is a smoke in the way of the T's. This is going to be a death sentence if they try to run through it. They don't have a flash, and Dreamer is going to love every bit of this. But once that smoke fades, it's the time to go. And he's going to start the spray. But he gets one dig back. That's the only way they can make their way into the site there for Oz.
That spray down had to connect, and now that one of the heads has been taken off, Bubble and Rainwaker, they've got a massive task ahead of themselves. They're heading towards tunnels, and that's the bit one-dimensional. If you don't have two different positions you can capitalize on, is going to be a terrible duel to take. Bubble takes a hit, and now they've got to back off. The call has been made.
That Deagle headshot found by Surreal there is massive. You're on your edge of your seat, thinking that spray down is going to be rolling on through for Dreamer. It should have been easy, but that is the only way they get through that kind of round. Dreamer had the A1S and everything. I mean, and look what Endpoint are salvaging into this round. They're bringing 2 extra A1Ss. SKADE invested fully into the rifles, and they were unable to convert.
That's just so much money being taken off of the CT side, and not only that, it's also a lot of money being added to the Endpoint squad. So now they've got the chance to upgrade to AKs. They don't have to play against a particularly difficult SKADE either. And honestly, man, that really has to be detrimental to SKADE, right? Because you're hoping to go into this round, pick up an easy win, and then head into the next round, really bolstering your firepower with all the utility you could possibly have. But now they've got to play off of the back foot. That round falling apart purely to just individual prowess showing up on the server.
I think a little bit of good Surreal action's great, but also a push up towards middle. But Nurse is actually a little ready for this. He's just on the horizon with a great flashbang thrown in by Dennis. Level to facilitate the peak, and Rainwaker spraying down too. Complete reversal is what we're seeing. Pushing in with the Deagle. Mighty Max only good for 1, just crucial from the top of middle. What a great play to pull out in a round like this.
Honestly, I love the awareness from SKADE. That round could have fallen apart if Nurse was able to get the initial kill, but that middle control they've established all comes down to their ability to effectively pivot around their utility. Using a flashbang, expecting Endpoint to have a player on playing the default, waiting for pushes initially, that's just masterful stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even on this map of Dust 2, I mean, SKADE are no slouches, even statistically, while only playing 5 matches. They've taken down teams like Eternal Fire and Heat in recent days on this particular map. So showing that they have a little bit of the set plays is really important. They have a playbook to work with here for SKADE. They bring one out of the hat, and Endpoint were far from ready for it. Crucial's just going to recover his M4. I think that's also been heard if he's going to try and walk out towards long. You can save in this situation, but going down isn't the worst thing in the world. And, okay, take as many guns as you can, Crucial. Let's see it.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the bomb, so it's not like anything is going to come off of this. But the problem for me, personally, is that right now we're looking at a SKADE that can easily come back on the basis of being on the defending side, right? That can very easily turn around once we start seeing Endpoint's performance on the CT side themselves. There's a reason behind the statistics, right? There's a good reason why SKADE haven't really performed too well, why they haven't been allowing this map to be picked up too much. Ooh, was that a kill? Question mark?
That was not a kill. He did survive, but if it was about maybe half a second longer, he's gone.
Yeah, okay. I can't give them a kill here, you know, like casters are responsible for crediting the deaths and all. I can't give him a kill there. I'll just put some style points in his bank account, okay?
Yeah, there you go. You know, plus 150 style points going down the stretch
plus
here.
Respect.
Yep, there we go. And then we're going to kick this one off. Another 4-spy. We're getting into the little wars that we got going on. But honestly, it's still a very substantial buy that Endpoint are able to bring out. Still able to snag a couple AKs for themselves. And Surreal on a dig is still what you're looking for.
Now, one thing I really appreciate from SKADE is their ability to change up their game plan. So this time around, they're not going for early middle control. It's something that they did in the first couple of rounds, in the first 3 rounds that they played, actually. But now they're willing to take it a bit more passive, especially because they realize that this is going to be a relatively utility-weak round for the side of SKADE, or sorry, for the side of Endpoint.
Yeah, so the potency of that execute can't be what they're looking for, so they're gonna have to try and get some sick entries instead. We got Denislaw and Rainmaker here on the defense. The flash is perfect, thrown out, but Denislaw actually can only trade the kill. His teammate and Rainmaker has gone down, trying to be joined by Bubble. He falls too. Denislaw must turn up, and Crucial on the M4 is getting it all done, trying to even boost up for more. But this might as well just be a save for SKADE.
Yeah, nothing they can do off of that, especially with ships on 5 points of health. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about how that round could have been a lot better for SKADE. I think they played it nearly perfectly, but it really came down to the fact that they were relying on passivity simply because they themselves didn't have utility either. So a little bit of a gamble on relying Endpoint to not have all the potency, as you mentioned, with regards to the execute. But when you don't have utility, you've got to bank on those on that one flash you have. You've got to bank on your aim connecting immediately, but the initial duel simply wasn't taken by SKADE well enough to allow them to stop the Endpoint push.
Yeah, and I think on the other flip side of that, I think SKADE were expecting Denislaw to do just a little bit more from that position. And at the same time, Rainmaker swings out and goes down in an instant. So just the swiftness of the entries there for Endpoint just kind of caught SKADE off guard. They weren't ready to trade out and get the multi-kills that they needed. They couldn't find it, but we're at 2-all.
Yeah, that was just fundamentally reliance on the trade frag coming through. Doesn't come to fruition, but that's okay. SKADE still have quite a few chances to make it right. But it is going to be a relatively weak buy from the side of SKADE. Force buy has been commenced. Denislaw with 1,000 still in the back pocket. Everybody else in broke boy territory.
Yep. But starting things off, one of those saved rifles is going to do some great work on the Boros in towards lower tunnels. And if Denislaw wants to find a scout headshot, I'm all for it. They do get outmade, and he does find it on the Crucial. There we go. Scout on scout action, and Denislaw's going to get it done. And an extra tag. Not quite found. It said it's him taking the gush.
Oh, there's no way. There's no way they expect ships to still be contending middle because Denislaw is keeping them on their toes. He's relying on them to get a little antsy here, maybe show a skull. He should be able to get it done. Oh, good read from them. They're still making sure that short is covered.
That was so close. That smoke that bloomed about a half a second before, so Nerds would have been walking into visible range of ships playing an off angle towards the mid doors. Oh my. Bubble's just flying towards top. He's actually gotten read into, though. Surreal saw that the entire time. So with 3-on-4 is still a workable position here for Endpoint.
I'm a little surprised that SKADE can't manage to get more off of this. I would actually expect them to make some space for Bubble by challenging from the sites themselves, but now they've got to deal with this push.
Yeah, as this Rainmaker on the site can just be the bait. And the switch here for Denislaw on the scout. Dreamer's also just going to add to it. And there goes Denislaw, finding a second scout headshot and a third on the round. SKADE up to 3. I mean, no one can win 2 rounds in a row, surely.
Yeah. I'd like to commend SKADE on just having an amazing round or something of that sort, but that really just came down to Denislaw ripping heads apart, right? Having those 2 initial kills, but I do have to commend SKADE on their ability to capitalize on that. They didn't allow this to turn into a complete passivity fest. They still managed to get Bubble pushed up on top middle. Even if it didn't work out, I do think that was the correct play to make. And lots of space was taken by SKADE and just correctly played off of that.
Now Mighty Max slipping in towards middle. There is an op at Denislaw, so there could be wallbangs attempted, but they will be able to make their way up towards the Xbox area. Rainmaker is aware of this, though. Volley up, and he also has a teammate to join him in this situation. Trying to combine forces, maybe go for a peek. He spots the players. Doesn't quite take the shot. Endpoint don't want to tussle with that.
Yeah, I think SKADE now realize the threat that is looming around the corner as far as short is considered. Rainmaker having a little bit of confidence in his name. He's got that water type going for him. Willing to play with fire.
Out towards middle. Flash in. Ships on the receiving end from CT spawn. He has a nice angle. He can see the feet before they can see him. Ships is just going to swing on through, though. And he just gets blasted. He does get one, but Boros on the double entry. This is why the guy is so impactful. And now they have the B side to work with. They don't find Nerds, and so there won't be a retake.
The problem is that every single member is stuck behind the same smoke, right? They cannot go through CT spawn. Even if they do decide to push in now, they'll be playing off of a massive disadvantage, and they'll be risking giving up an AWP, upgrading the galils of the opposition. You can't give that up, especially when you know that you've got somebody as potent as Denislaw on the AWP. You can very easily recover this in the next round, so... Guns will be tucked into their backpacks. A war will not be had today. Instead, it's a save.
Win 2 rounds in a row challenge. Impossible.
Impossible. Almost died.
Almost, yeah. At 3 a.m. in the morning. There you go. They're like 3-all right at the moment, and no one has won 2 consecutive rounds. It has been the Force Buys in every single one of them. I'm loving it. It's just brutal frag and Counter-Strike. There ain't no utility for either side in this matchup. So everyone's just going at it in terms of entries and openers and going for swings that normally you're not supposed to get away with. We're getting some brawly Counter-Strike.
You might think that this is a really close game right now, but you have to consider the implications of the sides they're on. When we see Endpoint ending up on the CT side, I do think it's not good. It just can't be this close, right? Because then the CT side advantage will easily be leveraged by Endpoint, and I would expect them to be a much better team when they play on the defending side. Now, whether or not that's going to be true, it's still something we'll have to wait and find out.
And so we're going to take this one down towards lower tunnels. So they've been loving this lower tunnels default, but SKADE have also been loving this mid control between Denislaw and Ships, both fighting for the doors. Molly up close to force Ships back. Denislaw playing the gap. Sometimes you see offers go immediately for the wallbang. Instead, they're going to try and throw some nades in, just some ship damage, trying to react to what Endpoint have been doing very typically, but this time out, I think we're seeing a little change up here.
Yeah, so normally what they've done is they've either gone up B or they've gone up short after getting information on middle, and they've had to challenge Denislaw quite frequently. But this time around, they're willing to put their chips on long.
Oh, Bubble. Bold in the corner. Spots a shoulder. The flashbang comes in. He's throwing a counter flash, but that's just for him to get away and escape towards car. He also has Denislaw's op to really lay down the pain. Play, again, a bait and switch where the attention's drawn for Bubble, and maybe they won't think about it. Bubble's actually going to take his time to make his escape.
He wants to make his way back into the car, but they've abandoned long entirely, and Dreamer's gotten so much information here. Ships and Dreamer just playing a deathmatch around middle.
Oh, but they lose Rainmaker on Catwalk. That can actually allow an avenue in towards the site. They do have to get past Denison. They do have to get past Bubble. But Boros looking to frag out, and he's going to find Bubble, a shoulder spot, and that's all you're going to get for this round. Now Denislaw must put up a hold. Molly's going to be thrown in. He will find Nurse on the first. Anything more? No! Surreal with the entry. Huge. But Boros hits the deck. It must be a clutch for Surreal.
This is going to be a very tough clutch to take on, but the jumping shot will take him away. Dreamer puts a bullet in his head and puts him in the grave.
You love to see the jump shots there, don't you, Faraz? Oh, man. Not even a chance for the clutch, really. No time to reposition, even put in the digits. I love it from Dreamer, just taking the jump shot, and he gets it done. That's 4-3, and no one will ever win 2 rounds in a row. Okay, starting this one off at least. Another force buy-in. I mean, is that even no utility? 0 utility at the minute 40 mark. Like, is this even CS anymore?
What's something that feels illegal but isn't? This game.
Stop trying to peek into Surreal. You're giving them chances. You're actually giving them chances to get an opening kill, and there it is. They find it on the ships, and Denislaw still can't hit the shot.
Oh, this is problematic because he's given up his position as well. They know where the AWP is playing, and Rainwaker's going to have to make this perfect. Peeks into short, no information gained at all. SKADE, they are scurrying about the map, trying to look for an avenue to approach for him, but Endpoint have this under lock and key.
And I think they're ready for it at least. I see Crucial Scout watching towards Cat. So you have Rainmaker and Bubble. They can't afford to hold down the W key here. They have a squad of T's ready and waiting. And they also barely have the utility to even facilitate a play like this.
They're entirely relying on... yeah, continue?
Oh, it's... Okay, that's the palm bound. And in that position too, like that is in the sight line of 3 CT players. Trying to walk up, and oh, there we go. Denislaw with a big flick. Dreamer does get traded out 2v3, but the scat setup still stands. It's still a very rough one to try and beat out. But wait, Nerds has found Denislaw. Bubble's still fighting. Rainmaker and Bubble, this setup, it's Surreal's waiting for it, but there goes the frag. Rainmaker takes the big one. Now Nerds in a 1v2, and he only has 15 seconds to play with. They're just gonna run away from him. Oh,
Good
this is so cruel. And they even get the kill before it even happens. Finally, folks, someone's winning 2 rounds in a row, and it turns out it's SKADE.
Yeah, what I was going to mention there was that they had such a good setup in the sense that they were entirely relying on Endpoint to not take any different avenue. If Endpoint had doubled back, gone tunnels, or gone long, everything would have fallen apart. But the gamble they had, the 1/3 gamble they had, was that Denislaw was going to watch the cross, hit his shots, or at the very least inform them that short is about to be attacked, right? And that ends up working out for them perfectly.
And look at this ton of anti-eco. They're just W-keying all the way up middle. Ship's just going to get the initial opener. This is normally not the way you see an anti-eco supposed to play out, but they're just like, they just want to get this one over with. There's your 6-3.
I think part of the reason they're going for this aggressive approach is because Endpoint has exhibited the ability to use pistols and make it very uncomfortable for the opposing side to feel comfortable in playing in playing it passively, right? We saw Boros getting an opening kill earlier with very lackluster weaponry. We've seen quite a few Deagles coming to light. And when that's happening, you want to nip it in the bud. That's why you're going to hold W key down middle.
You know, I like it. It is only against the Glocks and the pistols, so don't expect that to be rolling up in a rifle round near you. Right now, out long. This is a new look, but, well, it's going the same way for SKADE. Already rocking it with an early 4-on-5, and I mean, just looking at the map control for Endpoint, they have yet to even take middle.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out is that right now, SKADE are doing such a good job at conditioning Endpoint. They initially used the Molotov on top middle, and they've generally had a very aggressive playstyle, which means that Endpoint now have to use a lot of utility just to clear out these angles. Look at how focused the bomb carrier is right now, making sure there's not a short push, making sure there's nobody sitting inside that smoke. And they're using every single piece of, every single time resource they have just to clear out middle.
So they can actually walk up Cat here at this point, and at least this is control that SKADE are expecting to already have been taken at this point of the round, so it's not like, oh, this is just a jumping point for Endpoint, and at least for the Brits here, time to at least put together and execute, but you don't really have much to put together and execute with. Nasty setup that's waiting for him too. You have Rainmaker who's just waiting to throw that palm tree half flash. They are, I think they're gonna drop in Surreal into CT spawn. He's gonna try and bring in this mid to B execute. It's still gonna be an uphill battle. They've gotten one part of the execute planned out, and that's a success. The other, maybe not. They're gonna try and run through the CT smoke into Surreal. Now to the B bomb site though. Dreamer can't hold.
Oh.
Clean entries for Endpoint. And they get the bomb down with seconds to spare, but that's all they'll need.
Yeah, with so little time, SKADE had the responsibility of just holding down the wire long enough. And you could see the rest of the SKADE members from the A side getting a bit desperate. They flashed and pushed onto into CT spawn just to try to clear out Surreal. But I think Surreal played that perfectly there. You know, just keeping them at bay for long enough, not allowing them to challenge middle at all, making that uphill battle a lot easier. That is good Counter-Strike being played by Endpoint, especially that last-minute pivot onto the B side. Just, ooh, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, and I think they started to read into the setup of SKADE there a little bit, where, hold on, Rainmaker might have a couple of exits on his cards. There's one, looking for the next. I get jumped up here by Mighty Mix. I'm going to save my point until the round's done and Rainmaker's out. And that is, so the setup on SKADE on the A site was playing Denislaw in towards the ramp and Rainmaker towards Palm. And they've seen that before. They've seen the very heavy A site stack. And I think Endpoint realized that CT spawn is open for a vast majority of these rounds. Why don't we exploit it using that little maneuver? And in a 4-on-5, it worked perfectly.
I initially talked about how SKADE were willing to condition Endpoint, and
here we go.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to hold that thought. Bubble, same flashbang. They're used to it by now, though. Crucial's not gonna fall for it a second time, and Ships loses his life for the price of just one. 4 versus 3 now in Endpoint. Now, the world is their oyster.
It's great to see the adjustment there, the adaptation for Endpoint. See if they're ready for Denislaw. No, oh, Boros with a huge shot, fast on the trigger. anything less than an instant headshot there, and he's a goner to the hands of Denislaw. Now out in the open, Surreal will get dropped. A 2-on-3 ensues, but, you know, you're just in a dark fog is all across the map here for SKADE. You don't know where these Ts could even possibly be.
Yeah, that was a really important pickup for Dreamer, though, because now he's isolated the idea that there's nobody inside B, and they can slowly start to walk towards CT spawn, walk up short, and they can at least be in a much more respectable position to at least take the duel, bring it down to a 2 versus 2, and then take the conversation from there.
Endpoint know that there's no one on towards the A site, so Boros can can just look in towards the brains of the CTs. That's 3 kills, and all of them beautiful.
That's just excellent work being shown by Boros. I mean, that's just individual skill, right? You can't even chalk that down to like a big brain play or anything. No, it's just 2 clean kills like that. Marvelous stuff. And now SKADE, they're going to be on the back foot. Not too much money lingering in their bank accounts now. They'll have to take the foot off the pedal of spending.
They're just going to run it up mid, and Crucial would love to have a piece of that. 2 easy ones. Make it 3. Line up for more, make it 4. Give him the ace, buddy. Yeah, he'll take it. 5 op shots, 5 kills, 6 rounds for Endpoint.
You could almost hear the communication there, right? Because, like, his teammate didn't go out and try to take the duel. He just waited with a flashbang. He's like, no, all right, I'll throw a flash for you. We'll just wait. They just waited outside long. Watch this massacre happen.
Oh, man, he was just loving every second of it. He was lounging back in the chair. He got half a coconut and a pina colada. He's chilling right now for playing games right here at SKADE. Crossing over towards mid. But either way, Crucial, loving the little anti-eco ace you're going to get. Right now, SKADE want to... Yep.
Yeah, I think at this point, SKADE have sort of exhausted their ability to push up middle or push into many different spots, because while they have conditioned Endpoint to play it a lot more default, they've also exhausted a lot of their own options, right? So it's a double-edged sword. Sure, you slowed down the pace of Endpoint, but now what are you going to do as a trump card?
Oh, they're going to try maybe towards B, but oh, Ship stands in front of all the players. Now Dreamer needs a multi-kill, can't find it. Boros again on entry duty. He's just unstoppable. Smoke goes in towards doors, and this is the round.
Yeah, just that one mistimed piece of utility means that their first line of defense is gone.
Even just waiting for saving players. He's hunting with an AWP, if you've ever seen anything like this. I'm loving it. Right now, Endpoint are just showing unmatched amounts of confidence in terms of the entry fragging that Boros has been able to do. I mean, he's single-handedly... That's the reason they win them the round, or else that's a triple kill coming up for Dreamer. You see Surreal on 1 HP and Boros on 22. That was all at the hands of Dreamer. That round could have been so much more different, and Boros didn't connect his spray. But instead, it's actually Endpoint regaining the lead after losing the Force Buy Wars.
I think so much of SKADE's success came off of playing it a bit unorthodox and playing it aggressively. But that's not working anymore, and when that happens, Endpoint are able to consistently pick up rounds. And what's problematic for me personally is the idea that now we're going to end up seeing Endpoint on the CT side in a couple of rounds. So where does that go? Do SKADE have any tricks in their back pocket like Endpoint do? Do they have a solid T side? I wouldn't think so, especially because this is a map that they generally tend to shy away from.
I think the difference there, I mean, we've seen already parts of the playbook be utilized for SKADE. They've been going for a very consistent mid push where Denislaw would get a flash. Sometimes Bubble would go up there. And it seems like they're doing this exact same play. They're going to send Bubble up with a flashbang, escort it in. But right now, Endpoint already have that long control to work with. So they're just going to bounce out of there and maybe make a sprint towards his A site. But Bubble has them contained.
This isn't good, because by the process of elimination, Endpoint can figure out what the rest of the play is going to be. They know that SKADE were going to have a mid-heavy presence. Just the amount of time it took for them to come up long has allowed the rotations to start falling through.
Yeah, and they've already dropped Denislaw. That's your heavy weaponry gone. Rainwaker needs to turn up. He's playing behind his own smoke on this site. The flashes are amazing for this ET side, but Rainwaker can't really capitalize off it. He's still playing inside the smoke. The smoke's spam, though. They understand that someone could be possibly inside. That Bubble's out of the picture. The pistols are going to be doing it. The sidearm for Endpoint. Now Dreamer, a sidearm of his own, but he has to use it like a primary. No good. It's Endpoint up 8-6.
Yeah, one thing that's always going to be a bit of a problem for pushes like that one is that you're exposing the rest of your hand. If you've got 2 players committed to middle, there's no way you're going to have 3 on A, right? There's no way you have, at best, 2 players on A unless you've got a gamble going. And even then, that would just be an overcommitment. So Endpoint know exactly what to do. They push up long. They know half of the CTs will be stuck in either CT spawn or there might be one on short at best. And it's not going to be a very difficult duel for them to take. And SKADE, now they're getting punished for it. Their play has looked a little bit one-dimensional, as we've mentioned before. That Bubble's flash and push strategy has already been exploited, what, 3 or 4 times?
Yeah.
It's got to be predictable now.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, you're thinking like, oh, there could never possibly be a team running out of a strat book here, but at least that's what it looks like here for SKADE. They think that maybe one of these rounds, surely we're going to be able to find the same success. It worked. By the way, that exact play worked earlier on in the game, but these last couple of times that Bubble's done it, it was Nertz who was ready for it, playing anti-flash, and it was the side of SKADE just kind of, or rather the side of Endpoint, to be able to dip away towards long and really avoid the aggression, to kind of sidestep it. So Endpoint have adjusted their setup against that exact play.
To be perfectly honest, if I'm in Bubble shoes there and I'm being given the call to go for a flash and push like for the 4th time, I can't have any confidence in taking the duel.
Lower tunnels here for Endpoint. They've been liking this sort of setup to start a lot of their defaults, especially earlier on in the game during the Force Buy Wars. See if they could unleash it onto SKADE in the final round of the half. What they started off this game doing. Looking to establish this short control. They do have a couple of players waiting for them. Again, SKADE want to play this short setup, try and find an initial opener.
Yeah, SKADE have once again shown the same weakness that they did in prior rounds, is that they're going to leave middle, and they're gambling on either a direct A or B push. But if that doesn't work out, it's going to be super difficult to take care of. Rainwaker's been taken off, and now it's a 2-2 setup.
Yeah, he needs to get that initial kill very quickly. Even then, he's probably getting traded. Counter utility is good from the CT side to at least delay the execute, make sure that smoke fades, and giving at least Denislaw a chance. And Dreamer on the secondary to find Boros. Denislaw can't connect his initial, though. That might allow him to be overrun. They're dropping in a spawn, but Denislaw still able to finish Mighty Max, but can't chamber another round. Surreal's dead, and there you go. Nertz dropped into spawn, taking down Dreamer. Bubble needs to put up a big time hold. He's basically in a 1v2 clutch on this site, but ships. He joins him. Now Crucial, a clutch for his own. And not finding it. Bubble with the big time hold. The double will allow SKADE up to 7.
Bubble played that beautifully, waiting for the time for ships to push in and get a kill from CT spawn. Just made it a lot easier for his squad. And now, it's time for us to see whether or not the prophecy that Endpoint would be a lot better on the CT side actually comes to fruition. Pistol round underway. Go on then.
I mean, at least you always see the good. You always see the same sort of utility buy-ups. But what are we going to be seeing in terms of the setup? It can get very funky on a pistol round. At least for a CT side, we see some mid pushes. There's been some. There have been a very long history of crazy pistol rounds. This one for SKADE is quite a little bit cheesy.
Yeah, they're kind of banking on the idea that that Endpoint will be baited into a full 5-man commitment on the A site, and then for some reason, 2 of their players will either be able to take B site all on their lonesome, or they're going to be able to backstab from short, which it's a bit of a stretch, but does that work out here?
I mean, they have the bomb waiting outside a tunnel, so they're going to throw this.
Right.
Yeah, they're going to throw this little fake for the most part. Denislaw's going to join up with them, so Mighty Max sees this. But honestly, I don't even see the setup for Endpoint changing that much.
Yeah, what's the reaction even going to be? All you can do is just wait it out.
And that's so nice there from Mighty Max to find the initial. It's starting to be baited away. I see Boros, though. He's the deadliest man in the server, and he sees the players in towards tunnel. Now the rotation goes the other way. Boros needs at least one. He can't find a headshot, though. And that will allow SKADE, actually, to make their way in towards the site.
But is that worth the price?
Ooh, maybe not. They've also lost Denislaw. Now this retake is very difficult to hold on to for SKADE, and Endpoint are going to find it. Very swift on the retake. I got to commend them for that.
Yeah, the problem with any sort of cheese play like this one is that you ultimately don't have any numbers left when it comes to defending from the retake, and especially on a that can still work if you have somebody, 2 players with like an AWP or an AK, maybe getting the bomb down, because then the defense is still manageable, especially with utility. But if you're playing the pistol round, it's so easy to walk in without getting shot. it's so easy to walk in against a Glock, especially if you have only maybe 2 members remaining. How are you going to watch all 3 of those avenues, especially if they have any utility left?
All right, so to start this off, this force buy, it was looking like it was going to be a mid push, but we have a much more, at least, realistic setup here for Endpoint to fight off against. Again, you did get the force buy, you did get the bomb plant, so you do get a very nice force buy to work with. Ships on an AK is quite a prospect, is what I must mention, and he'll find the initial, but crucial on the refrag. Needs a little bit more out of this situation. Damage on the bubble might suffice. They're looking to peek back towards middle. Dreamer. Crucial's going to be able to win the duel. As simple as that. Surreal has his support as well. This is perfectly played by Endpoint.
Yeah, SKADE were relying on their ability to just walk into middle and maybe get the kill on Crucial, but his repeat completely demolishes any opportunities that they might have had, and especially with Surreal joining the fray, that was near impossible. SKADE now heading up tunnels, relying on Denislaw and Waker to get something done. Surreal is in a very...
That's an angle.
Yeah, that's an off angle. There's no way they challenge this without losing at least one player.
Oh, I always get afraid when he just drops down, swings out in the open. Could have walked into the scout of Denislaw there, but Denislaw unable to connect the first shot, can't get the first kill, and this is not going to be an AK save. He doesn't have any armor to save, so it's not really worth even holding on to this. Maybe throw it out the map. Oh, he's making noise. Poor lad Denislaw ain't surviving this one. Boros is going to get it, and thanks for the AK upgrade, Denny. I'll take that one to the house. 10-7.
Yeah, this is looking a bit gloomy if you're in the shoes of SKADE. I think their strat book already looked a bit shallow when it came to the CT side, and when you're playing a much trickier T side, which has to deal with the potential pushes that Endpoint are now going to throw out, with all the depth that they've accumulated on their own map pick. I don't really have high hopes yet, but you know what? We're going to have to see. Gonna have to wait and find out.
All right, Bubble, a scout, a dream, and a headshot. Ooh. Let's go on the nerds. I don't even think that's going to be enough to win the round. They need more than that, but you know, it's a beautiful way to start it off.
It's all about style points, man. Like, do you think we actually come here for the Counter-Strike? No, it's all for the style points. You've got to have drip when you walk into a bomb site, and it seems like SKADE have their drip down under lock and key, trying to suffocate Surreal.
Oh, no. Oh no, things are going much worse than intended here. This wasn't on the schedule, the program. I didn't read this on the brochure for an anti-eco. I thought it was going to be a cool breeze, but it's actually a save for Endpoint. This is a full eco victory. I'll take this one as a yikes from me.
Yeah, I think it's time Mighty Max and Crucial head on over to T-Spawn, pull out their director's chair, and just lounge for a little bit, because they've got to wait for the time to expire.
I mean, okay. So, I mean, they blast open the site. I was a bit concerned when Crucial decided to drop his smoke instead of a stand and fight, because they were just running straight for him. He had no teammates next to him.
On the B-bomb site.
Yeah, I know. It's really surprising, because they found that initial pick towards mid, and SKADE realized that Surreal's just alone on the site. He's gonna have to at least get a triple kill.
Yeah.
Getting none ain't gonna get the job done. And so, a full eco victory to start this one off. I mean, we had like 3 force buy victories to start off this game, so I mean, it's not really unorthodox, I guess. Look. I mean, following the trajectory of this game here, this is just peanuts right now. Sending out towards long though, a force buy back in for Endpoint. They got all the rifles they want. Good flashes, but ships is better.
Oh no, this puts so much pressure on the CT side, especially with Boros having no HP. He couldn't stand his ground and fight, but now he's got Nerds on the case. They're sprawling all around the long side. They have all the options in the world, and with Dreamer taking away Boros, it puts a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Nerds, trying to stand his ground and fight all the way from long, gets taken away by the AWP. And now, it's Surreal, feeling very, very lonely.
Yeah. This time around, he was feeling lonely on the B site, got ran over, and now he's feeling lonely on the B site, but all his teammates in A are gone.
He's either lonely in the grave or on the ground. It's no in between.
And I mean, tough. I mean, it was looking good for a moment there for Endpoint, but I believe Ships was able, not necessarily some spam, but maybe he was only half blind during that kill onto Boros. If that kill goes the other way, then the whole scales of the long fight turn. And again, the round pans out in a different way. If one kill just goes in a different direction there, that's what the pros call the long fight, just a bit of a coin flip, because it really does come down to who gets that man advantage, who gets that extra player to work with in these little tiny little micro situations on towards long.
Especially,
so a little unfortunate there for Endpoint.
Especially when you consider that the second kill they were able to get, or the kill that Boris wasn't able to trade frag, was because Dreamer got that kill through just a smoke spam. He's able to get a double without actually ever seeing his opponent, so, I mean, that is a bit of a coin flip.
Yeah, agreed on that one. It's just, and that's just how the long play works. Like there's no fuss about it. Like a long play, like a long fight doesn't have to happen every single round. The CTs can actually give up long to try and take short control and fight for mid instead. But in that situation, you know, sometimes the unstoppable forces meet heads, and that time around didn't go the way of Endpoint. Back out long again. I mean, if this is working for SKADE, they might as well keep on doing this one pretty consistently. Of course, you're only against pistols. This is probably the best place you want to be on the map, all things considered. Push up towards mid. Yeah.
I believe in the previous meta, it was a lot more important for teams to take long control, especially because mid control wasn't a given. But now you can see the CTs starting to give it up a little bit more. Endpoint, do they have a chance in this one? I would seriously doubt it.
Okay, no, not like Rainwaker's also down to 29. I don't want to believe in this, and that nade might seal this round with like at least 150 damage, dump down range, and there you go. SKADE are gonna get it, even up the score back to 10. I mean, the full eco victory, the winning of the long fight, and they get a simple one after this. I mean, SKADE have been dealt a bit of a fortunate hand to start off this half, but it's really now time for things to turn for Endpoint, or SKADE are actually going to get accrue a significant lead.
If you're in the shoes of Endpoint right now and you're staring down the barrel of a second map that's probably not your favorite, you've got to be worried.
Yeah. I mean, Inferno is far from a great map for Endpoint. I mean, it's not that we haven't seen unconvincing performances. I think just the situations of the game that Endpoint have found themselves in come down to, I mean, at least, well, the full eco victory. You shouldn't be losing those, but on the flip side of that, at least the long fight that ensued in that previous one has set them on the back foot just a bit here. They don't have an op to really contend with Denislaw in this particular round, but they do have a boatload of utility still remaining. In fact, even a minute into the round, they still got 5 smokes to work with.
There's actually very little that Endpoint can do to defend from this, because there's 4 players who already have long control, and it really comes down to whether or not the spam works. It does. Boros gets the first kill, and they've left the Mighty Max unchecked, who manages to get a kill across long. 5 versus 3 now, and the CTs have a massive advantage. Dreamer trying to tug on the rope, but this tug of war is not going to be easy. Ships being left out of the battle all the way towards middle. Only 2 members remaining to fight. Hold down the ground. Boros lines up another.
He could do this. He can come up towards short and get a flank going. His teammate on Dreamer also gotten a kill. Now he can flank the entire CT spawn. And Dreamer, he's gotten 2. Ship's now in a 1v1. Is he gonna get it done? SKADE in a 2v4, put it together. And that was Dreamer all the way. He's alone. He has to buy time for Ships. He gets a double, allows the flank, and you got 11-10.
You can see for a second that Ships was ready to save, right? He hesitated before he even tried to take that duel. But you could see the comms unfolding before our very eyes. You could see that Dreamer was delaying it long enough for Ships to actually come in and get the backstab. Just beautifully done individually. And now Endpoint, they are struggling economically. They left long entirely in the previous round. SKADE, they might have found a chink in their armor. And they're just starting to steamroll Endpoint a little bit, if I'll be perfectly honest.
Yeah, there's no way in that situation. It's the individual brilliance there from Dreamer. There's no way in a tactical mindset that Dreamer should be able to get 3 kills from that position. From Goose, just able to laser down 2 players trying to retake against him and only going down to the 3rd and even dealing massive damage to that 3rd player too.
Oh yeah.
That shouldn't have even been possible with the amount of utility Endpoint had even towards that late round.
Half of the work had already been done before Ships even had to take the duel.
Right, exactly. Like, he just had a clean 1v1 and a guy who was 15 HP. Like, there was no issues there.
Did they molly this?
Out towards long here for SKADE. Boros with a Deeg in hand.
Why are they not
I'm gonna be
it? They're trying to lock up all the way. Do they skip this?
They might consider spamming it. If Boros does so much as pop out his head, he's a goner. But wait a
There's still a lot that
There's
can be
no-
done here. He can
There
add the
is
pressure.
no suspicion of this position. He's gonna stay tucked. I cannot
They've got to
believe it.
distract for him. There's no other way he can get more work done.
Oh, hello.
No!
Oh, no, he doesn't get any. It's a no-scope instead for Dennis Law. He was looking so good. I'll just give it, you hate to see it. Deagles just cannot connect, it feels. Body shot will do for Mighty Max. Sure, that's a gun to recover, but not much else.
If this was the, if
I
this
felt
was
like
the
Boris could have
pre-patch-
done so much there. And Mighty Max isn't even surviving the round. Skater up to 12. You know what? Let's just forget that one.
Yeah, if this was a pre-patch Deagle, things would have been very different. Those two body shots would have taken out the first player, and he could have been allowed to pick up the second, maybe even. Just that amount
Get
of
a
damage.
third, and then a fourth, and then an ace.
Yeah,
Crazy.
just, and then win the game, and then win the
Yeah.
major, and have a good
Wow.
life, live in the Bahamas in a
Get
mansion
married.
with a wife and 2 beautiful kids.
My gosh, if we were on a different patch, that would have all been possible. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, that's just not how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
A little bit of a early B setup to start this one off for SKADE. 5 players in towards tunnels and 1 Surreal to hold them all up. They're just going for the straight play right through the smoke. Surreal needs a multi, and he also has nerds on a secondary to find 2. Jumping over, and Surreal's gonna get it. Complete B site lockdown. They think they got Surreal isolated. But wait,
Okay.
they might actually have the site.
Yeah, the conversation's not really over just yet. The numbers are still being punched in, and it's a 3 versus 2. A very reasonable retake for them to defend from. And SKADE, they've done this before. They've got an AWP in the mix as well, but the problem is that Dennis Law is watching tunnels. That's where there's going to be zero attention. Waiting for the smokes to subside. It's going to be chaotic.
Oh, they're looking for a refresh smoke and a molly even in towards window. They're gonna blast through anyways, and they're gonna find Dennis Law. Rainmaker must put up a hold, trying
No.
to connect the spray. Thinks there's a second player in window, but they're all coming in through door. I mean, it was almost there, but Endpoint chose their time to go so perfectly.
I'm really not a big fan of how SKADE played that one. They've historically within this game, they've gotten so much space around long and middle, and Endpoint's inability to put those 2 areas down under lock and key just shows us that SKADE have a lot more space to be able to condition Endpoint to bait out rotations. And even in the first gun round, Endpoint was very easily baited out with the rotations as well. So I think SKADE not being able to capitalize on some of the miscommunication that might be going on the side of Endpoint, I'm not too happy about that. You know, if you're gaining success on playing these elaborate rounds, why would you suddenly throw a wrench in the works and go for? Yeah,
I think it's a little bit of at least SKADE have consistently found Surreal just alone on the site without like nerds trying to support him from middle. I mean, there's just a tiny little wrench in that plan, or else it would have went very perfectly. But they had nerds at mid doors. It was completely unsmoked, so he just got the free fire on 2 players, and that made Surreal's job infinitely easier. Like, in the grand scheme of the round, Surreal only got 1 kill. It's not like he dropped a crazy amount of counter utility. It was really just nerds to make that site hold the reality. I mean, the idea there from SKADE is good, but it's not. It didn't really pan out as nerds had a secondary op.
Yeah, realistically, I don't even think that's like a bad play tactically, because like if you've had a lot of elaborate ideas going right, then you would expect Endpoint to start thinking up or like to start brewing up a concoction to take care of that, right? Then you throw in a rush and everything falls apart for the opposing team because they're expecting something a lot slower, a lot more elaborate. So I can understand that, but yeah, Nerds just getting that double with the AWP, I think it was a bit of a slow push from SKADE, which could have gone a lot better, surely. It come down to the duels.
Yeah, we love a good technical pause also, just to kind of decipher this game, pick it apart, dissect it, look at all the insides, and kind of take a good look at what we've gone. I'm sorry, yeah, but I mean, hey, there is actually a lot to break down in terms of, I mean, honestly, Endpoint probably shouldn't have lost like a variety of that 5-round spree that we see at the top of the screen. I mean, we saw the long play. That didn't really pan out. A 2-on-4 that came out with Dreamer putting up a massive individual hold on towards Goose. And I think that's just what SKADE work with. Like, they honestly have some of the best individuals in Tier 2 CS.
I think they're still having a few teething issues with regards to the 2 new pickups on their squad, but they've got a long way to go. And yeah. I think games like this one, where they can still frag out when it's super chaotic, and their ability to communicate within rounds really exhibits itself on the server. So, you know what? lots to build up on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Bubble has probably led one of the most successful Bulgarian teams in at least the last 3 years in Fiend to at least some heights, almost making a major appearance. Just a single best of 3 away from making a major appearance and nabbing some stickers for that squad. But coming over at least to SKADE, trying to bring these guys up to a level. I mean, honestly, the core of this lineup, Ships, Denislaw, and Rainwaker, have dominated in the past, dominated tier 2 scene. It's just unfortunate that there weren't any majors running while they were having their show of form, or when they were in tip-top shape. But I think the addition of Bubble and Dreamer can actually make this roster like at least a long-term success. First, though, they got to kind of get the engine start on the wheels turning.
I think it was a little unfortunate to not see them show up in the RMR Open qualifiers, because just knowing that the actual major would still like be a bit of a ways off, they would have time to practice. We would see a completely different style of SKADE. But yeah, just falling a little bit short of that. Endpoint making the cut. Now, this game in particular is well, one thing I wanted to say about this is that it comes down to whether or not Endpoint can hold on long enough, right? Because one single round not going in their way means that their economy is completely crushed. So they're always going to be hanging from a thread here.
Yeah, and so if SKADE can pull off another round and all of a sudden Dust 2 just looks like their map, honestly, this technical pause might benefit Endpoint more than anything. Looking at at least the schematics of the game and where they need to kind of pull up with the round, that they need some breathing space in this game, right? They're down a round, but their money can't take any more punishment than it already has. And I mean, the coffers for SKADE are just overflowing with cash, so there shouldn't be any issues. Finally, we're going to get back into it. A little bit of a lengthy tech pause. We talk about the history of SKADE and at least the hopes and anticipation we have for. How about the anticipation of this round? 24 coming your way. Double op setup still in play. Let's get it done.
Do Endpoint once again play a style of Counter-Strike where they abandon long? It doesn't seem to be the case, because they've realized that SKADE really like to be able to pressure that area, and they've actually, I would say it might be a bit of an overcommitment initially, because it allows SKADE to have too much information around middle. Luckily for them, they're playing this default style of setup, which doesn't allow them to actually capitalize on Endpoint's aggressive positioning towards long. So it ends up working out for them just fine, allowing Boros to quickly situate himself in pit with an insurance policy in the form of a player playing from the A site, playing the AWP, so he can help both angles. But now this is where the push starts to come in.
Ooh, Boros needs some help right now. He's trying to at least call over his teammate in Crucial, but he's blinded off the angle. And Boros is still inside a pit. They don't know exactly for sure, but they have suspicions of where he is. Boros might be a known factor, but of course, that might not even matter. This guy has shown he's hit incredible shots so far this series. Are they going to discount him? They might just discount him here. They have not hard cleared him. They haven't showed any intention that they are going to clear pit. They're sitting out there with nades in hand. Oh no, this is not what SKADE wanted. This is everything Boros wants, though. He almost has a lineup. He wants to drop Denny first, and then he's looking to line up 3, looking to join him with 4, joining together with Mighty Max, and that's all they needed. SKADE discounted it. It's 12-all.
It's so unfortunate because Ships turned around and tried to quickly put Boros in the grave, but he ended up killing his own teammate instead. Made the duel a lot easier, so Boros is just doing the mental mathematics. He's like, alright, how do I have to position the crosshair to get all 3 players? Well, it doesn't matter because Ships has already done half of the task.
And sometimes in that situation, you want to shoot the player that's furthest away from you. But I like his decision to take down Denislaw because he might spin around and just no-scope him with an AWP. With an AK, it's a much harder shot to hit. It's also like the communications couldn't come in fast enough to spin and turn on a Boros. I mean, SKADE had no idea, and that's what it costs to not check that position. Even if there's no shots fired, if he's not peeking, it doesn't always mean that there's no one there.
I think the reason he killed the farther player first is because the reason he killed the closer player first is because that still allows him to tuck himself into pit if he doesn't hit that second and third shot. If he kills the farther players first, that means that the closest player can very easily take that duel.
Okay, up towards long right now here for SKADE. They've taken the control seamlessly. They didn't need to go through Boros in this one, but they have just sent a bullet straight through Crucial's head. Boros, on the other hand, though, looking for the spam. There's a boost up in play. It's so close that knocking out Bubble from underneath his perch. And Rainmaker down to 10 HP. Mighty Max is actually on this site. There is no flash to really stop him, but Rainmaker ready for it. The molly from Boros is great, though. And Denislaw playing from behind the car. Could have an opportunity, but Nert's not looking the right way, and Denislaw gets it done. Denislaw with another. Now Surreal in a 1v3, and he gets locked in from Dreamer. Just too slow on the frags there for Endpoint. They allowed Denislaw to get away with murder.
I cannot believe that Denislaw was allowed so much space. They knew he was behind the car, but they're still not really paying attention to him, which allows him to get away with 3 separate kills. Just, I mean, you put it just right. I think they were a bit too slow on the kills. If anything, I would have really liked to see Endpoint tunnel vision onto actually getting the frags towards long. And now SKADE starting to get ahead. The problem with this late lead and the economy starting to fall apart is that Endpoint will be out of money when it matters the most.
Right. I mean, they've never been able to string 2 gun rounds together. They have to do it here, basically. They have to keep themselves with breathing space, or this map is just falling.
Sorry, do they still not have 2 gun rounds in a row? Question mark?
Nope.
Okay, wonderful.
Love to see it. And here we go.
Man, SKADE are in love with this long play there. They want to keep sticking to it.
Oh, here goes Crucial. Crucial, though, is just going to be holding a line. He's going to take a pot shot when a flash goes up. There's a smoke of this guy to try and smoke him out. He takes the shot. Boros is still in pit. Oh, this time around, he's going to get checked, though. And this time around, he might get hunted down, and it'll be found by the nade
they had
ships.
nades for him.
Yeah, this time around, they really don't want him to get away from this one. Crucial, at least required, but there's Dreamer. Instantaneous headshot. Crucial needs more. They're going for a dry swing, but Crucial misses the first shot. It's huge, but Nertz has his support. Nertz almost gets 2 in that position and actually brings it back to 3-on-3 territory. Max needs this kill, though. Dreamer's not going to let him have it. 3 kills on the mid-hold. Denislaw's waiting for the peak, and that is Endpoint's economy sunk.
That is a crazy play from Dreamer. His ability to hold down mid all by his lonesome, just keep being a thorn in their side while the crux of the action is happening on the A site. Beautiful. And as you mentioned, the economy's fallen apart. Their wallets have been torn. No money's found. And well, now you've got to bank on this this cute little half-buy to end up working out in your favor.
A mid-push on the cards. I think it's being watched for here by Rainmaker, but a good flash might allow for it. Rainmaker's dinked, and even a second one landed onto Denislaw, but that's not going to amount to a kill. It's not enough done for Nertz. And so sending the MP9 forward, not paying off. Still looking to hang around towards middle, though.
I really love the fact that... Oh, nice little shot.
Okay.
Yeah, SKADE really want to play this passively because they realize that Endpoint have the pressure to push because they've got the Deagles. But I do think that... Oh, I'm going to have to hold that thought here because the Deagles seem to be popping off.
I always get a little bit worried when you start playing headshot angles versus Deagles. Trying to take that cat fight against, at least that's the most optimal play you can get. And Crucial even playing up close. Bubble's low to start this one off. Looking for headshots, though. Crucial, that's not going to do. And so they'll get the B site to work with. And I mean, if anything, B site retakes are dangerous. They almost get the wall banks down even on the Bubble. Trying to find just one kill to snag onto, to grab onto, to bolster them into this kind of retake. Dreamer with that nade, though. Oh, man, it touches down. Boros going to drop himself into the site. Rather, that's Mighty Max into the site. Boros down low to 62. They might just throw themselves at this one to see what happens. But Bubble was just playing head down, tucked away, and that's an easy one on a Boros. It's 15 for SKADE. They've won the important rounds this game so far.
All right, last chance for Endpoint. Do they step up? Because next map, I wouldn't really put my chips on them.
Yeah. I mean, you got 3 gun rounds to win. Okay, and they did win 2 gun rounds in a row, but it didn't feel like it because SKADE were able to just bring out gun round after gun round after gun round. They haven't had any troubles in doing whatever they need to do and do what they do in practice. They haven't had to take the egos and all that stuff. And, well, Endpoint have, and now they have Mighty Max in the dirt to fight out another 4-on-5. Are they just going to bring in Boros and Nertz? they're going to try and retake this with 3 players to put all their chips on the table to try and take this fight back towards long. They're actually going to vacate it for the most part. Rainwaker seems to be aware of this possibility, smoking towards Gore and Amalian towards the Barrels, and they also find Rainwaker, and that's huge! They got 2, and Crucial's even waiting to catch the cross! They're there on every front, and they've won it there for Endpoint. A 4-on-5 turned 4-on-1. Dennis trying to make things do, but it ain't happening. Endpoint get their duels, and they win them all.
They've got to do it all over again, though. They've got to do it a couple times in a row. They've got to bring it to overtime if they want to make this entire series more palatable. If you're enjoying this action, of course, you should go ahead and check out our partners over at Skin Baron. 5 years off, wherever you can type this code for your first purchase. tb.gg/SkinBaron is the place to be for all of this info.
They're going to need some extra big weapon skins for SKADE. They're going to wish they had it. We're starting out already. Back in towards long. Very quickly jumping in towards this round. Crucial gets the initial. MOUZ traded out. Leaves Endpoint yet again in another man disadvantage, and they need to find another way to navigate the situation.
But Endpoint are in, I mean, a rock, a hard place, a boulder, everything surrounding them. They've got to make it work with Nurse on very little HP. Crucial's got to hit his shots because he's the only one that can take them out without taking too much of a battle. Surreal makes things equal, and now it's a lot more digestible for them.
This player walking on mid, though. Ships has snuck his way out and towards middle.
Surreal's expecting it.
He needs to be ready for this play, though. He gets the initial one on a dream.
No!
He gets both of them! Ships was just there to try and cut rotations, and he might be able to do this. He's turned this 1v3 into a 1v2. And he has an idea maybe where both these players are. Now he might. Nurse just made sound towards CT spawn. He knows where these 2 remaining players are. And Ships is going to make his move. Nurse is trying to draw out the attention. Surreal. Head spawn and Ships is going to get it. Now it's just a 1v1. 29 versus 61. It takes a bullet here from Ships to do it. And he's just going to play around it and get the headshot. A 1v3 for Ships to lock down map 1. And now, going to their map pick, SKADE have the gas pedal floored.
Absolutely crazy stuff. But Endpoint, they're unable to thread the needle at the very end. But we're going to be back with a map number 2. Do Endpoint come back on it? We're about to find out. Stay tuned.
Map number 1 going far and away not the way Endpoint wanted it to be, but they can still bounce back if they put up an Inferno and at least change that mantra. This little voice speaking to you, it's fine, and I'm joined by Faraz Wild D from around the world. How's it going?
Well, it's going to be a lot better if Endpoint can start putting up a bigger performance. I don't really
that's-
expect that to happen on Inferno, though, to be perfectly honest. They haven't really shown us too much of a sample size of what to expect. But SKADE starting it off strong. Map number 1's already in their front pocket. Their back pocket's feeling a little lonely, so Inferno wouldn't feel too shy in there.
Yeah, it's a map that's definitely netted them some good success, at least during the RMR qualifiers. They were able to grind that out against a couple of the better teams here in EU.
Oh no, this can't be good for Endpoint. They've only got one member waiting.
No.
Yeah, they've entirely gambled on SKADE. On Endpoint,
And
rather.
also, Mighty Max is already gush. Like, he's not even going to consider using his smoke. Even look at the execute that they're throwing. This is just beautiful.
Yeah, he's already out of the conversation before anything even happens. And look at SKADE's willingness to take this aggressive, but Denislaw could be punished for it if he doesn't have backup. 3 players coming his way.
2 kills found, too, and Bubble even snags another. The 2v4 is what follows, but I think Endpoint don't really want a piece of this. I mean, it's a pistol round. You basically got to go for it, see what Crucial can do, but a 1v4 is not happening anytime soon. It's SKADE with the pistol.
Yeah, Endpoint, they've got to hold on to their horses now because it's already a terrible start to the game, losing the pistol round entirely with basically no impact even.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really, not really even putting a fight towards the end of it. I mean, Mighty Max is there just a jump spot, but he gets gushed up and doesn't even want to have a part of the exit. You even have to smoke, maybe to even stall out after the fact of that matter, but that didn't happen at all.
That's really just a textbook gamble going wrong. And if that happened, you can't really ever pin it down on one player like, oh, okay, you know, maybe he got gushed, maybe he had a smoke, whatever. Man, it was 1 player against 5.
Yeah.
What can he even do, right? But yeah, it could have gone a little bit better for them, but now they're up against rifles. Actually a mixed bag. They've got a Galil, couple of 3 MAC-10s, an AK-47 thrown in there for good measure as well. But these weapons can still work out because Surreal's got an MP9 and the Deagles can always be very deadly.
Yeah, running a little 3B setup to start this one off for Endpoint. Nerds could be a little bit of the bait. Good well-timed smoke there from Endpoint.
I think they're willing to gamble on the fact that there will be MAC-10s on the server for SKADE, which is why they're willing to still gamble on the B site because they're expecting this to be a hard and fast push.
Ollie goes in. It's Mighty Max is going to have to use his smoke to extinguish it. Surreal up top. They've lost all of them. Just Mighty Max playing from the back of the site. They're going to clear him out for sure, but he'll get 1 before it's all said and done. But I think now it is all said and done.
Yeah, there's nothing that Mighty Max could have done there because even after they got those first 2 kills, they see the smoke bloom in second oranges, and they immediately know that there's going to be a player hunt triple. Just pretty straightforward round for SKADE. At that point, it just comes down to the firepower being better for them. I still think that Endpoint should have played it a little bit more aggressively to try to get early information and allow for the rotations to come through, and maybe more of a gamble stack would have been appropriate in this particular round as opposed to the pistol.
I mean, they can nab up a couple extra Deagles for the next round. If anything, I trust Boros on a Deagle. I'm serving my allegiances to Boros.
Yeah, we trust in
If there's
Boros.
any highlight. Yeah, trust in Boros, folks. At the end of it, though, 2-0, the bomb goes up in smoke with the B site. And for the next one, Endpoint, they're gearing up for the full eco.
Already starting off on the CT side with such a big disadvantage, I'm not too happy with that because that severely puts this series under threat for the side of Endpoint because now you've got SKADE that is playing the disadvantageous side. They have the money advantage initially as well, and you already know that this is their own map pick, so they're going to have a grand old time playing that CT side. This is going to be a throwaway round, though, so I think this gives both teams a chance to breathe. Except Boros.
No, Boros got this. Trust in Boros. Any non-believers will be punished. But at least for the most part, they got the top banana control. All SKADE really need to do is line up and execute. I think that might just decide the round in essence. Nert's behind the fountain. I like this off angle. It can pay off. It can pay off. Doesn't mean it is, or maybe it can. There it is. Nerds is gonna get the initial one, mollied out of position, and you know, he has a realistic chance to fight all these players off. Pumping the brakes on the execute for the most part are SKADE. They're cautiously moving forward, but now that the utility might be starting to fade, the hesitation could get the better of them. The mollies go in, the re-execution is solid, but will they be ready for Nerds? Still playing out in towards that site pillar. Bubble's gonna jump up, he's gonna go down. A second kill for the USP of Nerds. Anything more? No, but we leave a 2v2.
This is still very doable for Cyril and Boros. Boros has armor as well, and does he have the chance to pick up a weapon? Not quite sure. Trying to quickly get some information. Dreamer's been tagged down a notch as well, so he's in 2 body shot category. Now for the retake.
Dreamer up top, though. Huge off angle is the issue. Yeah, Boros is going to fall first. Surreal the next. But you know what? We'll call it good damage. It's 3-0 for SKADE.
Yeah, that was an incredibly respectable round, to be perfectly honest. The odds were against them, and they're still able to capitalize. But if you want to capitalize on odds, of course, the audience, you can go ahead and check out the latest betting odds at teb.gg/live odds. To check out our partner over at Pinnacle.
The whole darn tournament's named after him, for God's sake. So go ahead and check him out for sure, for sure, for sure. 3-0 start here for SKADE. See if they can at least rinse and repeat. We do have a gun round, though, running up for Endpoint. So at least starting this one off, they're looking to gear up for this little brackets control, at least to play anti against it. They got Boros playing very aggressive in towards Boiler. They also have Crucial in charge of the apartments. A little setup here, trying to cover all avenues of approach. Allow these individuals to shine, but they've walked up B in the meantime, and that is horrid.
Now they've smoked out CT spawn, which sort of sells the idea that this could be a B push, but Boros being taken away in apartments now quickly puts their attention towards the potential of it being an A push. But there's only Crucial on the defense. He's zoned in on apartments, waiting for them to walk into an angle. Now short seems to be their domain, first shot connected, but they still want to stick to it. How quickly are the reinforcements going to arrive?
He drops into spawn, and at least towards pit rather, and it basically is spawn because it's his defensive bastion that he can work from. Molly's in, but the smoke and, you know, that reinforcement you were talking about, it's probably arrived, but maybe he doesn't need it. That's 3 kills for Crucial. And a 1v3 remains here for Denislaw. Spots the player out towards Moto, but he can't best him. Crucial and Surreal put it all together. What a round there for Endpoint.
Yeah, that really just came down to Crucial just being a madman with the AWP, just coming in around the apartments, locking down short himself, being able to take duel after duel. That is wonderful stuff. You can see that SKADE are starting to sweat just a little bit. Maybe they want to take a timeout, discuss a few things, because their money isn't looking really amazing. Denislaw on 5,000 and Dreamer on about the same, but the rest of the squad doesn't really have a grip on the money. Good chance for them to take a breather, talk about some things. On the other hand, though, Endpoint, they're feeling very comfortable. They've picked up an AK. They've got M4s locked and loaded. Mighty Max has a little nest egg starting to build up as well. And I'm interested in seeing how SKADE are going to play this one out. Do you think it's going to be a full eco? I'm at the very least expecting a couple of Deagles to come out.
I could feel inclined for AKs to be purchased up. I mean, Tech 9s on a...
Yeah, okay.
AKs and Tech 9s on a map like Inferno is not bad, but we have to enter into a little tech to get that one done. But honestly, when I look at the players on SKADE, they can certainly make a round like this too. Doing a little spin here with the A side, checking out
cinematics.
Wow, there you go. Into Boiler. This is what it's like if, I mean, Inferno's 0 gravity. It's pretty nice. We have to, and even the camera's checking all his corners. Like, look at that. Very disciplined there.
Yeah, if only if only the players were as diligent at checking corners, Boros wouldn't have been in the position on car in the previous map, nor would he have been allowed to get away with his pit play. But you know what?
That was honest.
Yeah, go on.
That was one of that is a play that I've never ever seen even possible. I could probably pull that off in a matchmaking game, but rarely have I ever seen someone get away with that kind of thing at the pro level.
Yeah, it barely ever works, does it? But you know what? The Pug style of play does sometimes work out for you. But you know what? If you enjoyed this little mini game of watching the drone fly around, maybe you're gonna have fun playing an actual game on the stream. Check out stream cards. Click the little icon that pops up, play stream cards. You can make little predictions about what's happening inside the game right now.
This round's probably pretty unpredictable, though, considering the rifles brought out, boatloads of utility as well. So SKADE can run the setups that they want to run. So taking this away for round number 5, SKADE are looking to fight back.
You can see that Endpoint want to go for this aggressive B take. Already have deployed a smoke, a little one-way to allow themselves to have a little bit more vision. Nurse being pushed off the angle with flashes coming his way. Wants to still aggress it. I'm a little surprised that he's so cavalier with taking that duel, but I think it's going to cost him. Ships already takes him off the board, and now there's one defender remaining on the B site.
Yeah, Mighty Max is going to be tasked with the hold. In fact, SKADE, they don't even want to delay. They know they have an isolated fight. Can Max hold on? He cannot. Ships on the entry. Crucial trying to maybe rotate in, but that bomb's going down.
You can already see that the comms have taken place for them because 2 of the players are already on the A side. They haven't even budged an inch. They are in a very peaceful state of mind. They don't want to take that duel. They're going to shy away from this battle. In the meantime, Crucial still had a foot through the door, wanted to try his hand at maybe getting a kill before stepping out of the battle.
Yeah, almost trying to take a little look in towards that later stage, maybe get it turned into a 3-on-3. Even then, though, like Endpoint were so far away on the map, they were already content with, this round's done. I'm surprised that Nerds stood around in that position for so long to start off the round 2.
That too without any supportive utility, right? So at the very least, you would expect Mighty Max to take a more upfront angle, at least be ready for the trade frag, because at that point, if you're going to let your player be isolated and you're not going to go for the rotations, might as well commit the second player as well, right? Why would you give them 2 1 versus 1s when you could very easily then give them a 2 versus X, right? So, a bit sad about how they played that one out. And SKADE, they continue to devour the players of Endpoint. Just a 1 buy remaining for them before they have to go back to those pistols.
Yeah, and that's what they were basically stuck on for all of Dust 2. You don't want to be in the situation that they were in again. It just feels painful when you have to keep ecoing after ecoing and hoping to win full eco rounds, deagle rounds. They've gotten close a couple times, but this time around, maybe not. Oh, that's a nice tag to start the round off for Crucial.
Yeah, look at this reaction from Endpoint. Now they've been conditioned into believing that it's going to be a mostly B-heavy map, but that's not what SKADE are going to bank on. Smoke's ready to be deployed. They've already smoked off the left side, and Surreal's going to have a big task ahead of himself.
Whoa, but there's actually, I'm not sure they're ready for it. Surreal almost gets the double kill, but now, as they've wrapped all the way around Arch, Boros is completely blind and out in the open, and again, Endpoint are running off to the hills. This is, I mean, they get smoked out, and they just get turned on to blast.
Oh, I really love that from SKADE. If you look at the first 3 rounds, the first 4 rounds, it was all a B-side play, right? And you can see that Endpoint are like, all right, you know what, maybe we do need to have some more attention on B, at least send 3 players early on. And I think SKADE were expecting for the 3-man push initially on B, or the 3-man take, because generally what teams really like to do is send 3 players initially and then rotate 1 player over to arches. Right. But before that rotation can actually come in after the overcommitment towards the B site, SKADE have already pushed down middle. They're already in brackets. They're already up arches. So where is that rotation going to be? Nowhere. Yeah, it's going to be tucked into the B site. They'll be chilling.
Yeah, you need a molly to really like slow that kind of push down too.
Yeah, they simply weren't ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
And Surreal took the duel.
Yeah, in that situation, you're just normally supposed to have a molly down towards mid-brackets area to kind of slow down that push. I'm just surprised. I mean, there's always a decision behind why that wasn't there. Maybe it was a genuine mistake. We can't really know unless we just walked up and talked to Endpoint about it. But either way, 5-1 to start this round, to start this game off for SKADE is overwhelming. And they're looking to keep up the same sort of mantra.
The good thing for Endpoint is that they don't have half of their foot out the door, which means they're allowed to save weapons. They really commit to the save if they do feel like that round is not going to be in their favor, which is allowing them to continually buy up time after time. Now, SKADE going back to their old winning ways, heading up Banana. Lots of control here, and Endpoint this time around, they've got 3 players committed, not even close to arches, so the rotations will be slow.
Oh, that on the mark. They have a huge... They have a huge nade cache as well, so they can keep shuffling and... Oh, that's an AT grenade out in the open. Nice nade you got there. How about we just try and execute on you? That smoke also has a massive gap to the left. That might just beckon them forward. Nerds is going to be an interesting spot, but SKADE actually don't want to commit.
I really like this from Endpoint. They're playing it passively now that they've got the initial damage going. They've got information. And with only 55 seconds on the clock, the rotations have been derived from Endpoint. They're ready for this push.
There's 3 players looking to push forward. Max is going to clear the corner, but that's an instant headshot found from Ships. And that's already one of those B players down and out. Crucial blinded. So is Nerds. The setup has been broken. The crossfire isn't there. Can Nerds hold on? He's just mollied out. And Crucial, is he seriously going to try and make a play through smoke? He doesn't want to save anymore. He wants to take the fights. He's gotten the first, but spam down. Finally found by Dennis Law. And I'm not sure this is even a round for Endpoint.
Yeah, that's the nade out of the play as well, because Dreamer tried to commit to it, wanted to get the numbers advantage, but he gets pincered by 2 players. Even if he wanted to walk out of that battle, he would be taken away by the player that was waiting for him in Coffins. And now Cyril and Boros back to the hills.
It's been a lot of this. It's been a lot of this. Just waiting out the clock on the bomb. And I mean, you can talk about the confidence, but just not even able to be playing your game. Normally Nerds can really loves to take some steps forward for this Endpoint side. His aggressive rifling is an X factor for this team, but mostly he's been neutralized and left to sit on sites. And also the mid-round aggression could raise some question marks. You do have to mention the shot for Ships, but at the end of the day, bomb up and smoke 6-1 for SKADE.
Yeah, you mentioned that Nerds is an X factor, but when that doesn't work out, it's going to impact the performance of the rest of his squad very negatively, especially when you're playing a map like Inferno, right? Where losing only 1 player on the B site can often mean that the entire site is just up for grabs. It's a very easy duel to take off of that if you just go for a simple execute. And it's starting to show on the scoreboard. I mean, it's been showing on the scoreboard for a couple of rounds already. 6-1, massive lead for the side of SKADE. Not too much money floating around for Endpoint. They've been thriving on just surviving with weapons.
Maybe looking to take in this one, at least looking to fight for top banana control this time around here for Endpoint, and Crucial looking to fight through an arch smoke at the moment.
One thing that's
gonna
really
count his lucky
surprising-
start. Ooh,
I'm gonna have to
okay,
hold that
down
on,
banana.
yeah.
Yeah, let's run it down banana. How about it? Also, Dreamer down to 6. It seems like Endpoint finally found some fight on him.
Yeah, okay, this is the one time that their push works out without having to cost them. In fact, Dreamer's been taken down to 6 points of health as well, so he could be counted out if they can manage to find a stray bullet in him. A minute on the clock. They're still unsure where they want to go, but with the way the bomb is positioned, it should be the B-side take. Endpoint still not willing to budge just yet. In the meantime, SKADE want to start to throw a fake towards the A-side, make sure that 3 of the players will stay there, and the rest of the SKADE squad tries to take the duel towards B, make it at least a bit more favorable, especially with 40 seconds on the clock.
Oh! That was exactly what they needed. That's what they were looking for. They got a clean entry on the Max. Now Nert, he has been boosted up. He does want the likes of Ships, but if the angle's just simply not good enough, and even Dennis Law cutting off rotations, Crucial has no say in the matter. And Endpoint just get blown up. They even lose Boros. And, I mean, I'll be damned if Crucial can save this one.
Yeah, this time around they even have Dennis Law to make sure that nobody runs to the hills. They've got a troll waiting under the bridge to eat them up. And one thing I really wanted to mention is that...
He's getting found here. Hold on.
Yeah, there it is. Now I can finally get my point out.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah, it's that Endpoint are willing to take duels on B, but there's this massive polarity in between the bomb sites. They're not willing to take apartments at all. They're not willing to rush down second middle, Molotov middle, smoke second middle for a shot, try to throw flashes down, try to throw nades down. So many different options that they can use to pressure the middle area that would force, that would at least allow the other Endpoint players on the B side to play it a little bit more passively. When none of that is available, you can see exactly why Endpoint are feeling so pressured with no threat from the rest of the SKADE squad.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, I mean, look, even in that particular round, Endpoint did a great job to get their openers, but Max just getting caught clean was the primary issue. They're getting very sneaky here, our SKADE. They're getting up close to the side. Ships wants to entry yet again. Always, this corner seems to be his home turf, right where he's playing from. It catches, it's caught 2 players. It's caught Max off guard twice, and there goes Nerds up through the smoke, and Max... At least, he'll get a smoke down, but that's maybe the extent of this.
Yeah, just with pistols, what are you even going to do, right? You've been struggling with rifles, you haven't been able to push through banana, and this kind of play is what I would like to see from Endpoint when they do have weaponry, you know? You've got a player playing outside short, you've got a player trying to push into boiler, get a lot of information, because they're reacting to the plays of SKADE to make rotations happen. You don't have to do that. You can play proactively, get early information, and make rotations off of that.
Max trying to get a little sneaky there, blocking the smoke, and Boros getting tagged up down to 36. I mean, you might as well just save your Kevlar in the next round, get some extra utility for yourself to work with. This is a null and void round. Boros just getting plucked out, and they're out of this again. I mean, Endpoint, yeah, it's a deagle round, sure, but I think they need every round they can get at this rate.
Yeah, so
Surreal just gonna dive
a lot
back
of this,
through.
a lot of this game has just been holding the S key because they're backing out of the site.
Yep.
They're just reversing. You can hear the beeping of a truck.
Yeah, it's been a lot of just not really going. I mean, a couple of the rounds that they have tried to go for top banana control has actually looked okay. When you have Nerds and Max taking initial duels, cycling over nades. I mean, they were able to get themselves an opening pick and drop, I believe, is one of the players down to 6 points of health, but they weren't able to convert because Max got caught out on the B site play and left Nerds alone. Even then, it feels like they need 3 players towards every site. In fact, I can't remember the last time SKADE even went towards A. In fact, the last time they went towards A, I think it was crucial getting a triple kill on the op. So just keep avoiding that one and you'll be fine.
The thing is, I'm a big fan of taking control of top banana, right? Because I think it's one of the staples of playing the CT side. But I don't agree with it if there's no pressure towards the rest of the map. Okay. Crucial. All right, you've got to hit that shot, and he does. Nails a skull already. And that's the kind of play I wanted to see from Endpoint. You know, pressure the rest of the map, even if you are going to take top banana.
This time around. Oh, there's a fight towards top banana as well. Denislav goes down, and Boros, he does get blinded off his angle. He's going to have to back away, but Surreal's in a perfect position here. He's going to swing out and line up too. And there you go. Endpoint put up a lockdown A site. No brackets control even in can't even imagine they could get brackets control with this kind of play. And Boros is going to show a little bit of shoulder. And Rainwaker's out of the picture. So, all right, that's a hell of a way to bounce back.
8-2 Endpoint. I think something might have just clicked in their heads. Because they're willing to play the A side a bit more proactively now, you know, send a player in apartments, willing to look down middle, pressure them with the AWP so that if they end up heading to banana, they either have to face the thunder of top banana control or they have to back out at the expense of being challenged by an AWP. That's what I really like to see. And it is starting to exhibit itself on the server now, but look at SKADE wanting to push it immediately.
Trying to turn it back towards top banana yet again, and Nerds back up to his barrels. Business blinded up, but has Mighty Max next to him. Spots out Bubble, spots out that shoulder. Does take him down, but Denislav on the refrag. Still, though, a 3-on-4 is workable for both sides, honestly.
Mighty Max quickly realizes that there's absolutely no reason for him to take that duel, otherwise it would isolate the only remaining member, which would be Surreal. And they need to play passively. Surreal.
Right, they don't want to give up the picks like they were earlier on. Back to B now. Now they have 2 players to actually put on a realistic hold. Pushing through, though, and they both go down! It's like, this time around, it looks perfect for Endpoint until 2 clean entries come through.
Yeah, there's no way you can allow that, right? You've got Mighty Max, you've got Surreal waiting in 2 opposite angles. You can't be giving up those duels at all, even if you have to play it a bit more passively. And now Endpoint, they're stuck on the other side of the map once again. I mean, is that really how it's going to be the whole game, man? I'm a bit disappointed to see that. You see, this is why I have a love and hate relationship with Inferno. It's like you can see some really crazy action early on, lots of opportunity for control, but then also at the very end of the round, the long rotation times across the map just mean, well, you're not going to be seeing many duels. You're going to have to wait out the bomb timer.
Yeah, you definitely age a little bit by watching a dominant game, a dominant T side of Inferno.
Yeah.
You get a lot of this action.
It's kind of a double-edged sword, because at the same time, it's also allowing Endpoint to have more opportunities at a better gun round. But those opportunities are not being cashed on. I think we've only seen, like, 2 rounds where they didn't have proper weaponry, simply because they can keep saving up time and time again. But it's not converting on the scoreboard. SKADE are getting away with 9 rounds. Especially with the expectation that they will be on the CT side after this.
Right. So coming up again, Not the same set, but they have Max on a secondary. I'll give this one up to him. And Crucial back up to his same antics. This time around, he's not going to have Dreamer jump into his crosshair. I'm actually surprised Max is picking up. Oh, you know what? Maybe he'll have Rainwaker jump up into his crosshair instead. Crucial gets a very similar opener as the previous. Endpoint needed to convert this kind of round, though. Looking to at least execute in towards that B site. Again, they dab the double setup. They want to push through again. Can't get spammed through, but Nurse is going to go down. And now you have the isolated player in Max. He can't connect the first shot. And there you go. It happens exactly again.
There it is. The S key, the W key, the bunny hopping back home. At some point, you just need your keyboard. You don't even need your mouse anymore.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, you could just play this, just like tuck away and pit, and just like if it's B site players versus the world. Oh, I just can't understand how it keeps happening over and over again.
This game would be played out the exact same way if they were just if they only had 3 players and they were gambling on the B side.
It's literally just it's like there's one, like you can cut the map in half, all right?
Yeah.
Like just have the banana and B site. That's all you need for this game.
The rest of the map is just not being played. You're just not using the rest of the map. It's just Crucial still. Like I really like that Crucial is trying to capitalize on their positions around second middle and taking away some control, but there's no pressure from the rest of the squad. And you know what? We saw SKADE being super aggressive on the CT side of Dust 2. I want to see Endpoint be aggressive on their opponent's map pick as well on the CT side. Where is that aggression? Why is it only in top banana?
Right. I mean, you do have to put at least some resistance towards top banana. But the thing is SKADE are just getting free executes. There's no real contest. It's really only been Crucial who's been at least putting up a fight to the map control that SKADE's trying to take. In this round, look at this.
What's even more unfortunate is that even when Endpoint are making the correct play, they're simply getting mowed down by a couple of really good duels being picked up by SKADE. So I think the stars are definitely not in line today for Endpoint. Okay, top banana control. Absolutely fantastic. They've got full banana, but they still get mowed down. Okay, I mean, at that point, you've really got to snip the cord for your mouse, right?
Yeah, and now you gotta back away, you have to give up the control, and just hope you can play versus a B-side execute. Like, SKADE have full control of the map. That's a bit ambitious there from Ships, though, and he actually does go down.
One thing I really like here, though, for Endpoint is that they've got a lot of utility in the bag, and they don't have to do this. Boros doesn't have to challenge this. He still wins it out, but I think a more conservative approach would have been just fine. Crucial can be taken away here. He's got to hit his shots, but he will be pressured from middle as well. Coming around the corner, there it is. Boiler control by Denislaw, misses the second shot, and now it's a 2 versus 3. Why would they go for aggression when they've got so many smokes?
The thing is, there is this Crucial on scopes. Sure, the aggression, it actually pays off for Boros. He snags a kill. Now they try the retake here. Endpoint, they're tired of saving. I'm tired of seeing them save, but they gotta do it again. I mean, there's so many things that just went wrong. A great peek down middle from Boros. It nabs a kill. The trade fragger comes out. Okay, Mighty Max is not surviving this one. But the trade fragger comes out from the apartments. And Crucial unscopes at the worst possible moment.
Yeah, that was just very unfortunate. But man, I would have really liked to see them play conservatively because they had two smokes on the A site. If they just backed off, that would have allowed them to mow down players that were coming their way. There were 40 seconds left on the clock. It had to be a dire situation for SKADE, but instead, Endpoint gave them the best situation they could possibly ask for.
Oh, all right. Well, they can get back on their feet, I guess. I'm actually amazed that they can. They can still get a full gun round, and okay, Nurse is just getting spammed through smoke over and over again. This is not the way Endpoint wanted it to be. They're gonna go back up towards the middle. This time, okay, they'll walk into Crucial's off. Even in the 4-on-4, all right, Crucial, you want to deliver another round for Endpoint? I'm all for it. And even Surreal, just walking through the bottom of an smoke. Surely, this is where Endpoint ended. But Denislaw, okay, he will not be able to escape. Right. Thank you. Thankfully, Dreamer, though, wants to bring it back, and no, it's back down to a 2v2. The second Endpoint have an advantage. There's something to bring it back, but Dreamer down the... Oh, no. Now a 1v2 clutch.
big
for Surreal.
Big responsibility on Surreal's shoulders. At least make it a more palatable half. Does
That's
that nade connect? No, Dreamer actually narrowly avoids it. Now he's gonna take on 2 players in 2 different angles. Tries to bait it out, but Rainwaker takes his head home. 12-2, and SKADE are leading by a landslide.
Oh, this is the depressing game to watch of Counter-Strike Global Offensive. You get a 2v4, and then the final 2 players are actually able to combine together and clean house.
Yeah,
even that
Crucial's
nade not
gotta-
connecting onto the player back site. Like, Dreamer was 4 points of health.
That is just so unfortunate because Crucial really lined up the round for them. The 2 initial kills, getting control of apartments, getting control of middle. Like, what else can you ask for from your AWP player? He's feeling pressured. Surreal just getting mowed down by the nades and the mollies. So much control being taken away by SKADE. And now they're feeling worried. They're feeling threatened.
Oh, they want to go back up towards Banana as well. Nerds, I mean, there's a setup here. They have him boosted up, but 1 flash, and he's going to be off his post. They'll smoke bottom Banana, but they have players in front of that smoke, so they can feel very confident in the move they want to make. And there you go, flashed off, and now trying to clean house here for Ships. There's a Max 7 up close. It will find its kill. It'll find a second.
All right.
It'll find a third. Even almost, he gets 96 damage on a Dreamer. Please, Endpoint, close it down. Make this 12-3.
Nothing they can put on the scoreboard anymore will be enough to get them across the scoreboard, but they've still got to make it more palatable. Dreamer on 4 points of health, left all alone, huddling the bomb very closely. It's 45 seconds for him to try to carve it out. Doesn't have information on a single player. I mean, at this point, he's just playing for bonus points, isn't he?
No, he's gonna get a plant.
Not like it matters,
think.
but at least it puts it in his favor.
I mean, it gives him a position where the op can get isolated. Oh, wait. Now that bomb's been planted. Yeah. Now they hear it. The player walked in towards Arch, and it's really going to spoil Dreamer's day here, as well as Surreal. It got interesting there for a moment, but of course, he's not going to find some sort of isolated fight, turn it into a 1v2, and, you know, I dream a little bit, is what I'm saying. Oh. What a painful half to watch, though, of CS. I mean, there were so many advantages for Endpoint that just never could be converted. The B site was just exploited over and over again, it felt.
Yeah. And now the odds are just entirely stacked against Endpoint. Which you can go ahead and bet on, by the way, if you check out our partners over at Pinnacle. Like you mentioned earlier.
You want to become rich?
No, that's not how we advertise it, okay?
Okay, sorry.
You want to have a reasonable chance at winning some money on your
Yeah.
favorite team because you support them and it's not about money? Go ahead and check out Pinnacle.
Right. I mean, it's very unlikely right now for Endpoint. They're down 12-3 on their opponent's map pick, and they get ran down towards middle. There's 2. Straight in the feed for SKADE. Rainwaker's just doing drive-bys at the moment. And you have a 2v4. At least you still have the bomb in your control for Endpoint, but I think that's about the extent of it.
Okay, Surreal and Boros, you've got a big responsibility. Can you shoulder it? Denislaw waiting for them on the other side. Will they check for him in apartments? He allows them to casually walk out of Abs. Oh no! He's waited too long, and that allows Boros to still be a menace. Now Surreal in a 1 versus 3 with 1 player very low on HP.
He might be able to turn back in towards lane. He'll get his plant at a minimum, but they're going to start running him down. Surreal has to hit some headshots and fast. There's 1 getting pinned in. Even though the players are between 1 and 2 HP, he still can't get a single kill, and the defuse, the pistol is there for SKADE. Man.
Is it over? Is it done? Because there's no lifelines remaining for Endpoint. You've got a 10-round deficit. You're playing on the terrorist side.
Yeah, I mean, SKADE can just lean back in this one. They don't really have any... I mean, they don't really have any challenges in front of them. And honestly, I mean, the only way I'd see Endpoint getting back into this game is a force buy, but I don't even see that coming through.
I mean, you can see that Endpoint are on an NFT adventure. No frickin' T-side rounds.
Now that's a good one. All right, I'm stealing that. I am stealing that for another broadcast. Thank you very much. That's another one. It's another Infinity Stone added to my collection. Thank you so much, Faraz. None of my phrases are original, anyways. You know, all humans have spoken English, so
yeah.
Okay, well,
everything's
not all humans.
Everything's derivative, so it's time to just copy an entire cast.
Yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna like read off, just get a transcript. I don't care what's going on screen. It's like, you know, it's Endpoint versus SKADE, but you know, it's Cloud9 versus FaZe Clan reading out the transcript of that cast. All right, let's get this one done though. We got a full eco, kind of a full eco in essence. Yes, we do have. I mean, head lack of Kevlar, even on a couple players, a couple Deegs. It's not honest. It's honestly not the comeback formula here for Endpoint.
I think that formula has been out of the window. I think that formula is poisoning them at that point.
Yep.
Nothing there you can really hope for if you're a fan of Endpoint right now. I mean, with a 10-round deficit, they've really got to put something crazy out of the hat. SKADE wanted to shut this down soon.
Falling in towards. I mean, if Bubble gets somehow picked on a Deagle headshot, then the round gets interesting.
Yeah, it's very cute, you know. I see how you're trying to be analytical and try to like find some win conditions for them.
I'm trying to give them chances
like,
here, man.
You're trying to find win conditions, but you and I both know that it's like non-existent.
It's not happening. You're gonna make me cry. You're gonna make me cry for Oz. You're gonna make me cry. They're gonna run up middle and walk into a little bit of crossfire. Ships is just having a ball with it. And yeah, this is about how the anti-eco is supposed to go. I can dream about win conditions, but instead it stays flawless. It's 14-3 for SKADE.
Ooh, you can see that being reflected in the odds as well. 90
Zoinks.
to 1. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go ahead and bet on your favorite team, Endpoint, that's going to be really profitable if they can do something absolutely nutty.
I can tell you that I've seen one comeback from a score. Actually, I mean, it's the biggest, technically, what, like, one of the largest comebacks of all time is Ents versus Virtus Pro, where VP came back all the way. But, I mean, that was, how do I say it? Like, one in, there's been a lot of games of Counter-Strike, I'll tell you that. So, we'll call it unlikely. Unless, you know, Endpoint want to make history. Let's give it there. I'm trying to build some sort of hope. Let's just see some cool headshots, all right? You know, that's what I'm in for. Up towards lane is where Endpoint want to go. At least looking to start off this one. Dreamer taking an aid. Denislaw just wants to get an easy pick on the Voros, and he'll find that. Trying to go for 2, but Surreal on the trade. Leaves it 4-on-4.
Yeah, feeling very awkward right now for Endpoint because they're not sure where they can actually approach from. If they go down arches, they still have to deal with a player with an MP9. Now doubling back to Banana, Bubbles going for the jump spot to immediately go for a Molotov, allow for the rotation to come in. Doesn't want to play it aggressively, gets information.
Perfect.
All right.
They just have to sit and wait. They just have to sit and wait. Oh, there's also a smoke there. And they're also just going to sneak out Bubble into... This is just filthy. This is just filthy. He can peek top Banana. He can see that they've already left. He can even get the third rotate back towards A.
Yeah, I think with the minimal amount of sound with only 30 seconds remaining signifies that it is going to be an A push. And instead of rotating the long way around, he's just going to push down Banana. Makes it so difficult for them to retaliate. But Crucial turns around. Bubble misses a very important shot, and that allows him to run down arches. But they're heading all the way down to B.
They have nerfs. This fight's important. He wins it. Endpoint actually have the B site to work with.
What is going on? This game of Tom and Jerry, just like, all right, so they fake B, and then they come back to A, and then one of their players does some shenanigans on B, and then they go down A, but then they're not sure about that, so they go arches to B. All right, okay. Just had to get that one out.
My neurons are firing, just listening to that round, just seeing the round. It's starting to, like, steam's emitting to seeing through that. Also, like, I mean, Bubble with a little bit of a FAMAS moment, we'll call it. Towards the later end of that. All right, 14-4. I'm believing in the comeback, guys.
Listen, man, I know that you're being very hopeful, and you think that... listen. You think that a pat on the back will help them out, but honestly, the weight of your hand when you pat them on the back will probably just unplug their life support. So, I don't think it's helping, man.
You know what? I'm just going to be just like... going caveman mode. I just want to see cool headshot, okay? Me want cool headshot. All right.
You want cool headshot, me want cool skin. And if you want cool skin, you type code in banner, €5 off.
Yeah, there we go. Winter 22. Awooga. Let's go. Oh, whoa. Okay, that was brutal.
That was not okay. That was canceled.
horrid scenes towards CT spawn. Incredible, terrifying move right there from Dreamer. Anyhow, let's 14-4. Retaking banana. Ow, that already hurts. Nerds takes a beating. That reduces his chances of hitting a really cool headshot. So that's what we're looking for at the moment. Very heavy default here being ran by Endpoint. They're going to start taking top banana, but there's a setup to try and retake this. And they're going to swing in, but there's the frag found from Crucial. The trade is back in there from Ships. And so, I mean, okay, we get some cool fragging 4-on-4.
You know what? Endpoint are still giving us some hope. There's a glimmer in their eyes that refuses to die down, and SKADE have to deal with it. One player in apartments, two coming down two coming down middle.
Yeah, you gotta finish off your meal first before you can eat. So, right now, Bubble's actually not gonna get caught out. It's Nerds that's low. That's the issue. Boros running up as well. That's a nice entry, though. Gotta respect it from Boros. And the smoke. Dreamer doesn't quite see it. And also his teammates exposed from Arch. Dreamer's flashed up, and there's the entry found from Mighty Max. It just leaves Ships in a 1v2. He comes in from the apartment, or rather from library.
Yeah, that just ends it, doesn't it?
Oh,
He's
he
stuck
actually.
behind the smoke.
No, he gets through. He's actually through. Unbelievably.
They've got to check it, though. How would they allow that?
Oh, now
go
he's dead.
unchecked?
Surely he's dead. He's made his way into grave. Now they know, though. And there you go. Surreal's going to swing out. When he fires off there, it kind of is the end. But he actually was able to get through, crazy as it is.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why he wasn't being checked there, because if you've got a smoke up, might as well look at it, right? Give yourself a better shot. But now the odds are starting to trickle back in place for Endpoint. I know, a little ambitious, but I'm slowly starting to get on your side of the camp.
One round at a time, boys. 14 is all they get.
You know what they say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon.
There it is. That's actually a pretty very wise phrase. But for a sprint here, for SKADE, through the apartments. And there's a speed limit to that, so Endpoint will go ahead and enforce that. Real quick. Good on SKADE to, you know, get us to some good gun rounds, because I like some fragging. Booga booga. I just said that on broadcast.
Yeah, you're going down to a caveman level of analysis, because the game has come down to a caveman level of play. Yeah. It's just all gun duels going.
Is there a gun on? They're just puppy guarding the gun, unfortunately. Yeah, there you go.
One little bite is all it takes. And Endpoint slowly starting to trickle back into the game. I think a conversation can still be had about whether or not SKADE are going to be able to get through this. You know what? With only 2 rounds remaining, and knowing they have the CT side advantage, knowing it's their own map pick, I really don't see a version of Endpoint that can consistently frag out and chain 8 rounds together to bring them to an equal footing, or put 10 rounds together to get an easy, to get a landslide victory for the comeback.
Yeah, all it takes is someone getting a gigantic multi-kill from SKADE, and that's all. That's all it really takes.
We even saw that from some of the Endpoint players in the previous half, where I believe it was Crucial who was willing to take a lot of initiative. And as long as there's at least one person on the squad for SKADE that can take initiative, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to try 2 rounds together. But, well, they're trying to survive off of hope.
This is an interesting lineup there from Bubble. He is the only player here, and he just might have seen. I think Crucial saw something he wanted to see. Player in towards CT spawn to try and pick. But instead,
I think Bubble's trying to give off the impression that there's 2 players, one that's smoked from the site and one that's in CT.
Here's the mid play, though. Smoke in that goes in towards Moto. They're just going to try and pop out dry, and they get punished. This is a bold call to make when your back's up against the wall. But it might pay off. There's still Dreamer here, though. And he's looking to spray down the rest. Just Bubble. But there's no way Crucial expects the 5th man on the A site. And there it is. 15-6. And all it takes is a play like that to make it do.
That's what I'm talking about, though. You know, like a 1 off angle, that's really all it took. Rainwaker picking up 2 kills makes it impossible for them to capitalize on anything more. 6 rounds now for Endpoint. And it's a long road ahead of themselves. At least they've got the money to back it up. They can still have an AWP in the hands of Crucial. SKADE feeling very comfortable now. Their own money isn't something that cannot be threatened, so some of those rounds in there could be freebies as long as Endpoint can play their cards right. Yes, that is me giving them hope, alright? Don't judge me.
15 is all they get, boys. 15. Wait, oh, was it? Oh, yeah. Let's see. Mighty Max came up to me. I'm trying to make the taco thing. It's 15-6. Look, it's like perfect. We are down 15-6, and Mighty Max came up to me and told me, if you think we're good, we win. Did they win? No, they didn't. 16-6. Let's see this here from Dennis Law. He spots the shoulder and gets a collateral. Yep, the speech from Max ain't paying off. There's 3 kills to start it off, and even, look at this. Ships up close. Mag 7. I mean, he can jump in so much. Mighty Max is gone, and I think this is the funeral dirge. There goes Ships on the Mag 7, and there's Surreal walking into an A-site crossfire that he can't beat. It's 16-6, and SKADE's going to close down the series 2-zip.
Just an incredible performance from SKADE throughout. Dust 2, it was a little bit shaky, you know? I'd expect that to not be a very easy affair, especially considering that it was Endpoint's pick. Heading on to the second map, no contest at all. I mean, you saw how that T side went. You saw how little depth Endpoint had to be able to take control on the CT side. I think they were entirely reliant on just taking top banana control, and when that didn't work out, it seemed like their strategy book was just a little shallow for my liking, so that doesn't end up working out. SKADE. Progress.
Yeah, honestly, progress for this team in SKADE because, well, first of all, they're 2-0 now in the Swiss. And secondly, it's a much better performance than what we've seen from them in the past. Even statistically, they've been dropping maps and series to teams that they shouldn't be. They missed out on the RMR qualifier, but this is honestly a big win over a team that is in the RMR qualifier, for that matter. So, honestly, big time win for SKADE.
Yeah, and it didn't really look too difficult for them either. Sure, Dust 2 was a little bit shaky, but they did manage to thread the needle there at the very end. And even for Dust 2, I think a lot of the play from Endpoint really came down to whether or not some individuals could step up. So Boros having some really good plays. I believe Crucial had some really good AWP openings as well. And it didn't really seem like Endpoint were the better team. Instead, we were seeing these individual signs of brilliance. We saw Nurse with a really good 2K on the B side. We saw Boros with some really good plays, Crucial, all that. But the team element, in my opinion, was really missing. And that's something that SKADE were able to outshine in terms of. Not only that, even just as individuals, their play looked solid. And it's not like anybody was particularly dropping the ball. So I think all props to SKADE. Really good victory from them. And yeah, any final thoughts, Fi?
Not really from my end. 2-0 start for SKADE is definitely something to look out for down the stretch. And so, coming up, we still got more down this pipeline. We do have to wait a little bit of time for that, but we got MOUZ NXT versus Wisla coming up on this stream. Don't want to miss it. See you then.
partners has sent me out a little goodie box. It is from, of course, XtraFi. XtraFi, if you don't know, they are one of the leading designers in peripherals, and they have some banging products. And I'm really excited to open it up, see exactly what we've got. If you like any of the products that you do see here, you can head over to extrafi.com. You can check them out, and there's also a little discount code for you. Winter 10 will get you 10% off anything you do purchase. But let's jump into it. We'll see what we have in this little box of tricks. And starting it off, that is a lovely place to start. K4 RGB TKL mechanical gaming keyboard. Looks very nice indeed. We'll get it out and we'll give you a little look at it. RGB, I mean, that speaks for itself. We're gonna have a little bit of a test of the clickiness here and see exactly, you know, how it looks. Oh man, it looks very nice indeed. Give you a nice good give you a nice good look at it. Give you a very good look at it there. I mean, nice. We'll see what it sounds like. Feels nice on the fingers. Whatever switches are in here, feels very nice to use. I'm excited to try that one out. Definitely, that is the mechanical keyboard, the K4 RGB TKL. Before I mess that up, I'll just move that down there, make sure I don't break anything, because I don't think they're going to send me out another one. Let's have a look. The H1 Pro gaming headset. That looks very nice indeed. Looks like it is very comfortable. USB sound card included. Got some lovely audio drivers as well. Low weight, high durability. Man, it's anything you want really in a headset. That looks really nice. Looks really comfy. Definitely have a look at that if you're interested in picking up a new headset. If you're interested in spending some of your new Christmas money, you might have got a bit of cash over Christmas. You might want to spend it. Next up, the M4 wireless mouse, ultralight gaming mouse. Now, how light is ultralight? I'm gonna see. Oh man, that is a clean design. That looks very sick, doesn't it? Oh my. Sorry, I'm a little bit in awe of that one. Have a little bit of a closer look at the camera. Man, that looks nice. That looks nice. Feels nice in my hand. Very light, I will tell you that much. It is very light. Clicks sound good too. That's the main part. As long as it sounds good. As long as it sounds good. But nah, 100%. So far, man, I've been spoiled, and there's still a little bit more. In store. And well, it's a B4 mouse bungee. Now that mouse is wireless, so I don't think I'll be getting very much use out of this. But if you do have a mouse that has a wire and you're looking for a bungee, you know, the wire dragging on the mouse, man, you don't want that, man. Get yourself one of these. Get yourself one of these bungees. Smoother game, and you know, it actually makes all the difference, truth be told. I wouldn't lie to you. It really does, because you know, you might be missing out on a few kills when you're moving your mouse, and your mouse, man, might be dragging a little bit. Might be time to get a mouse bungee, and definitely get that B4 if you're interested. And last but not least, the GP4. It is a premium cloth gaming mouse pad. It's 460 by 400 millimeters. I think that's big enough. I think it's a decent enough size now for a mouse mat. I'm not too sure on my millimeters, truth be told, but man, it looks pretty good. Might get it out here and see exactly what kind of cloth it is. Just gonna feel it a little bit and tell you, to give you an honest review. If I can actually open it. Oh, I didn't break the packaging, I swear, XtraFi. I'm so sorry. But let's see. Oh yeah, feels very nice indeed. Oh, it's got a nice design on it. Oh, look at that. That looks very nice. Oh, lovely stuff. Anyway, yeah, that's really all that they've given me. I mean, really, that is more than enough. Big shout out to XtraFi, of course, one of the partners of the Winter Pinnacle series. If you want to check them out, you can head over to extrafi.com. You can use that code WINTER10 to get a 10% discount on all of those lovely products that you see. The mechanical keyboard and the mouse, definitely the highlight there. The headset as well, man, everything was good. I'm really excited to use all of it, to be honest, and that's exactly what I'm gonna do after I wrap up this video and send it off. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoy the rest of the Winter Pinnacle series.
And welcome back to the Pinnacle Winter Series, where you guys are joined by the furthest distance duo in all of Counter-Strike history. I'm Five, taking this one from the west coast of California. I got Wild D right next to me to bring me all the analysis from a land very far, far away.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna have to quickly fact check your claim there. Yeah, no, definitely some other duos that might have been a little farther than us. But yes, I do want to talk about the teams up at hand because it's a very exciting game. MOUZ NXT versus Wisla Krakow. And I'm sorry, and I'm sure you want to facepalm with my dumb joke there. But yes, let's get right into it.
Let's get it. So, I mean, honestly, it's technically a Polish derby these days because you see, I mean, the man, he's highlighted basically in the middle. It's MHL basically joining and making this a Polish core for the MOUZ NXT side. And this is going to be their first non-Academy League opponent in at least a month. So these guys are at least looking to make their return to form. They've been a dominant force in the tier 2 scene for the longest time, as JDC also collecting some experience coming back from Katowice. So, I mean, honestly, I'm super excited, but I think a man who hasn't gotten said is Exertion.
Yeah, I think, especially as one of the youngest new talents to come up, I think a lot of players have their eyes on Exertion right now. You know, being only 17 years old, he's expected to just be a big name in Counter-Strike in probably just a couple of years, and this is where it all starts, right? You know, and it's a really big platform to be starting on. I mean, you're playing in MOUZ NXT. This team was going toe-in-toe with the main MOUZ roster. Now, of course, with the departure of Tortsy, MHL has done a really excellent job at filling those massive shoes, but they haven't really had a chance to play against solid opponents yet with this lineup. They've only really been playing against Academy squads and whatnot. And the last time they went up against the team we're seeing right now, Wisla Krakow, they did not have as much experience with MHL, which now allows them to have a little bit of a revenge rematch.
Yeah, and honestly, and looking at this Wisla Krakow, they have probably some of the strongest riflers that Poland has produced in the last 3 years or so. Goofy and Sobol are amazing players, and I hope they at least prove that in the server today. Joined by Snatchy, who has been a Polish regular at least. Shpero bringing experience, and Jedker on my front has been the most solid force that Wisla Krakow have had on their books, period. So honestly, I have super high hopes for this team. They have broken into that top 30 reasonably. It's tough that they haven't actually made it into the RMR qualifier. I think they're definitely a team that deserved it, but now they're competing here in PWS, and they're looking to bring the fight here.
Yeah, but of course it is going to come down to the veto. Wisla Krakow picking up a nuke first. Inferno being picked up by MOUZ NXT, and final decider, Dust 2. And you know, we've already seen the Dust 2, we've already seen Inferno, so I'm really glad we're getting a bit of a change of pace here. You know, starting off the map, or starting off the series with Nuke, which is, of course, going to be going... It is going to be a bit favored for Wisla Krakow because it's something that MOUZ NXT generally shy away from. I mean, even if you do look at their statistics, they've not really played it much, and out of the 4 times they have played it, they've already lost once. So, you know what? Already a shaky game for them from the start, and the second map is not going to be too forgiving either because Wisla Krakow, they're comfy on Inferno. It's something that MOUZ NXT haven't really had too much practice on either.
Yeah, and I think they have to kind of dust themselves off because they've been sitting in one spot. I mean, it's funny that the team they played during the 1-0 series was just another Academy team that they played all during the Academy League. So, honestly, revving up the engines here for 2022 are MOUZ NXT at least looking to show at least some form that they were able to retain. Because, honestly, they became a dominant Tier 2 team within the space just last year. And so looking to rev themselves up against better opposition. This is their first first actual team that doesn't have Academy or Young in it is for the longest time. So at least taking off against the big boys at Wisla Krakow.
It's actually a really difficult position to be in if you're MOUZ NXT, because not only are you going up against one of the big boy teams, you're also playing against a Wisla Krakow that is probably one of its most dangerous forms historically, because previously, all the iterations of Wisla, they always had a missing component. But now with the addition of Snatchy being transferred over from AGO, they're incredible. They've got rifling potential, they've got AWPs, they've got everything.
Yeah, and I mean, can we call this a Polish derby? Because I mean, it might as well be, considering MOUZ NXT are running with the core. Now they're using MHL, and honestly, is a offing style of MHL. It's a little bit different from Torsi. It's a little bit of a new, have to bring out a new retooling for the guy when it comes to a more passive style. I like Torsi is much more heavy playmaking op for the side of MOUZ NXT. He will take over rounds while MHL can reliably hit shots, but he's not necessarily the man to say, I got an idea, let's go and grab this. So I think a lot of emphasis on the rifling for MOUZ NXT. We got Exertion, we've already talked about him, but also JDC coming off the back of some Kato experience could definitely bring some fortune for this lineup.
That's, of course, a conversation we do need to have, right? And it's also a conversation that varies very heavily from team to team. So if you're in the shoes of MOUZ NXT, what works for you best? Do you have your infrastructure set up in a way where the playmaker AWP can succeed? Or do you want a player that can reliably hit passive shots? And oftentimes, having a passive AWP player isn't really what you need unless you have incredible playmakers in, let's say, for example, Boros on Endpoint, right? When you've got really good fraggers in that sense, perhaps you don't particularly need that aggro AWP, but I'm not really sure how these pieces fit together. I do still think that stylistically, MHL isn't exactly the perfect fit for MOUZ NXT, but of course that does come with the caveat that he hasn't really gotten enough time to play with this team to start feeling comfortable with aggro whopping or anything of that sort. Whether or not those habits change, whether or not he starts to settle in or learn a new style of play, that's still something that is going to start exhibiting itself with time. So lots of room to grow here for the squad.
Yeah, and also on that front as well, I mean, you also got to mention the fact, I mean, Cyclone for MOUZ NXT has been regarded as a bit of a player builder. Can he turn MHL into the next superstar op for the likes of MOUZ NXT? That's a real, sincere possibility. Only time will tell, of course. But they have had a little bit of time, right? They've had time off. There's a lot of time to cook up things in the lab. You don't have to quite focus on playmaking, or at least your set plays, right? You can try to turn a player's style into the one that you need. MHL has the components to be a great player. Can he show it at least during a Wisla Krakow squad, who is, I mean, more recently put together, but honestly, this is like the next Polish super team.
It could be. Like, it really just comes down to whether or not that coaching is going to help MHL be cultivated into the player that he's meant to be, right? But on the other hand, of course, we do have to pay a little bit of attention to Wisla Krakow as well. I think just having all that star power for them, having that AWP, everything can really piece together to ensure them a smooth victory. And unfortunately for MOUZ NXT, I do think that is going to be the case here. You know what? I am going. It's not a particularly bold claim because Wisla is just. Wisla's just a favorite team here, but I don't think Wisla are about to let go of the steering wheel in this particular game. I still think MOUZ NXT have a lot of room to grow.
Yeah, we're going through a little bit of technical issues at the moment, as Wisla Krakow are having some ping issues at the moment, so that's why you're sitting on our lovely faces. We can theorycraft this all day, honestly, because it's an interesting matchup. It's the two most read logos in esports you can really ask for. So honestly, you know what? I mean, we can drop the fun storylines, but there's actually like some real tangible things to mention down the line. We might be seeing this Wisla Krakow name much more often in these events. So I'm really excited to see, honestly, the winner of this matchup could easily be one of our 3-0 teams.
Yeah, I think so too. Because you can look at it from either the perspective of, okay, Wisla, they're a massive team. They beat out MOUZ NXT. They just show us that they're consistent.
Right.
Or it could be MOUZ NXT who can prove their mettle by beating out the top dog that is Wisla Krakow, because that suddenly elevates their entire standing, right? That completely elevates their status. What's it going to be?
Right. And I think that's at least a huge question, because this new MOUZ really hasn't proven itself. They had MHL play against, you know, Academy League squads. It's not been, wow, you're playing against a top-level Tier 2 opposition. MHL, though, has proven himself before. He did play in Pro League with Ago. During his time there, he was at least the shining light for that squad. I believe they did end up taking maps off G2 back in the day, but that's way before that. This is in 2020, during that period of time. But I mean, he has some top level experience on Ago in the past. So honestly, it's honestly a surprise. He's not necessarily an unknown name, but he was kind of forced to the side by Ago. He was put on the bench. He had to focus on his studies, but now he wants to rear his head again for MOUZ NXT. So it's like a different player that you're looking at from Torzy, because technically speaking, he's not just a nobody.
Yeah, not at all. I think he's definitely proven his mettle individually, but does that culminate on the server? Does it culminate when you've got an entire squad to back you up? That's still a question that's been relatively unanswered, because as you mentioned at the beginning of Spree Game, most of the competition they've played against, they've had that asterisk on them, right? You've got Academy, Prodigy, Big, Young, something written next to it, right? You haven't really played against an exceptional squad yet. But that, of course, does come with the fact that they themselves are an Academy team, and of course, the rug was pulled out from under them when Tortsy was transferred to the main lineup. Not to say that that's a bad thing at all, of course, because that is how MOUZ likes to operate. That is how their project is designed to set up the main team for success. But what MOUZ NXT has proven is that they can succeed with all types of pieces, right? So there's still a lot in the tank for these young guys. Yeah, I mean, we look back at Cyclone being a player builder. He's turned Shuhei into a beast of an IGL. He's turned Shane had a lot of potential, at least when he was playing on the Zako Boars days, but now he finally is showing his real worth in a MOUZ NXT lineup. JDC was honestly a German gem who was just kind of left to play to wallow in German Tier 2 for the longest period of time, but now he's at least regarding himself as one of the most confident, and honestly one of the players who seems like he's ready to make the jump to Tier 1 alongside a man like Torzy out there. So MOUZ NXT, they definitely have all the pieces to build like a really amazing Academy roster. I mean, who has been doing scouting for MOUZ? I mean, they've always seemed to get their hands on ROPS. They've gotten themselves on all the greatest players. And oh yeah, you know, I even forgot to mention Exertion is probably one of the most highly anticipated riflers who hasn't even made his name in Tier 1 yet. Yeah, and I won't be surprised if he does eventually. Now, massive contrast to the two teams, Wisla Krakow versus MOUZ NXT. We're about to kick things off with none other than Nuke.
Let's get this map up and running. We got the pick. Wisla starting this one off as we're going to be getting onto the CT side for MOUZ NXT. Wisla looking to take this one at least right to the house, to the ramp, and said JDC's going to drop it. There's a bunny hopping snatching. He's out of it. JDC wants a big double, and he'll get it. Sparrow down and out to take down JDC. MHL at least swinging for the fences, looking for some extra, but they've gotten down. They might have a site to work with.
The question is whether or not the price of two players is worth paying to go down ramp, because it's going to be a very difficult duel for them. Okay, numbers equalize. Exertion down for the count, and it's now down to the remaining CTs to try to get a 3 versus 3. And as I say that, it's just Yedka remaining. He's not been spotted out just yet. Brings it a bit closer, missing a few shots that he cannot afford to miss just yet, being distracted by the door, but eventually picked up by MHL. MOUZ NXT with the first.
Such clean shots to start off from JDC over towards ramp, and that's what I wanted to see from the guy, is just a crispy first one to find onto a bunny hopping snatchy, and then quickly readjusting for the next. Buys time for a simple rotation to come through for MOUZ, and they mop up easy. Pissed around in their back pocket.
Really great start for them, because if you're in the shoes of get every single advantage that you can initially, although it did get a little shaky there, the retake was near flawless, and just all the different angles worked out in their favor. Now heading on to the second round, buying up entirely. They've basically left no prisoners. I mean, they don't have a single dollar. They can't even afford a can of pop.
Pop. That's something so un-American. We always call it soda out here. Right now, taking
Really?
some...
I'm a little surprised. Does that not, like, vary from state to state?
It does. It does. It does. I'm on the West Coast. We just call it, like, soda. Like, some people call everything Coke.
Yeah, I oscillate between calling it soda and pop.
It is soda pop at the end of the day.
Yeah, can of soda doesn't have that oomph to it like can of pop does.
Okay, I understand. This guy's such a marketer. He understands what sounds good to the human ear and not.
Yeah, that is literally my degree.
There you go. He's
Not being used, by the way, because I'm a caster.
There we go. Let's go. Starting things off. Shui in towards Secret. There's 3 players right around that corner. And he's going to snag the first. Nice shot there from Goofy. But there's the refrag. There's a second one. And it's 3 kills from JDC.
Okay.
Burst. And he gets 3.
You could just hear the frag movie music playing in the head of JDC as he went for kill after kill. Sobel, being the last man remaining, takes a bullet to the head, and he already knows that duel is over. Wisla facing a very tough MOUZ NXT right now. These aren't mice, these are rats.
My gosh. And also, it's just such a sick setup to have a second player in towards Secret in that situation. To be able to get him in such fast rotation.
Yeah, how are you even going to expect that, right? Because you've already taken a bit of a nick from the initial duel, and then second player creeps up, just a very tough shot to hit, especially when he has the off-angle advantage. Now Wisla Krakow, not really too much money working in their favor, only 3 deagles their way, and JDC just seems to be smurfing right now on the server. You can see that initially in the pistol round, he was the big impact haver. He got 2 kills initially. Second round, exact same scenario where he played off the Secret, and now he's willing to take the duels initially as well. So where is this man even gonna not shine?
Yeah, he's doing brick wall cosplay right now for JDC. MHL outside struggling a little bit. He does take a couple tags, but that's all they'll get. MP9 gonna swing out for it. A little bit longer range than it's meant to work at. Shui's gonna help out with the madness here. And there's your anti-eagle bash and a 3-0 start for MOUZ NXT on their opponent's map pick. You gotta love it.
I do have to mention that from like a story perspective, Wisla Krakow previously went up against MOUZ NXT when they were a much newer squad, and well, at least when they were a much newer squad with MHL, like this particular iteration. And about a month and a half ago, this squad wasn't really used to MHL, and now it's a rematch. They went 16-11 on Nuke. So maybe MOUZ have a chance now to bring it all together, you know, get some revenge on this particular map.
Could definitely be the case. Starting this one off, at least a very passive lobby setup for the side of Wisla Krakow. Oh, and that's not gonna help you.
Yeah.
It seems like they knew.
I mean, I think part of passivity is that you don't peek into a place where you can get shot from. And Shui, at least some hits have been exchanged. Doesn't really amount to a kill yet, but Snatchy quickly defies me. We're on 4 now. And I want to see how Wisla Krakow want to play this. They're playing it very passively. Now they want to retake control of outside. They've shown a lot of presence in lobby, which means that MOUZ NXT are still unsure where they're eventually going to go up, head up. But I think this oscillation in between outside and lobby just like keeps MOUZ NXT guessing.
Oh, Exertion sees the players. They could try to descend the vents, at least try to fake him out. Exertion out wide in the open, though. That's easy for Snatchy. But the second, it could come through, but there's a great trade from Goofy. Jane playing in an off angle towards Hut, but this is such a risky angle. Spotted out by Sparrow. Can't transfer. Not happening. First gun round found for Wisla.
One little thing I want to mention is that Snatchy kind of looked like he was heading straight for the vents, but he just hid behind it. And that's why the player wasn't ready for him. Speaking of not being ready, if you're not ready for this voucher code, you are going to miss out on this amazing offer. 5 years off of your first skin if you can type the code before anybody else does over at our partners at Skin Baron.
I'm practicing Type Racer just so I can get that code in real quickly. My gosh.
If you beat me in Type Racer, I'll give you €5 without having to type that code in.
Well, what's like the entry fee? Like, what's the ante we're working with here? I don't know. Not necessarily know. There's something better to talk about here. Sobel's down the vents, and Shui is dead. And so now they can go down Secret. They have everything is wide open for Wisla. They have full outside control. They can choose Secret. Instead, they're gonna get funky with it. They're gonna go in toward Karov. The smokes fade though. No double kill found for Xerxan, though. And so you're left with a man disadvantage. What do you do with it, JDC, considering the aggression alongside Shane? Just replacing players in their positions. JDC opens up. All three players are looking to collapse outside, but Shane loses his life. But the bomb, it still needs to be recovered.
Oh, I love the setup from JDC and MHL. They both can have a piece of this pie with regards to having their eyes on the bomb. The flames tickle the feet of MHL, and now Wisla Krakow know exactly where both of these players are. They wanted to double down on it, but MHL's left all alone trying to peek out. There's the first one. Wants to get a second one as well, but he knows that the AWP is more important to save. Backs off, and MOUZ NXT, they're going to have to tuck their tails and live to see another day.
A 1v1 here for MHL.
Was there not a second player alive?
Did he burn?
Question mark?
Did I think I missed something. Bomb's been picked up by Jetker. He's going to descend down secret. 20 seconds is the move. And does MHL seriously have the read? Oh no, he's going to try to go down the vents. I thought he had the read on the situation. He was going to watch for it, but he just drops down at the worst possible time.
My brain collapsed in on itself because I thought there were still two players.
I thought there were two players alive too, and I'm like, I look at it, it's like, okay, it's a 1v1. Let's. Did I miss a player burning?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what happened there. I think we're gonna have to go back and check. But regardless, MOUZ NXT, now they're playing off the back foot, just a throwaway round for them. They've got a P250 in the hands of JDC. They're prime fragger, but other than that, Wisla Krakow, they're gonna have a field day taking this round by storm.
Oh, they're just gonna run through some extra. No, they're not running through this one as intended. Shuey does go down, but Shane has recovered a MAC-10. The MAC-10's not the weapon for the.
No.
He didn't have head armor. You're kidding me.
And look at this, Nachi now being able to head down into the beast site. Still doesn't necessarily guarantee that they're going to get the round 1 versus 2. MHL's got an AK, so does Shane. They both don't have armor, but it doesn't matter because Nachi is playing with fire here. He's got an AWP, drops down. He's been spotted, and now Snatchy wants to isolate these duels.
He's been spotted on the site floor, too. And the flash is perfect. Snatchy's going to try and set down the bomb at Shane. He's already wrapping the site. And they got themselves a full eco for MOUZ NXT. That's an unbelievable way to win a round.
I was going to say, when that initial kill happened, I was going to say that I was hoping they had better weaponry, but they didn't even need that. They made it work with USBs. How does that even go awry for Wisla? They're missing flashes. They're playing it in a very uncoordinated fashion. Just not checking the angles, honestly.
I can't even, I don't even know how to comprehend what happened on that. I mean, maybe a pistol crossfire. I'm not sure if there was a mini smoke or not. That might have allowed for an easy crossfire to be ran between all the MOUZ players, and a timeout's going to be rolling on in from Wisla because you gotta sort out that mental a little bit after. I mean, just a generally speaking messy round, as well as the finances are far from fantastic. And so, I mean, what should have been a quick 3-all scoreline is now very much different. Oh, and by the way, so if you want to know the answer to that kill from JD, how that got into a 1v1, JDC burned Sobol. He threw a molly before he died, and Sobol walked into it while trying to pick up the bomb. Anyhow, with that out of the way, forced buy-in for Wisla.
Good decision from Wisla to take a timeout, clear the air, because if you lose a round with MAC-10s up against pistols, there's definitely something going on. And, I mean, yeah, what is there to say about that, really? Just terrible aim duels and even worse coordination. MOUZ NXT now feeling a little bit more comfortable. Chest held up high, and they're playing a relatively passive style of play. Nobody's taking control of outside proactively, and instead they're allowing Wisla to have to make their moves.
Xerxan playing anti on this A execute, but surely Shane hears these players stampeding into ramp, and JDC can only jump down now. They jump up top, and Sobol gets the initial. They can drop down low now, and they have a freebie site.
I don't even think MOUZ NXT want to immediately react to something like this unless Shui can get there in time, just enough to at least equalize the numbers. Getting ready for the door, doesn't want to spam just yet. MOUZ NXT, they're scratching their heads, they're crunching the numbers on whether or not this is a good enough duel for them to take. They've got to watch out for the flank, they have to get the retake as well. There's just too many different variables they have to account for, and at that point, I wouldn't be surprised if MOUZ NXT have their foot out the door already.
They're sticking around. They look like they want to try. They might have just baited Wisla into thinking this is not a retake. They're going to go for this retake with the last few seconds on this bomb. They need to start a defuse at ASAP. Shui's going to get on it. Oh, now he's getting off of it. He realizes there's not much of a chance. I mean, an attempt there from MOUZ, but that's all it really is.
Yeah, they take 3 players off of Wisla Krakow, and they can have MHL and Shane save their weapons. Still, not the worst round in the world for them, but I do want to talk about how that went wrong. I think MOUZ NXT had a really poor reaction to the initial utility being thrown out. In fact, they had mostly a gamble, so they didn't have any player outside for information. They didn't have anybody checking ramp either, which just allows for the player to be caught off when he finally does decide to go off the rotate based on the audio information. So, really nice little fake from Wisla Krakow, nothing too fancy, but fake as old as time ends up working out for them.
So slipping down towards events, be Shuhi, and Exertion has to make sure that that mini side is clear. Shane's gonna be in charge of taking down Sobol, joined together with his teammate, and then Shane's gonna come in and finish it off through the smoke, no less.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, look at what's being cooked up by Wisla Krakow. They've already gotten control of Secret, which will allow them to have a bit of a pincer setup, although the rest of their players aren't quite ready for this just yet, which leaves them in between a rock and a hard place. A decision needs to be made about where their eventual push is going to be, because in the meantime, the bomb carrier trying to head down Secret means that he will eventually have to deal with Shui, who's waiting on the other end with an M4.
So right now, Jedker on patrol outside, but bomb down in towards Secret. Shui's M4 is still lying in wait. Basically decides the round, but he's going to back away from the angle and let them take that control. Maybe the confirmation bias is here from Wisla. Shui is still in towards Decon. And he doesn't, they might not expect this. There's the first, and he gets the second and the bomb as well. Shui's just won the round for MOUZ. Wisla, try running away from this situation.
It's crazy because Wisla kind of went into it without a plan, right? They had 2 players staying outside. How are you going to get the bomb down if you've already got the bomb carrier in Secret with only 1 more player to help him out? Even if they get the trade frag there, the bomb would be isolated in a way where the rest of the players can't actually help him out. So that essentially means you're guaranteeing that MOUZ NXT will always have control of the bomb as long as they don't lose that, as long as they can get at least 1 player.
So Goofy's off to say, teleported to a different dimension, back into T-spawn, and back to rethink their options as Wisla's tanks have run completely out of gas.
Speaking of different dimensions, 5, you know what, there's a more successful entrepreneurial version of you in another dimension, and instead of just sticking to 5, he's created a company called Extrafy. Go ahead and check out their products. Check out our partners over at Extrafy if you want to be in another dimension when it comes to your peripherals.
There we go. I need that. I gotta talk to Mr. Fi. Mr. Fi. Wait, you know what? There's been, now that all of a sudden there's a surprising amount of wordplay that could be used with my name.
Yeah.
I starting to feel good about
Needed
that.
me to smack you in the face with it.
Yep. All right. A-side play going on forward. There's a molly to delay that though, so they're gonna have to sit and wait, play some elevator music, and lose your head if you're Goofy to spam from Shane. Xerxon also getting aggressive in towards Squeaky, loving it. Or MOUZ NXT until Snatchy shows up with 2 on a Tech 9. Shane, he could go for more wall bangs if he wanted to. But the deal is, he's not just yet. He still has to control multiple angles on that site. And with Sobol dinking down MHL, trepidation in the shoes of MOUZ. Whistle's even the toss in a nade. MHL isn't there anymore. He's over towards Garage. And there you go. Sobol drops. Snatchy last. And MHL's just going to take the frags. 6-3 for MOUZ NXT.
Really solid start from them, especially considering that we thought MOUZ NXT were going to be relatively weak on this map. This is a decent CT side. super respectable from them, but it's all going to come down to whether or not they can have a similar kind of performance when they're on the T side. All about building up that buffer right now, and they do get a chance to build up yet another round off the basis of Wisla simply not having much money.
Yep, so...
You know what? Sorry, but...
Yeah.
I am going to cut you off here.
Yes.
You know what? Sometimes when I look at these rounds, I know that like Wisla, like the team on the eco isn't really going to be clicking too much. And if you're a part of the audience, you're probably waiting for some clicks to happen as well. You know what? I've got just the thing for you. If you want to click on your screen as well, like the rest of these pro players, you can go ahead and click over the click over on the extension for stream cards. Nice little mini game to make predictions about the current game that's going on and take part in the action, even when there isn't really too much action going on in an eco round.
He's clicking. Jetker's doing some clicking, though. I'll say that. I mean, you know, give him an AK and he might take a mile there. But all right, 7-3. Yep, you did. The clicking was done mostly by MOUZ NXT, and now the clicking can be done maybe by Wisla Krakow. Finally, Snatchy's able to get out an op. Boom. I like op. Me like op. Me like shoot. Are we going to go back to what we were doing during our SKADE series? It's not to that point of the game just yet, though. It's 7-3.
Yeah.
It's not that bad.
I mean, my approach to Counter-Strike has always been a bit caveman. I just like having an AWP and playing completely dumb, so I don't actually have to think about game.
We're supposed to be smart. Like, esports players are supposed to have, like, big intelligence. Like, we use our brain.
That's where you're wrong. I'm not a player. I'm a caster with a trademark sign on top.
There we go. So, all right. It's lobby and chill for Wisla Krakow until they decide to throw outside smokes. At least waiting for some sort of play, seeing what MOUZ do. Oh, and here's Shuey. And there's a massive gap on that side, but Sparrow's sure to check this. Shadow spotted. Easy one for Shuey. If he gets a second, that's murder. Trying to tuck away. He still survives somehow until he walks into the scope of Snatchy. But the op has also arrived to the scene for MHL. He's going to get a molly in and fade away.
Wisla now wanting to make a play outside into secret. They eventually go. Shouldn't be too long before JDC catches wind of this particular play.
Here's MHL looking to snipe down a few. They've walked down secret, but they haven't gotten the kill. That's a big opportunity missed by MHL. But as long as he stays alive, there's 25 seconds. That's an easy one for JDC, and they have to run down secret. Or maybe just try and run it back up. Snatchy has done that. He's quick-scoped JDC. But the issue here, they have no time to go back towards A, or even towards B for that matter. You just gotta save, I guess. Or try to run
they've only got 10 seconds.
They got no time, bud. No, 5 seconds.
No,
10 seconds
just...
to get to a site, run through a smoke, and... Oh, MHL's even looking to hunt them after time.
Yeah, he will. He will.
Oh,
he's going for it, and he gets both!
There it is.
That's... Oh, if you're Wisla Krakow, you're punching through your monitor. Yetker and Snatchy have no money.
Oh, man. That $50. $50 for Jetker.
Oh.
I mean, oh man, that's man, what a play there to make from MHL. Even with the op, he has like $5,000, $6,000 worth of equipment, and he puts it to use. There's no chance for a force buy here. Wisla's economy is going to be decimated for at least another couple rounds. But
yeah, I just decided to quiet down for a little bit because you know that Wisla are... This is mostly a silent film. We just sit back and watch them get mowed down. I mean, what else can we do, right?
yeah, you know, just get a little like a little key card, and then Wisla took an eco. 3, 2, 1, and then you have this kind of play out, you know, like a silent film movie, where JDC closes things down. 9-3 for MOUZ NXT. I have a pretty good David Attenborough impression. Not gonna need it though. We got the buy-in and a solid lead for MOUZ. Look at the spree of rounds.
If you're MOUZ, you still don't feel too comfortable right now because you know you eventually have to head on over to the T side. But so far, the buffer they've built up for themselves, it's something to be proud of. 9-3, not a terrible scoreline at all. They want to double it up, bring it past double digits. JDC pushing through. He's given up the audio cue, and Sobel will have to back off as well. So MOUZ have gotten quite a bit of space here into lobby.
So they
The rest of Wisla, yeah, they're just playing on outside. They've smoked. They've thrown a triple smoke setup as well. The elbow smokes will allow them to have full control of Secret.
Oh no, the smokes fade though, and Shuey gets the first on the Jetker. Has a smoke to maybe buy time for an escape. Well, you know what, he'll just get a second. That works too. And MHL sniping down Sparrow through the smoke. Sobel and Snatchy, the two that remain. Snatchy's isolated outside, probably going to call over for his teammate, and they have to work this situation out and bank on mistakes for MOUZ.
Yeah, Sobel and Snatchy, we keep seeing Wisla players being stuck in difficult spots, but now down to Secret they go. They've got the bomb as well. Individual duels will have to be won, but look at how Sobel wants to play this. Instead of trying to create space with Snatchy, he's trying to create space on the opposite side of the map because he wants to keep their attention towards the A site. In the meantime, he can easily creep into heaven as well while Snatchy is cooking up a mean broth towards the B site. But does he check for JDC?
Snatchy actually goes back away. He resurfaces from Secret, looking at joint back into Mini. A lot of emphasis here on MHL, but he can get flanked out from heaven. Like oh, he spots the player instead! And Sobel's down! A 1v2 must be attempted here for Snatchy.
And 12 seconds as well. Like, he's got to have the stars align for him. He's been in the spot before, but he had an AWP the last time.
Takes a nade, now has to dance around the site. MHL just wants to take the outright fight with the P250. How brazen is that from MHL? I don't know what kind of confidence he wields with what he's been wielding all day, honestly. Just going for repeaks. I said he wasn't a playmaking op. He's 16-2.
Yeah, if you're Wisla, you're feeling so pressured right now. You see that code in the banner? That's not a code. That's just one of the Wisla players smashing their keyboards. Those are the random letters that were generated. Sorry, I know these sponsor callouts are becoming a bit of a stretch, but yes, do go ahead and type that code if you want a €5 bonus on your Skin Baron first purchase.
Oh, it's a great way to get things started. Of course, MHL is just rolling right now. Polar's opposition, there is no bias here for MHL. If it's a player, he takes him down. JDC, on the other hand, no. But MHL wants another piece. He swings back in. This time gets punished. It's been a long time since I sensed that. But Shuey, dropping the lurk of Sobel, makes a retake opportunity viable. They're all going to come in through Secret, too. Sprinting forward, not changing their pace whatsoever. The only pace they're running with is forward. Above smoke. Goofy, though, not blind at all. And Shuey falls. Shane coming in from single door, looking for a target, but there's a target right behind him that he's not going to be fighting. Just Zershin, and he's out of there. It's finally a fourth for Wisla.
It's been a long time coming. I thought Wisla would have been able to piece it together sooner, but they've got to be happy with at least paving the way to have 5 rounds eventually.
This is crazy.
He wants to stick around. Yeah, he wants to take all the money away from them, because he realizes that the rest of his team has so much bank to fall back onto.
That's nuts from Zershin in that situation. And for the record, Nuke has a nerf bomb, so it actually doesn't deal any damage. In essence, it doesn't deal any damage. Like, reason being, of course, for gameplay purposes, it would be kind of unfair if the bomb just, you know, you're a floor up on T roof and you take 90 damage. It wouldn't really make that much sense. Either way, there's a whole reason behind it, but there's a nerf
bomb. It's a firecracker.
Yeah. It's like fireworks you can get down in Georgia. There we go. Fireworks here in towards a lobby. Perfectly done from JDC as well. And a 2v4 is just what you're looking at. They drop the vent player, they drop the lobby players, and I mean, you just have an overwhelming man advantage that it's very difficult to come back from.
Super suffocating situation for Wisla Krakow. They've just been left to their devices at this point. Goofy and Sparrow over towards outside. Sparrow in Secret. Time and time again, these Wisla Krakow players are able to thread themselves into at least Secret or find themselves in a decent position. But the pure numbers disadvantage that they're dealt at the very start of these few rounds has been too difficult to swallow.
And they
Goofy 1v4.
Yeah, that's about the reaction that a lot of us are having when we Here, a 1v4 has to be attempted, and MHL misses on that one. And Goofy knows that there's one in the vents. He's trying just to bait it. Oh, he's caught with nades in hand. That's not going to work. 11-4 for MOUZ NXT. They get over a couple initial hurdles, but then it's just straight sailing to the finish.
The question is whether or not MOUZ NXT will be able to continue this kind of trend over towards the next side. And you know what? If you believe that MOUZ is going to have a landslide victory, or if Wisla Krakow is going to be able to come back from the scoreline, you can put your money where your mouth is over at Pinnacle.
The whole darn tournament series is named after him. I've already said it before. Get yourself some of the good stuff over there from Pinnacle. Right now, this is defying the odds right now are MOUZ, considering what we were talking earlier in the pregame. It was like 16-10 for Wisla last time these two teams met. But honestly, and very evidently, it's a different MOUZ we're looking at for this game.
So, just from a story perspective, I think MOUZ NXT we're looking at a revenge victory over Wisla Krakow, because now they actually have time for MHL to get settled in. And I think that is ringing true, because if you look at MHL's skills, like just the way he's performing, 17-4, he's not really getting touched too often, is he? Like he's barely ever taking a scratch whenever he takes a duel. So if you're Wisla, you're just fighting against this ghost.
Yeah, I mean, at round 13, I mean, he died twice in the final two rounds, but in round 13, he was a 16-2. Like, he was even, I mean, the scoreline was even more dominant for him in this game. And honestly, it's, you know, for someone who needs to be the replacement for Torji down the stretch, this is a perfect performance for the guy in the games that they're here to kind of prove themselves that, yeah, we want to be a team that's a contender in towards tier 1. I mean, we can still stack up to the MOUZ main roster. How about that? So, 11-4, taking it to the T side. MOUZ NXT could swiftly close down this map.
It does, of course, come down to the pistol, though. If Wisla can build up some decent momentum off of this pistol, then there's still a chance for them to immediately climb back into the game. It's not like 11-7 is the worst scoreline in the world, especially when you've got the advantage. And Goofy will be playing it very cavalier, up close and personal with the dualies.
I love to see the dualies on top hut, but it only feels like they might get 1 or 2. He's actually going to go back into mini. Not sold on the fact that there's going to be a fast A-side rush. But little does he know, just wait a couple seconds and pop out hut. That's the goal here for MOUZ. They've taken down Goofy, and they've got the side anchor too, and then they got Sparrow up in heaven. And they've gotten all the kills, and let's just call this a pistol round. How about it? Holy Beretta's out for MHL. He wants to get all of them, and running out of bullets is Sobel, but not so for MHL. He got 30 left to use, and 12-4 for MOUZ NXT.
4 rounds away from the victory, 4 rounds in the pocket for Wisla.
How nice. Triple the scoreline of their opponents. That's pretty dope if you're MOUZ NXT. They went on at least a 7-1 run, closing out that initial half as well. Like, Wisla were looking like they were doing just fine until the full eco victory came out from MOUZ NXT, and that kind of changed the pace of the game. So a force buy victory is in essence needed here for Wisla, or this game, we'll call this one sunk. But that's a great start there from Snatchy. A good tag. Laid it onto MHL. A follow-up is needed, though. And not gonna find it.
It simply doesn't connect, does it? Snatchy. He was relying on his aim to be superior there, but he falls, and so does the lifeline that they had. Now, Yedgar, unless he turns up big, unless he does an incredible job, I don't really expect this to go the way of Wisla Krakow. And Yedgar's good for 1. Not going to take that away from him, but really, you can't expect that to amount to too much. MOUZ NXT starting to run away with it, and you know what? I would like to get into a tangent about how, like, this could potentially be like an elaborate game plan for MOUZ NXT, but you know what? They've just been better. They've been playing the individual duels perfectly. They've had really good trade frags. Pistol round, of course, does often come down to a little bit of RNG, but even then, MOUZ NXT had such a landslide victory on the first round that you can't really take that away from them. And Wisla Krakow, at this point, they're starting to pack up their bags.
Yep. Goofy. Anything. Oh, spots ahead. He gets JDC. I mean, amazingly. You know, I'm now.
If he got that second shot, man, no. That's not allowed. That is illegal. That is simply not allowed in Counter-Strike.
I don't want that image to even enter my mind. That would have been disgusting for Goofy. But I mean, he gets the first anyways. I mean, I'm kind of getting to the phase where I'm like, ooga booga, I just want to see some frags, and that's something something Goofy delivered there. I know the phase of the game that is, it's looking bleak for Wisla Krakow. That is.
Yeah, but, I mean, they had barely any money in the previous round. They bought up entirely, back to $2,500. The digits simply aren't lining up in their bank account. What do you even do if you're in Wisla's shoes? Trying to think of I'm trying to do like the mental acrobatics needed to give Wisla Krakow a win condition, but it really comes down to MOUZ NXT dropping the ball hugely.
Goofy, oh no. Barely turns around. That would have... All right, he's going to take it by Shuey instead. There were various ways he could have died in that situation. Going down to Shuey is one of them. Fan goes for Sobel. And they even smoke out Snatchy because they know what's coming their way. Here's a running Mac 10 coming your way. Sparrow can't hit the headshot, and so he'll lose his. There's your 2v5.
At this point,
yeah.
it's just a waiting game, isn't it?
Yep.
It's not really... It's not really carved out for Wisla Krakow anymore. I know I did, I feel like I did MOUZ NXT a bit of a disservice initially because I said that their nuke was going to be incredibly weak. But so far, I think my entire analysis of that just came off of the idea that MOUZ NXT wouldn't have improved too much since the last time they played nuke, but it seems like they have. Especially with MHL being more comfortable with the roster and Wisla looking a little bit shaky. That's just a recipe for disaster.
Ow!
Oh, okay, Snatchy, maybe you can stop that.
That only stings a little bit in the grand scheme of things for MOUZ NXT. They're up 14-4, and they still got cash in their wallets. Even on the back of that, you can even hold on to Mac 10s because there's not a lot of head armor for Wisla to go around.
Mm-hmm. But there are quite a few voucher codes to go around. Type that code before anybody else does. teb.gg/skinbaron.
I'm gonna
€5 off.
I'm gonna set myself like a challenge to try and read that code before it fades away from the screen. Get your screenshot buttons ready, guys.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Man, I have such a nice little trick to use the code before anybody else does. Do you think I should tell the audience?
Wait, hold on. There's a little bit of architecture. Okay, huge setup. I think they have a nade setup lined up for the player on towards site. It was Goofy. And he's playing the off angle. Like, Shane knows the one position that Goofy has to be holding to avoid those nades. And he just pre-aims for it. Brutal. And alright, you have a 4v5, and... I think your only win condition here is Sparrow in towards Secret, if they even come his way. He can get all the information. He can get all the information they need when the time comes. But MOUZ, if they just blast through any part of the map, they have the choice to just blast through every part of the map because there's only one person playing such a thin defense, all in all.
Sobel, yeah, he's salivating over the prospect of getting kills as they walk in, but no, they've decided to turn their heads, live to see another day, walk into another bomb site, and Yedgar will be the first line of defense.
Volleyed out, could line up multiple, but can't get any. And that is the exact opposite he wanted. Sparrow was ready for Xertion. Past tense, and now I think Snatchy is about to be the same in the past in a 1v5 with an op, and they know where he is. 28 HP to his name. You think he's surviving this one?
I mean, I would hope so they have a chance, but apparently Exertion doesn't abide by the rules of physics.
That's so painful. That's not the way. I just wanted it like body shotted by an AK-47, but no, running Glocked is the way he goes down. Poor lad. 15-4.
Starting to look like a lost cause now. I mean, it has been for the past 2 rounds, if I'll be honest. Last chance to survive. They've got weaponry, they've got an M4 thrown in the mix, couple MP9s, and AWP as well. Snatchy fully relying on firepower because he doesn't have really any utility lining his belt.
No.
MHL, yep, he's taken away the opposition. And now, Wisla, it's already been an uphill battle. You don't have to make it a wall. You can't just make it that vertical.
They're gonna have to switch gravity to get over this one. Goofy pushing in towards Hut. He hits the shot. Okay, respect
How?
on that one. The nastiest off angle ever being played by Shuey, or Shane rather. Goofy still gets it. Sparrow though up close. Is that door open or closed? It's open, and that means Sparrow's dead. Goofy though with another. Trying to make his way in towards CT vent. There's a nade. Goodbye. And you're done. 2v3.
Yeah, just follows him home.
Wait a minute. There's a player in Sobel has pushed all the way through.
How does Sobel even get there?
Trophy room is the way to go, I suppose. So you have a weird, very weird 2v2. They've given a bomb control, however.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds, however, and they're trying to reclaim some of their lost control. Sobel has an AWP pick.
What?
No, that's a shot you cannot miss! That was off by a pixel, and that means that JDC can get away with the bomb. It comes down to Yedker.
I have no idea how that missed. But they have to go A.
Okay, yeah,
and
he's getting a
playing
chance.
the off angle. He gets one. He sprays them both down. The only way Wisla can win that, but how it even got to that point, I don't think you can even explain that to me.
No way JDC should have survived that at all. Still, a 10-round deficit for Wisla to go. That's the first step. The wall starts to lose some of its elevation. But with how good MOUZ NXT have looked, I do not expect Wisla to be able to close this one out. They'd have to pull off a miracle comeback, and unfortunately, we've not seen anything like that today.
I'm still in shock. If Wisla start to make the comeback off the back of that, then sure, we'll give it to him. Right now, outside control. There you go. Your wall smokes are in. Diagonal smokes, for that matter. Meant to isolate Sachi. He's going to push on through with the flash. Oh, no. But now he hasn't got his kill. Oh, he'll still get one. Still looking to fight around, but trade it out. Is that really what Wisla wanted in that situation?
Yeah, down to secret they go. They've got to deal with Sparrow on the other end. Rotations will be very difficult to come by for Wisla Krakow. How quickly do they react to this?
He's 4 and 20.
Just start flying open. Sparrow is trying to keep them off.
4 and 20. Can he break the curse? MHL finds Sobel, and oh no, Sparrow. He's been seen, and he's gone. Shuey's got him. 4 and 21. Just one away from the ultimate scoreline to finish off a game. 2v4 for Wisla Krakow. This didn't even look like their map pick. For the record, just brick wall after brick wall for MOUZ NXT, primarily MHL. Let's give it to him. Now Jedker in a 1v4. I mean, let's just use this time to sing MOUZ NXT's praises.
Yeah, that's going to be it. MOUZ NXT, a very comfortable victory, and they finally got a revenge on Wisla Krakow from a month ago. You know, they've won out Nuke now, and it's only uphill from here. MOUZ NXT's map pick coming up next. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Keep a tab open. Whatever you've got to do, get a snack. Just stay here, because we're about to be back with some really good action.
Another thing I did manage to get is the MOUZ NXT, something I've been wanting for quite a few years. Never really got to it. Now I've been given a perfect one for it. It's a sturdy one. It comes with a beautiful rubber finish as well, so it doesn't move, but it still allows for movement with the arm it has. Not only that, it's also cheap. It's available at $17 on their store. So if you want to get one, I would highly recommend this one. And the next thing we have here is the wonderful M4 wireless mouse that I've been using for the past 2 days as of now. It's been a wonder, it's been a pleasure and a joy using it so far. I've had to charge it only once. Besides that, it is very lightweight, it works well, and it's available at only $99 on their store as well. It also comes with an extra part for the backside of the mouse, as well as a few extra key tabs for keyboard that we've got up next. The keyboard itself is the K4 RGB PKL or 10 keyless, and it is available for $100 on their web store, which is ridiculously cheap for this product itself, which it feels fantastic. It is very sturdy, it doesn't move around, it sticks in place, and overall it has been a joy to play with for the past few days. You can catch all the action of the Pinnacle Winter Series over at twitch.tv/CCT_EN. However, I would like to remind you guys that this video is sponsored by Xtrfy, so if you are looking to upgrade your items, if you're looking to get some new gear, head over to Xtrfy.com, use the code WINTER10 at checkout to get 10% off your order, and thank you to Xtrfy for sponsoring this video.
going with a favor of MOUZ NXT in destructive fashion. You know, we saw some highlight fragging from the variety of the cast for MOUZ NXT, and if they bring the team aspect to their map pick of Inferno, it should be a slide. I'm fine, joined by Faraz Wild DD Abro. Did I get the pronunciation right on that one?
It's close enough where I don't want to punch you, so we're good.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, for some reason, my brain thought there was gonna be a knife round in the second map. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me. Like, that's why we butted heads before the map started, and like the viewers don't know that, but now I'm exposing us.
Oh, come on. Look, but, you know, they're not supposed to know what happens during the break, and us talking about
what happens in the break stays in the break.
Yeah, what happened? Yeah, there you go. Dualies. Love to see that. Actually, 2 sets of them. They have an overwhelming firepower advantage if you just count the number of guns they got.
Yeah. But look where MOUZ NXT are headed. They're going to be walking into the potential of 2 sets of dualies right around the corner. One in sandbags, one on the broken wall. And this is a tough pincer to deal with.
All right. Do they have a flash to try and open it up, or are they just going to dry run it? If they dry run it, this could be the end of it. But they actually boost up, and they get both kills!
No!
Nice duel Beretta's buddy. Here's a P250. They all cost the same, but one gun seems better than the other. Moving in now, just Goofy, trapped out towards New, and he's probably out of this situation. I think they're running with knives in hand, and Shuey's even to get a pocket in 1500, and let's just say it, that's your pistol. Shane with just to pick up Sobel, never mind. It's just Sobel inside of CT spawn, and they're running him down. MOUZ NXT are having too much fun.
I turned into a total squeaker there with how much, you put it just right, they're having fun, they're playing it like a game. And Wisla Krakow, they're not happy with this game.
Oh my. And already, what, $1,500 pocketed for Shuey out there. Honestly, I was thinking maybe... Sometimes teams have brought out an op. Not T-side op, but it's like he could afford an op if he really, really wanted to. And on the other hand, though, Snatchy actually bringing out a scout in this one. It's a force buy for Wisla. Sometimes you see teams go for the eco, but at least they want to reel things back. And I always think, I mean, there's always a debate to be had on whether to force or to eco, but losing the first there makes me feel like I want the latter, but Goofy always has something to say.
Yeah, he's definitely part of the conversation with that Desert Eagle coming to light. In the meantime, however, MOUZ NXT, they're feeling somewhat threatened. They know that walking into a bunch of Deagles isn't exactly going to be the best day of their life. Now heading towards Banana, Yedker tries to go for a pot shot, smoked out, and Sparrow has a Molotov to work with, but he doesn't pop it in time. Getting ready with the flashbangs, he wants to allow his teammate to move in, but quickly Pincer from second oranges, and there it is, MOUZ NXT, very little HP to work with, but they're up against Deagles. How does that pan out?
Yeah, I mean, and the Deagle, well, one body shot per player basically would do it, but maybe they don't exactly know the extent of the damage that was done. So
oh yeah, for sure.
Backing away.
I think if they had any idea of where the HPs are at, they would have definitely gone for it, but they want to save this weaponry because playing with pistols in the next round when they know that it's a very marginal chance at winning it out in this one, they want to save it. Especially with Goofy being able to find a Galil from a fallen soldier.
Oh, yeah.
Just wonderful stuff, yeah. MOUZ NXT, 2 rounds for them, but just this is a bit of damage that Wisla can be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it looks like Sparrow looked like he didn't have any awareness of what was going on in that situation. They were mid-executing. He was trying to line a banana retake utility. So
yeah, what was that really? I mean, had he popped the Molotov there, it would have given so much more space for Yedker to work with the Desert Eagle. And overall, I think that would have made a massive impact on the rest of the round, simply because of how little HP they had. They could have very well lost a player or two within the flames.
So back up and running right now for Wisla Krakow. A couple of extra Deagles purchased up. I mean, I'm actually not against it. If whatever Goofy's Galil can do in this round will definitely make its mark. Maybe allowing for the extra Deagles to follow up. They also have a scout and snatching. I'm always a big fan of at least the scout chain. If you land one tag, Deagle can finish. But maybe banana re-aggression is on the cards. Goofy snags one, but loses Jedker in the process.
Oh, wait a minute. Hamachel getting Goofy through the smoke makes it so much harder, but Sparrow doesn't want to leave any prisoners either. Galil picked up, and now he's made it a lot more palatable as far as the duel is concerned. Bomb drop right behind the smoke, but Sparrow doesn't have full information on it. Shuey still not... Okay, there it is. He's picked up the bomb now. But in the meantime, look at where MOUZ NXT is headed. They're relying on Wisla Krakow to call for a premature rotate, and that's exactly what's happening. Sobel, not exactly sure of whether he wants to stick around, but he's only got a Desert Eagle, so his impact is going to be limited. In the meantime, MOUZ NXT, 2 players up arches, and a smoke's been propped up for the bomb to start moving in.
Yeah, he's about to realize what he's just left. These 2 players walking up Moto. Can't hit the shots necessarily until he does. He gets 2!
No!
2 huge kills for Sobel. The bomb's still in the hands of Shuey. 30 seconds remaining. Sobel could easily get them all. Headshot spotted. And there's Snatchy with the finisher. And there's your eco round victory for Wisla.
My, oh my. That just comes down to just individual brilliance from Sobel. I mean, you do not expect those 2 difficult angles to be struck by the pure force of the Desert Eagle. And you can see that Wisla are now a lot more comfortable. Sobel having picked up the AK-47, a couple of his buddies as well, Sparrow and Snatchy. They've got utility, they've got AKs, they've got everything they need to make a successful CT side happen. On the other hand, however, MOUZ NXT are feeling a bit threatened. Their money's really down the drain, and they're going to have to work with very limited utility. At least they've got the smokes, though. That makes at least navigating around the map a bit easier. But in the meantime, they're playing a default, not allowing Wisla, or at least anticipating Wisla to try to go for some kind of control.
Now, for the most part, out towards middle. Waiting for that arch smoke to come through. It was like consistently keeping that one smoked. In fact, now as that comes through, Wisla can't be sure. Snatchy can't be sure what's behind that smoke. We'll take some spam in. No one's there quite yet. MOUZ are just waiting. They'll bide their time. Now they're going to sneak out middle. Snatchy hasn't heard any of this. Now he's certainly about to. There isn't a single flash, though, to break up this crossfire. I think the anticipation here should be a clean one for Wisla. Now only just Snatchy, but he gets the double. The most important one, too. MHL, he'll get his frag, 2 HP, and a clutch on the cards.
And he's up against a Molotov from Sparrow as well, so just one tick of the flames is going to take him out. He's got the bomb in his hands. He can very easily go for a plant, but he's got to watch out. Ooh, planting out in the open. I'm surprised that he's doing that. Yeah. Oh, narrowly. Could have dodged that bullet, but a bit unfortunate. I think he was actually anticipating a preemptive nade to come his way because of his HP. That's why he didn't plan it a little bit more safe, but doesn't end up working out. Wisla Krakow, even up the numbers.
No, I think he was expecting players to come from lane. He didn't see anyone peeking from Moto, so he might have think, okay, the banana players probably walked all the way through mid, or Arch player trying to join up with him. Either way, planning for Arch, gets punished for it.
Get ready, Fi. You have to say the number.
0477 IVs S2HR 4YHOSW. Let's go. Wait, they kept it on the screen.
TB.GG/Skin Baron is the place to be if you want to type that instead of say it and actually claim €5.
Yeah, but that's probably the way you want to go there. I mean, I could turn on text-to-speech and try and get that one going up for you, but they kept it on screen longer this time, so thanks, Broad.
So?
I think so. It felt like it. Felt like I had like 3 seconds to try.
This time you had a warning, though.
Yeah.
This time you had a warning.
Yeah. You had the call up for me. It's like, I gotta go. There you are. Alrighty, so cool banana control here from Wisla. It's only an eco. Like, this is just overkill. In my opinion, you can stack up 4 players at the A side if you really want to. It's always a possibility. You don't always have to. You got Sparrow by his side.
Playing it super safe. Now look at where MOUZ NXT are headed. They've got P250s and they've got smokes to work with as well, which is why I still think they can threaten the players that are in sight. Because there's only 2 players waiting for him. Sperr and Yetker both taking a scratch, but the Molotov keeps them far enough that... Oh, the question mark?
That is a ghost. He went on top of the logs and blasted Sparrow out of there. Jetker's going to play out more towards Coffins. A better headshot angle because he is on 20 HP. There's a player in towards CT spawn. Matchy Chambers one. Easy does it. Goes in for the repeat and gets destroyed by Shane. So they have to cross through CT. And that's where they meet the A4 or Goofy. You don't see that gun too much often these days, but it'll make itself heard. 3-2.
What's the rationale behind still having the A4? Because I read some of the opinions from people, and there's some angles that don't work well for you if you're playing the A1S because the barrel sticks out too far compared to the A4. But even then, it doesn't really sound like an amazing reason to pick the A4 over the A1S. Just probably peak the angle a little bit differently. What do you prefer? Do you prefer the A1S or the A4?
The A4 has its merits as like a sight anchor, where you're gonna need the extra 5 bullets. And honestly, it comes into play more often than not, which is really interesting. Having the ability to continue the spray is really, really impactful. So, do I see Jedker also using the A4?
Interesting.
Wait, this is some vintage stuff from Wisla Krakow. This is a
Yeah,
unique team we're seeing right here.
Yeah, you don't really see that too often. I think one of the biggest advantages of the A1S is that after you get a kill, your position isn't immediately given up, and that has to be single-handedly the biggest advantage the A1S gives you. And I would even use the A1S if it only had 20 bullets, to be perfectly honest. Woo-hoo.
Rumbles across there for Snatchy, almost gets the opener.
Snatchy, oh, is he going to peek into the lion's den?
No, I don't think he's ever... If he does this, I mean, Medal of Honor for just bravery right there, because MHL's on the other side of it. On the other hand, they've already walked up towards B. They're priming and execute. Shuey just wants in. Sparrow's gonna go back, have to back away, but there's no CT smoke. So Shuey just gets lasered down, isolated, and there is no trade in sight. The mollies are perfect, and now Zersh is caught in front of the smoke. But Sparrow does get traded out at the end of the day, but there's no further execute here for MOUZ.
Yeah, just very little HP for them remaining, which is why they can't run through even. Wisla Krakow, they can simply buy their time. It's not like they have to go for anything aggressive, play 2-2. They have the advantage regardless of where MOUZ NXT have to head. And with only 40 seconds on the clock, they have to make a play happen now. Snatchy playing from dark. One of the A4s in triple. What are you even going to do up against this? There's just too much riflery to be had.
MHL is just still holding, waiting for a Snatchy peek. That's a nice shot from JDC. But the fact that Snatchy just never peeks this round is actually just downright hilarious, because it just keeps the player occupied for the entirety of it.
Yeah, MHL couldn't. MHL just couldn't go for anything because he was stuck watching Snatchy. You know the Snatchy would have peeked if MHL went for a single shot, because he would know that the opera's not watching him anymore. Man, the question is whether or not MHL, like, sure, he had a really amazing nuke performance, right? But I think a lot of that came down to the rest of his team performing amazingly as well. And to set himself apart and truly fill the shoes of Torchsy on the MOUZ NXT squad, he's going to have an incredible performance even when the rest of his squad isn't really following suit. And I think this game, this map in particular, finally up against the big boys, finally up against a big team like Wisla Krakow, it's his chance to prove himself.
Yeah, especially on this kind of round where he's the sole AWP for MOUZ NXT. He's going to have to be the primary contributor.
You talked a little bit about how MHL is generally a bit more passive of an AWP, and this is where it starts to come into play. Exertion, he's playing with fire here.
Wait, no way! He snipes down Jedker that when Sparrow is getting hunted down by Exertion, he gets the entry!
This can't be it. Wisla Krakow, they're giving up too much space here. They've lost both Jedker and Sparrow. MHL and Exertion, they've made their mark, but it's now down to Snatchy and Sobel to get those opening kills going, and they've done it.
But they're trying to come back towards A. Shane has to be ready for Sobel on the site. Is he going to check for it? No, he isn't. Sobel gets the initial. No trades. And he even repositions. Sobel has this perfectly. He can even come back in through Boiler if he wants to.
I think he's going to be able to intercept the bomb, and that's probably the biggest threat they have to deal with Sobel. He knows Boiler is entirely clear. Oh, he spotted a body! Yeah, this has to be it. Nothing you can do if you're MHL. Doesn't go for a revenge knife, thankfully. But other than that, he's got it all down under lock and key.
Yeah, Xerxon just playing out towards Boiler, hoping to find a headshot. I don't think it's meant to be, though. Sobel with the big hold, a 4K on the round, and a 5th for Wisla Krakow. Really well navigating that situation. And so with that, 5-2, 5 rounds in a row, a booming economy, a great time for Wisla on their opponent's map pick. We're seeing a little bit of reversal here. We're not seeing the same crazy entries. It felt like that round could have been for the favor of MOUZ, but, well, see where we stand now. Snatchy going for
He's
the
playing
aggressive
with fire. Oh, ho, ho.
Lined
Can't
it up
feel too good about that one.
and dropped. You hate to see it. 4 on 5, and Sparrow has to back away.
Now look at the numbers that Wisla Krakow have to play with. They've already lost one of their biggest contributors. Snatchy's gone. The AWP's not available for them. And now MOUZ NXT, the world is their oyster. They can decide to go wherever they want. They doubled back down to the B site, but they still have plenty of time to reposition wherever they'd like. They've thrown off enough of a fake on the B site that Wisla Krakow will still have to commit 2 players. But in the meantime, something's being cooked up towards Boiler.
I like this. I like the re-aggression, but MOUZ might be waiting for exactly. Don't check both sides before you cross the street, but Sobel. No, it's Shane. Double kill for one pole over the other. And your 2v5 is going to be a save here for Wisla. I like the idea of that mid-round, but Shane's just a little better.
One thing I'm really happy about, though, is, like, unlike the previous game, it's not like we're seeing save after save. I think Endpoint versus SKADE was just very difficult to watch at times because of how many saves there were, how many times we would see Endpoint end up taking those AWPs home. Wisla Krakow a bit more sparing with that in that regard, and that's obviously because the CT side has been winning so far. But MOUZ NXT, I think there's going to be a lot more pressure on them when they are on the CT side. You know, they're trying to build up a bit of a buffer on the T side, and a lot of their cohesion as a squad, especially with MHL, that's going to shine on the CT side because, you know, I think for MOUZ NXT, one of the biggest X factors is MHL. That's not a secret at all. And the time you're actually going to get to see him perform is on that CT side because your AWP, that's when it can contribute.
Yeah, sometimes it is useful to counter an aggressive opponent if they ever do try to fight down, but they don't need the AWP here for today on this T side. Not necessarily the style that Wisla is running. Might be brought out in the future, but not now. Instead, more or less the same sort of style we're seeing. Zershin has to stand in the molly a little bit to dodge out on the grenades, but eventually, one way or the other, MOUZ will get their banana control.
Sparrow backing off from Banana, allowing the T's to have a bit more control. Instead, they'll be biding their time. They'll be waiting for MOUZ NXT to make a move. Yedker narrowly dodging bullets, narrowly avoiding death. But in the meantime, Shane is cooking something up. Sawball, big responsibility on him.
He has to back away, though. Flashes are too good, and smoked out is goofy. They're going to have to take the more passive positions. Interesting one-way lined up, though. Surely that rings some bells for MOUZ. Are they seriously going to try and continue one of the sides? A good flashbang, though, forces Sawball out of position.
Oh.
But now he still gets the kill on a JDC. Goofy even joining in with the action, and it's shut down here on this A site. Sparrow even finding smoke spam from Library onto these lane players. Another one-way smoke, but Zershin finds a headshot on the Sawball. Can he get another onto Goofy? MHL falls. And all on its... But a team kill comes through onto that site player.
Yeah.
And this actually gives him a chance to clutch.
Yeah, that can't be good, Zershin.
No way. Not gonna happen, though. But chances, man. Just handed to him by Wisla.
Yeah, just the prospect of Exertion having only a 1 versus 2 to deal with put me on the edge of my seat. MOUZ NXT now, they still got a lot of money to work with. Wisla Krakow, they have some distance in between them and MOUZ NXT, but it's not enough of a deficit for them to feel comfortable just yet, especially with how individually talented the MOUZ NXT squad is. Now, AWP back in MHL's hands. I want to see if that amounts to anything. Goofy. I expected there to be a bit of mid-aggression. No, just standard style of play, 3 players on B. Giving off the impression that there's control of Banana because they threw that early Molotov. But Sawball, in the meantime, will disallow JDC from getting up to his individual transgression.
Flashback in as well. Zershin hears that, sees the molly, and has to make an assumption that this is a re-aggression, full banana control, trying to be re-established. Is he seriously just going to walk through a smoke? He isn't. Instead, he'll catch a nade.
I really like how Wisla Krakow conditioned MOUZ NXT to not want to go for the initial push because they threw a Molotov of their own even when they themselves were playing passively, and that's wasted quite a bit of time. Not enough though, because MOUZ NXT, they want to continue on forward. That's dirty.
My gosh, and that's go time. Jedker on top oranges. He gets checked by Zershin doing all the work. He is just unstoppable at the moment. He has been. He has been the defining factor, the defining rifler for MOUZ NXT. He's going to get it done. Shane is going to force the saves out of Wisla Krakow. No chance in this round when Zershin is in the serve.
I think we talked about exertion quite a bit in the pregame, and a lot of this came down to him being a very promising prospect for a lot of the top players, for a lot of the top teams, but man, he is not in his prime yet. He is at the start of his career, and he is looking absolutely amazing. How far can he take this? Because with shots like that, with a Ferrari peak that can topple an AWP player waiting for him patiently, there's a long way to go, man.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that is just a testament to what Zershin can do. And so that'll hand MOUZ a fourth, and Wisla and Eco, they're loving it.
If you're a MOUZ NXT fan, there is so much to be excited about, right? You've got the likes of MHL finally stepping up. You've got Exertion, who's a super young player, incredibly talented, will eventually probably be on one of the best teams in the world. So, as a fan, you get a chance to see all of these things come to light. You see them being built up. It's not like you join the story after it's been written. You're watching the pages being flipped by the authors.
Yeah, honestly, like, watching this team grow is such a fun experience, at least, because sometimes you're like, oh, we've heard about the NIP of old. Like, you guys here can say that I was here when Zershin was popping off, and you're seeing kind of him take off the start of his career. Currently the only player on his team who's remotely positive. And 6'4".
Yeah, I think what MOUZ NXT has delivered so incredibly well when it comes to MOUZ as a squad as a whole, right? Like with players like Rops, with players like Tortsy being picked up by the main MOUZ roster and just being top players in the world right now. They continue to write story after story.
Yeah, no, Rops is playing for arguably the best team in the world, so there's that. It comes to fruition here. Snatchy, though, blinded up. There's a different story that's being written here, at least by Wisla Krakow. Looking to sour the mood just a tad bit, as well as Sparrow playing a very nasty angle on the edge of that smoke. Will find Shuey and put big ol' Zershin with some shoes to fill, as JDC has also hit the deck. Zershin's going to try and make it happen, but too much to ask of the guy. And just MHL. Throwing smokes, flashes, but not any frags. It's Sparrow all the way.
The question is, how well does this translate when they end up hopping onto the T side? Because look at these individual performances from Wisla, man. They are lackluster with the exception of Sobel. You talked about it a little bit in the pregame, that Sobel was just an exceptional rifler. He brings so much to the table and all that. But I didn't realize that there was this much to offer. He's going 15-5 right now, man.
He's been hitting some crackers of shots as well.
He's carrying the AWP player. That's probably the biggest green flag for me.
My gosh. Yeah, and honestly, this is, in a way, a little polar super team that we're seeing in Wisla. But starting this thing off for Snatchy. Getting Sparrow into position. He's even pushing more aggressively. Beats Zershin on the other end. Unfortunate for him. It's a fate no one wants to see. Shane can't connect the shot into Jedker. Does come close, but no cigar. And you're going to see this one clean out as usual. Honestly, you're right, completely right about these Polish riflers. Though Sobel and Goofy, they both played for Pact in the past, and I honestly think that they were the sole reason that team was such a relevant, at least a relevant force in the Tier 2 scene back a year and a half ago. Good to see him having a good game here.
One of the things that really scares me when I see a CT side, a team having a close game on the CT side, is when their opper is just fragging out of his mind. Because although that's a good thing, it eventually means that the T side will be very detrimental to the results. Because then you've relied on this on the AWP already. Switching sides, you're not going to have the advantage anymore. The op doesn't work just as well on the T side. That's just a pretty well-known fact now. And on the other hand, if you've got someone like Sobel who's being an absolute madman with a rifle, that's different because that can still frag out on the T side.
Right. I think he's been able to, honestly, and I actually have to credit the intelligence that he's bringing to the table for Wisla. If you remember the situation where he was basically in 1v3 holding down the A site, he snags the first and then makes a reposition in towards the apartments to just completely confuse MOUZ NXT. Also, we've seen some cool smokes. I mean, he's been solely responsible for keeping that A site free of MOUZ NXT players. I mean, that's honestly why you see the spree of rounds up top. And the lead you see right now, it's 8-4, and its lockdown of the A site has been admirable. Even then, honestly, he started the whole thing. If you remember that Deagle 2 piece that he got, absolutely disgusting. So
many kills being lined up by Sobel, by Goofy, just time and time again, it comes down to these players being rocks for their team. And honestly, I wanted to see Snatchy in a much better form, but recently he hasn't really been bringing as much to the table as you would really ideally want from him. But on the other hand, I think some of the rocks have also shifted from their places in MOUZ NXT. Shui, I do expect his performances to be a little bit better than this, although he does have the responsibility of calling some shots for the squad. So his performance will always take a hit from that. And now, back to the game.
Snatch taking eyes down middle. Like, if you don't have a T-side up, you can't really fight this. Oh, so close to just nabbing an opener there with Snatchy. A little bit faster, and that's one on the books. Getting nades in towards CT. Sparrow takes the brunt of it, but he's playing an off angle. MHL surely isn't ready for that. He's even playing in front of the smokes. Sparrow feeling confident right now. Scary sight to see in a 4v5. Going in again as well.
Out. Oh, he's going to have to go wide to be able to net that information.
He still hits the shot.
Yeah, question mark, how does Shui get that far in and still get punished? He had way too much space there, and look at how MOUZ NXT are quickly scrambling to bring themselves back into this fight. Wanting to head a banana, they quickly realize that they've given up too much space. There's only 50 seconds left, so they've got to make a play now.
Smoke dropped in from Sparrow. That's an interesting smoke. I think he meant to throw a flash instead of a smoke, but now he's mollied. And Jedker playing out from the first Orange's corner. He's going to continue to spray. He wants to get all of them here. Traded out with JDC, but Sparrow unsmoked, and Goofy runs to the smoke. Simple B-site hold for Wisla.
Very similar to the first map we saw, and surprisingly enough, I think we might actually be seeing a case where both of these teams exchange picks. Wisla Krakow just being a very dominant force in the tier 2 scene. Maybe they were just maybe they had a bit of an off day in the first map. I'm not too sure about that. Obviously, I'm not going to discredit how good MOUZ NXT were, especially just Sobel and MHL. Sorry, I just completely lost my train of thought there. It was Exertion at MHL, I believe.
Starting up though, it's gonna come down to Goofy and Snatchy. It just found right through the smoke is Goofy. Sobel is your hero though to make a hero play, but he walks into MHL. And JDC even playing up close with the op, trying to bait a shot. This time around, Snatchy has the reactions to beat him on the line. What a messy round, a 3-on-3, smokes covering everywhere, and a shot from MHL. Snatchy can't even react.
If you're in MOUZ NXT shoes, this is one of the best chances you've had in the past few rounds. Gotta play it safe. Want to make sure that Exertion doesn't fall off here. He's only got a Tech 9 to work with, but up against these rifles, up against some utility that is available for the CT squad, you cannot afford to make many mistakes. No, MHL, you might just be giving this up.
Oh, he's about to
That's it. Yetker knows. Yetker sprays through and Yetker delivers. Exertion and Shane now have this big responsibility. Shane connects a shot and he connects another. Sparrow's been taken out as well.
Wow.
The Tech 9 goes wild.
Wow. That's a wowing moment there from Shane. Pops up from Grave and then snaps on for the other to end the hopes and snag a half buy. I mean, honestly, this would be a double-digit half guarantee if that goes the way as it should for Wisla. But keeping this game neck and neck and at least giving them opportunities and breathing space for a potential CT side comeback to start for MOUZ NXT. Shane helps out MOUZ to help get in the game, but this is a different look from Snatchy to kick off this one as MHL is in the dirt.
Pretty surprising that MHL doesn't react to that. Snatchy very quick on the trigger, and so is Exertion. MOUZ NXT quickly bring the numbers back to equal, but Snatchy's still alive and kicking. He's looming around the server, and it's something they're gonna have to watch out for. Look at the kind of space they're creating here. Apartments has been taken up by JDC. In the meantime, the rest of the players are heading up middle, and because Wisla don't actually have any aggressive players right now, they have no information on that, and you can tell that Wisla Krakow, they're hesitating because they keep oscillating a player between Arches and B, so they're really going for a gamble here as far as their own information is concerned.
Oh my god, if Sobel got that kill, I would have lost it. But Goofy actually finds a refrag in that situation. Sobel had no idea JDC could have walked up that close. So you've lost your big man in the office. Goofy and Jedker can hold. Goofy playing out from lane. Good trade from Xerxin. And Jedker also arrives. Xerxin's looking for that refrag. Absolutely hungry for it. But Jedker has since fled the scene. 30 seconds remaining. Xerxin could make a run to the B site, though, with this time. And he's going to do exactly that. With 20 seconds remaining, he's done it.
Yeah, not a chance that Wisla can react to this in time. He will give himself a fighting chance, but the problem is that he's still going to be up against a Jedker who has a rifle. That nade, of course, also cues that he has already made his way to the B site. Now he's got to deal with two different angles. If he can manage to kill Snatchy first, he can switch over to the AWP and give himself a fighting chance.
Sneak in towards the construction area.
This is good. If he can isolate the duel from Jedker as well.
I'm gonna be surprised if Jedker doesn't check this though. I think this all of a sudden might just be expected. Jedker slow peeking it, yeah, and that's kind of nasty there from Jedker because when the player comes up banana, when Snatchy sees there's no one banana, that's an immediate thought that enters your head. He's not playing in from pool. That's basically like half the site completed, so Jedker can slow clear everything, take it slow, and get Wisla to a 10-5 scoreline as we
especially because in a 1 versus 2, you're expecting Exertion to isolate one of these duels. So if you don't find that player in banana, he's got to be in construction. He's got to be pushing up CT to get the other duel.
And
Technical pause, though. I mean, it gives us, it gives not only us, but the players to also some room to breathe, some time to clear the air, talk about how the game is going, because Wisla Krakow, although they're in a really good position right now, I mean, they've got double digits, and I'm sure their headspace is looking a lot better than Nuke did. It can very easily be turned around on its head simply because now Snatchy is going to be out of play, knowing that he's the AWP player, and maybe Sobel will feel a bit more suffocated in trying to go for those duels.
yeah, so I mean, and also Sobel cooled off towards the end of that. He was 17-5 and at least hit a cold patch in the part where a little bit of overextension from his end where he peeked into 2 pistols, if I remember that properly, in towards lane. At least he's a smart player. He has fine enough aim, serviceable aim, but I think the most he gets is from his positioning on towards that CT side. Starting us off though, unfortunately, we have a little bit of disconnect, so we're trying to fix that one up. Honestly, is it seat? I mean, once MHL gets out on a CT side off, maybe we can start talking about MOUZ NXT and see if that resurgence is really there. I mean, a T side for an opper, especially on a map like Inferno, is never really a realistic option. So maybe we can see where MHL can shine in this upcoming half.
Well, now it's obvious why we have a technical pause here. One of the players has dropped off of the server.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Absolutely gone. That's Jedker. He started this game like 1-5 by like round number 10. It was actually pretty comical in that respect. Like his team was winning. He was up like 8-4 and he was 1-5. So didn't really.
It's my good old matchmaking experience.
Yeah. Towards the inner bit. You know what's actually surprising? Looking at the stat bot at the moment. Xerxin is 12-11 and has 112 ADR, which is just unreal considering the amount of kills per round. 12 kills is slightly above average, but 112 ADR is something else. So
yeah, over 15 rounds. That is madness. Definitely pulling a bit more than just his weight. At this point, because MOUZ NXT are able to do so much damage, well, I know 5 rounds isn't too much, but in the context of the rest of the game, if only a couple more players step up on the MOUZ NXT squad, I think they can dish a lot of damage. Just Shui having a few more kills, MHL being activated on the AWP, that changes everything. And it's something that we are going to have to watch out for.
yeah, I think this could have been a very different half considering there were a lot of clutch situations, a lot of big time multi kills. All right, but let's talk. I mean, we could with Sobel goes without saying in that particular conversation, but also just generally speaking, able to come back from various different man disadvantages and situations that might not happen. I'm always harkening back to at least in my mind to Sobel's basically a 1v3 on the A site where it diced up around where MHL was working with an AWP, and there was a Tech 9 round 3-on-3, and they came back to his site alone. He's able to outposition them simply as that. So at least there's been a couple rounds for MOUZ NXT that definitely could have shaped out differently, and that would have been very impactful to the fabric of the game. But we didn't get much of that from MOUZ. We didn't get at least the clutch element to dig themselves out of the situations that they found themselves in. And so 10-5, it's far from a perfect scoreline, but we've seen a good CT side from MOUZ today. Why not another?
Yeah, I think, just like the aspect of luck, or the aspect of not having star players being able to deliver at the very last moment, it's something that ended up not working out for Wisla either when it came to the first map, and now I believe it's happening to MOUZ NXT. But of course, before we get into the game, I do want to shout out our partners, of course, to the guys behind it all, Pinnacle, who this tournament is named after, because if you want to put your money where your mouth is with regards to games like this one, if you're a MOUZ NXT fan, if you believe in Wisla Krakow, doesn't matter which side of the camp you're on, you can go ahead and check them out and place your bets there.
Polish Derby. I put that in big time air quotes. Back underway.
Did Shane get tagged with a pistol while he was crossing over?
I think he might have gotten hit by like through the wall or something like that. Anyhow, is it too big a deal? Maybe there should be some gooshes to be found. Shane still wanting to duel out towards middle. I don't blame him. He got the USP, got the best gun in the game probably for it. Xerxin also walking down banana. Spot player jumping out of Mech C and loses his teammate Shane. Shui's down. Xerxin has to fall back on 10 HP, and the pistol round is falling apart at the seams. Maybe just jump out of apartments. That's all you need to do for Wisla to win the round.
Wisla have managed to get onto the opposing site without really taking too much of a scratch. And now MOUZ NXT will feel a bit locked out. I mean, they're on the pistol round. They've not done too much damage. This is too many conditions going the side of Wisla, and unfortunately for MOUZ, I believe we might not actually get a chance to see them fight back simply on the basis of the fact that they won't have too much money immediately. They're just going to have a landslide of rounds going the way of Wisla if they can't close this one out.
That was a nice shot there from MHL, but it's not going to amount to too much there. Surely it doesn't amount to too much. The bomb's about to go down, but I mean, get some kill reward bonus on the way out, I suppose. That'll do. MOUZ NXT guys. Edgar's gonna blow up to the bomb. Another player falls outside of MOUZ NXT, but yeah, no, with that pistol, whoever goes down doesn't necessarily matter.
My question is whether or not MOUZ NXT immediately want to bring the fire to the table, because they could also go for a super conservative approach entirely. Yeah, no, they want to go out guns blazing. 4 Desert Eagles. MHL will be saving up money so he can have a full weaponry in the third round after this one. Wants the AWP on his back. In the meantime, though, Wisla Krakow, they're willing to experiment a little bit. Play with fire on banana, leave the bomb all the way back, and slowly carve their way up A as well. So, not really betting their chips on any singular point of action. Not sure why the camera's here when there's action going on towards banana. Yeah, we just okay.
That's something. We'll call it something. Because that even kills? Like, that didn't really even take aim. He just started spamming the smoke, didn't even see him. Now coming out towards the apartments, maybe MHL has players dropping on him, and Sobel blasts him out of the round. Shane can't hit the headshot. Sobel with the double entry, keeping up the impact. This is going to be 12-5, surely.
I think the round would have entirely changed if MHL is able to get the first kill on the drop down, because that brings it down to a 3 versus 2 and also allows the rest of MOUZ NXT to have an avenue into getting back into the site. No! Ah, little unfortunate. I did want to see Snatchy get away with the knife, but can't always get what you want. Next round, though, it holds some promise here. Bye.
It's interesting. I mean, we're looking forward to more to the next round when MHL gets out on off.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Talking. Yeah. I'm like,
next round after
you like an eco nade stack? Is that what you're excited about?
I'm super excited about it.
I see 5 HEs.
Please work, please. For the love of God, let these nades work. No.
They sit towards T spawn, wisely so, avoiding all the utility. And now, well, you didn't get your nade stack. Now you try to make some money. The nades dealt, get this, a total of 1 damage. What an investment.
5 nades for 1 point of damage. That is $1,500 being used for 1 point of damage. So you're getting what? 0.75?
150,000 per kill. You need what? Like, we're looking at... Well, that's 1 damage per round. So we're looking at, like...
100 rounds? Like
100 rounds?
20 overtimes?
That's a lot of OTs for 1 kill.
Uh-oh, you forgot a very important detail.
Uh-oh,
lots of pistols. Regenerate.
Uh-oh, and there's a player. The planter is on 20 HP, but they go into the blender. Turned into CT Smoothie. And 13-5. I've never used.
Is this an open and shut case yet?
It's not. After this round basically decides it, is what I'm gonna say.
If MHL isn't immediately able to turn up, if we don't see JDC back to his shenanigans like he was on Nuke, it's over. I'm already calling it, because what else are they gonna do? They have no ramp to work off of, and everything is dictated here. Snatchy. He's going to have the big responsibility of taking care of MHL round after round, and there's a big slope that they have to work with now. MHL, I think one of the things that you talked about earlier about him not being super aggressive, that could either be proven wrong here, or is going to come back to bite MOUZ NXT.
I saw a new look from him on Nuke, I must say. In terms of the peaks he was doing, he's playing much more off of his teammates than, more towards himself. A much less selfish gameplay from an Opper, and he got 25 kills off the back of working off of his teammates pretty well. So credit to him where credit is due on that front. I was looking to at least regain some banana control, hold on to that, and Shane, crucial miss there from Snatchy, and he even picks up the off. And he gets the second with it too. Stealing weapons, Shane, that's no good, but he'll take the kills, and that's what's better.
Is this it? Is this a start of something great, Fi?
It's start of something.
Krakow. Yeah, it's a lot of promise to be exhibited. And MOUZ NXT, they'll be waiting. They'll be waiting for Wisla to walk into the Lion's Den to devour them. With 35 seconds on the clock, you can tell that Wisla are about to get desperate. They want to push onto a site immediately. Shane knows where they're coming from. Sobel's been tagged up. He's taking a bullet to the head and heading down arches isn't exactly the recipe for success, because there's a player waiting in anticipation there as well.
MHL's getting flanked here 15 seconds, and they have to get immediate clean entries onto the site. It's all they can do in the situation. JDC playing the off angle, drops the initial, 8 seconds, spams in, 5 seconds, no bomb plant, and JDC with his multi-kill. That's 13-6. MOUZ at least finds something, except for MHL's op.
That was very important for JDC to be able to pick up the kill, because there were still enough seconds where JDC losing that duel would have allowed that to become a 1 versus 2 retake attempt. Slowly does it. 7 rounds away from Wisla Krakow. They have a lot to do here. And MHL not being available on the AWP significantly impacts their chances.
Not being able to pick that one up for the later stage of the round. Let's see this. Oh yeah, it's the that was the Young Ninjas, I believe, who's doing that in the Academy League. Anyways, it doesn't matter. It's not the first time MOUZ have seen that or a man advantage. Starting off with an excellent banana control. And that
I want to see how quickly Wisla Krakow react to this, because they've already headed up middle. If they can get the kill on Arches, that gives them a significant opportunity. Sparrow's taking down JDC. They've got two choices to make. They smoke out Library, and they want to head over towards A.
Shane is in apartments, but I think that's already going to be the suspicion that he's exactly there. He's going to peek out, but he'll get the initial on a Sparrow, which is the most important one. He'd just be a nuisance, draw attention away from where his teammates may potentially be. Sobol's in charge of lane, waiting for the boiler peak, but Shane doesn't go down. Joined by a teammate now, just Snatchy. 1v2, knows where these remaining players are. Can he get it done? First found, but the spam's in from Shuey. And there's another retake, albeit bloody.
Oh, that is so much work being done. Shuey pulled so much weight. First is starting off with kills, a kill towards Banana, and then also getting kills on the retake. They're slowly bringing the scoreline closer together, and the one thing that might work out in their favor is that Wisla's economy is also being threatened in the same time as well. It's not like they can go for saves. They're on the T side, and some of these win conditions are starting to line up. I think the thing that'll always be looming around the corner, though, is the threat to MOUZ NXT with regards to economy, because they're not winning clean rounds. That came down to a 1 versus 1 there at the end. Unless they're able to save up weaponry, the CT side will be bleak.
I was going for a mid-peek again for MHL. This time he actually given a chance. Spotting the beret, but can't knock off his hat.
Look at this look at this double-edged sword that MOUZ NXT are playing with. They are playing with fire. They want to play up close, but if they get overwhelmed by these with these pistols, with this MAC-10, it's going to be very difficult to recover because the rest of their players aren't close enough to help out.
Looking to toss in at least some banana retake utility. There's a smoke towards the front of the half wall thrown in. Not sure if that landed actually as intended. Are they seriously just going to walk up dry? Shuey just playing the anti-flash and allowing MHL to take the initial contact. He's swinging it instead! Playing spoiler to the execute. That's the bomb on the ground. MHL, though, going to be in charge off from the back of the site. And there's the first on a Sobel. And there's another from MHL. No flashes, no chance. And all right, no round here for Wisla Krakow. It is a seamless hold.
I cannot believe that that two-man play ended up working out with MHL watching the angle. I mean, Shuey gets a double there. Really, really impressive stuff. And it came down to just surprising them with an unorthodox timing. Speaking out dry, not even just playing it anti-flash. 5 rounds in between the two squads, and it's cushioned by the idea that Wisla Krakow will be suffering with regards to their economy as well. As soon as MOUZ NXT get on double digits, that's where they can start to flex. This round, they need to make it clean. They want to make sure they have some money to fall back onto if something goes awry. But so far, I think MHL is passing the litmus test here, Fi, because you could see how composed he felt when that push started to come through. He had, it kind of looked like he would have to hit the shots of his life, but he did it so comfortably.
Maybe test it again. And oh, he loses his head to Snatchy. But he has Shuey and JDC to pick up the pieces, making sure that things stay in line. Also Molly to even follow up. Zershin pushing down bottom. Banana takes down Sparrow. 2 players in towards Boiler. Might just consider the run out. Hope and Pray tagged up as well. And JDC, he hears them running away and he still wants these kills. Baited for it, doesn't matter. And just Goofy in the 1v4. And this is going to settle down. It got interesting with the 1D, but there's your round. 13-9 and only 4 the difference.
MHL dying there is almost symbolical for me because it drives my attention to pay more, like, it drives me to pay more attention to where he's playing, how he's playing this, because keep in mind, MHL's biggest challenge right now is to see how loose those boots are, how loose the boots that Tortsy has left behind on the MOUZ NXT squad are, right? So if you're a MOUZ NXT fan right now, you've got your eyes locked on, will he be able to step up?
MHL taking the early brunt of the nade damage. Exertion, how do you even have the balls to stand in that position? It's getting hot. Is what I will say. But he stays out. Right now, MHL's making his reposition back in towards the A site. Actually, what am I saying? Looked like a 6 on my map, but rather that's an 8. So, you know, some 6s and 8s sometimes merge together. We have number 6, MHL, looking to be number 1. Looking to take an off angle, peek down toward bottom banana. This is incredible. No one's peeking from Wisla. This is incredible. He's going to slink away. He's the only player here.
That can't be good. They're going to double down on that A aggression. Instead, it's just going to be MHL left. He might have made the bad call, but now it's time to prove your mettle, buddy. How quickly can you prove your spot on the roster?
MHL. 40 seconds. It's just a waiting game. When is the execute going to come? It's only going to be him. He will have no support in this game. A good flash thrown in, but a much better one thrown in by Wisla. MHL getting executed on, but there's the first found on a Jetker. He'll underhand his own smoke. Maybe to buy him space. Xerxin as well is joining in the party. Looking to go up above his MHL. And finally he'll be flanked out, but that's all he's needed to do. A 2v4, and Xerxin could just deny plant. 12 seconds. Planting the bomb. It's inside the smoke, though. They'll at least get the digits in, but how about a retake? How about a clutch for you, Snatchy? It ain't happening. MOUZ NXT. Bringing it back. That is 4 rounds in a row.
Man, Fi, in the context of MHL not having been tested against bigger teams just yet with this roster, I think the biggest thing he could do for his reputation, not only for the fans, but also for his internal reputation within the team, is to spearhead a comeback against a bigger team that they're playing, right? Because they were dealing with small fry before, let's be perfectly honest about that. Now that they're playing up against Wisla, if he's the spearhead that takes them to victory, that's crazy, especially if he can silver line it with the kind of play that he just made. Sure, you made a bad call. Sure, you allowed them to rotate over to the A site. But if you're left alone on the site, how long can you hold down the wire?
Yeah, and
he passed it.
And he's been out of commission in terms of a player for the last, 7 months being on Ago's bench. And finally, MOUZ decided to pick him up. If he wants to prove his old worth, he was the spearhead. He was a hard carry for that Ago team. Want to bring that same energy to MOUZ? Be my guest.
Wisla now starting to slow down. They realize that that MOUZ NXT have been playing them like a fiddle. The comeback is already on its way. In fact, it's now looking more difficult for Wisla to win this game out.
JDC even playing perfectly off his teammate. Synergies from MOUZ NXT. It's tough to beat. Xerxin's just jump spotting towards top banana, allowing for an easy 4A stack. And there's no getting past that if you're Wisla. There's MHL just holding the line and dismissing Wisla Krakow back the other way, back to B. They have no utility to even work with this one. I think this is just a round set in stone.
Yeah, if you're Wisla, you're just walking to your death. You're just walking into the slaughterhouse. Chewy, as soon as he makes the first call, Exertion's going to peek out, and that should be all she wrote.
Sparrow has to keep his eyes on 10 different angles. Chewy uses the deagle in that situation and blasts him too. It's confidence, man, and that's terrifying.
You can feel the confidence surging through the screen right now. MHL is finally on his high horse. Chewy's running around with a Desert Eagle. Exertion's not flinching. JDC and Shane, they're pulling their own weight. Everybody on the MOUZ NXT roster has stepped up. But look at what's going on with Wisla Krakow. Snatchy hasn't turned up. Sobel has been stuck in stone as well. That's exactly what I was worried about. How would they be suffocated when they end up on the T side? And that's exactly what's happening.
MHL dancing with the deagle. I've seen a couple players lose their head that way, but not gonna happen for this one. Mostly waiting in towards the T steps just to kind of wait out CT side utility. Now they'll make their move up towards top banana. Flashes in. Just trying to get themselves space to set up this execute. Chewy just playing the jiggle peek. Once he sees a player, the molly's down. Will Wisla choose to disrespect that or not? There's your execute. The rotate has to come through, and he just burns. Xerxen is burned. Wow, blind. Should we just run it through the smoke? No! He gets 2, almost more. Oh, but it's solvable. JDC spins! 2 on 3 in a reasonable situation.
Spinning around wildly, JDC just cosplayed a Beyblade, and now he's only left to Snatchy to his own devices. 1 versus 3. Trying to peek through the smoke. Do they expect this? He's trying to capitalize on the advantage.
It doesn't matter. They both had nades in hand. There was a moment in time where Snatchy could have done that. But they get the guns out in time, and a little heart there from Shane, because he knows he's nearing a comeback.
That's got to be a heart for the fans, right? Because he knows he's cemented a spot in their hearts. With this kind of comeback, I'm sure they have a lot of street cred now, if anything.
How many rounds?
Everybody's performing. Everybody's so close together with regards to the scoreline, man.
My gosh. This is peak MOUZ NXT right here. MHL back out towards mid. Almost gets the frag early onto Sparrow. Just a few pixels off. But he still wants a piece of it. Goofy has to be careful. But they'll get their control either way. Going in for the swing, though.
No.
And finally punishes MHL.
This has been a long time coming. MHL felt very comfortable. The one time he finally goes for an aggressive maneuver, he gets punished by Snatchy. And now it's down to MOUZ NXT to reclaim the numbers. How quickly do they go for re-aggression? That's still a question that needs to be answered. Mid-control is the name of the game. With Krakow, they've left the bomb back, so that'll allow them to take things at their own pace. But with a minute on the clock, they at least need to get their foot through the door. This 3-man setup.
Want to reclaim space here to MOUZ NXT. But we got to be aware of this boiler player, Goofy. Looking, no! JDC refrags! Goofy had a chance, but it's back to a 4-on-4. JDC even going back for more, and he gets another one on a Sobble.
This is so much space being taken away by MOUZ NXT. They've brought the numbers down closer, but look at where Wisla Krakow is headed. They're heading over to the A site, which has the most members remaining.
Sparrow, though, has a gap in the defense. He's going to take a peer in towards Library.
20 seconds. They gotta do something here, Fi.
Shui is in towards Graveyard. Shane on towards the site, playing an off angle. Snatchy peeking forward, walks right into his crosshair. Where's the bomb? It ain't going down, that's for sure. Shane's gotten 2. Sparrow coming in, and Shane's got them all, and 13 all for both squads.
Ask me how I know JDC is feeling it right now. He goes back for the boiler peak. He goes back, he gets a second shot, they have the numbers disadvantage, and they do it again.
My God, yeah.
Yeah,
props to our observer.
They know.
They know
the
Shane
comeback's
every
coming.
time the little comeback's happening.
You can put the strategy in the game, you can put everything in the game, but you can't take the heart out of MOUZ NXT, who are willing to bring the comeback together.
Oh, they're even putting together a boost, trying to catch out a player. You know, it's been Snatchy normally on the other side. Gonna break it down quickly, have some discipline, and MHL back to his devices.
Bit of a slow round from Wisla Krakow, but this time they've got their eyes dead set like eagles onto apartments. They haven't actually tried to take control of Banana at all, and I think MOUZ NXT are going to notice the difference in the style of play because there's no audio, there's nothing. No contention from Wisla Krakow at all. In the meantime, though, MOUZ NXT waiting for this burst to spew forth.
Oh man, Shane is in a great position. The flash though is great, and he gets dropped. JDC needs more. Helped out only by himself. MHL was smoked out in that situation. He was supposed to be insurance, and so they actually have a 3-on-3, an actual post play, and a chance for Wisla. And the utility that's left for MOUZ NXT is paltry at best. They have the smoke to work with. They're going to move right around it. There's a spot out for Goofy, but Xerxen finds the headshot. That's the only primary weapon. Xerxen's got another, and Sparrow's going to get spammed down. You just think they have a chance, but they never do. MOUZ up to 14.
Goofy actually played it so well, he realized that he had a small advantage with the smoke, but he simply couldn't line up the shots. He knew where the opponents were. And because he had the only rifle there available for the T side, he had to do something big off of it. Wisla, they've lost their control. The comeback is on. The comeback is...
It's here, bro.
It's here.
It's MOUZ NXT with the lead.
And with the timeout, apparently, they're allowing themselves to have composure. And they quickly realize that Wisla are now fully locked and loaded with weaponry because this is where they went for a half-buy. So they don't want to make any mistakes here. Just 2 rounds, get across the finish line, and feel comfortable.
Man, I don't know why I've got like grand final energy going into this one, but watching this spree of rounds from MOUZ NXT has just been so fulfilling for what this lineup like represents in terms of their team play, the individuals having their moments in there as well. They play off of each other so extraordinarily well. A second timeout called in for these guys. I mean, honestly, I respect the decision. Keep Wisla iced out. Let it sink in. We're 9 rounds deep into a comeback.
I'm honestly so impressed by MOUZ NXT. Their ability to keep their composure. And by the way, there's a player I was sort of nagging on. You know, I was sort of pointing somebody out for just not having the performance there. It was Shuey.
Yeah.
He was sitting on 2 kills and double digits deaths.
Yeah, he was
Now
2 and 12. He was 2 and 12 at the half.
So over the next few rounds, he's accumulated 16 kills and 5 deaths. He's going 16 and 5 on the CT side. If that's not a statement to how scary MOUZ NXT is right now and how brilliant their individuals are, I don't know what is.
I mean, it could have been even worse considering that was their pistol round and the first 3 didn't even go their way. Could be even better. Look at this from Shane. Brazenly aggressive. He has MHL next to him. Of course he has his confidence. Just gonna let it sit for the moment. Here's Sobel running through the apartments, and now he might make his move in through Boiler. MHL paying attention to lane. But now it's back out towards Arch, and the spray's in from JDC. 2 kills, untraded. He's even running through the smoke, this madman. He'll give himself up. But it's too... confidence. Is it too much? Nah, never mind me. MHL's just going at it. 10 HP left on poor old Jedker. And you're just in pieces right now, if you're Wisla. Series point for MOUZ NXT on the horizon. Sobel's a goner. Shane's got him. 10 rounds straight.
Wisla are shaking in their boots right now. If there were any boots left to fill from the MOUZ NXT squad for their previous iteration of the roster, I think they're feeling pretty tight now. This was just the first step to proving themselves as a roster, playing up against respectable opposition, and they've done just that. A comeback against Wisla Krakow is no easy feat.
Oh, running it down this time around. They do lose exertion on the opener. Shuey wants to reel things in, and that he will. Finding Sparrow and JDC even in apartments. What on earth is this kind of aggression? I can't tell you. MOUZ NXT are just playing their own game right now.
They're zoned out. They know exactly what they're doing. They came here with a plan. And now we've started to see why they picked this map. Their CT side, incredible. Nearly no gaps in it. Wisla Krakow, this is the last voice they're going to have in this conversation. Can they go out with a bang?
Oh, and he even hits the shot. It's a tag. Shuey's got his back, looking to close it down. Shuey from 2 and 12 to 22 and 17, from 13-5 to 16-13. MOUZ NXT make an 11-round straight comeback.
I cannot believe that's what we end up seeing. It's MOUZ NXT winning out 2-0 after that terrible finish. I know why you're leaning back in your chair, and I know why you've got a cap on, because if anybody told me that MOUZ NXT can come back from that, I would say it's cap. But it isn't.
I mean, honestly, you know what? Hats off to MOUZ NXT. My God, my hair is terrible. Hats off to MOUZ NXT for that one. My God, I mean that was some systematic Counter-Strike that we saw there towards the later stages of it. Like, I honestly could not believe that's just art. That game was actually just art. that CT side was art for MOUZ NXT. Put that in a museum.
Yeah, I think that was incredibly flawless. Their T side looked incredibly shaky, but as soon as we saw those players switch over to the CT side, I think two of the biggest storylines here obviously come around. I initially thought it was going to be MHL that really spearheads the game, right, as the AWP player. And you know what? I'm not going to take any credit away from him because he did do a good job at holding down the wire in the opportunities that he was presented. But that CT side was a really landslide victory. JDC stepped up incredibly well. He had amazing confidence. And if you look at the rest of the squad as well, I think the biggest highlight there in the second map particularly, that has to be Shuey, right?
Yeah.
You have 2 kills at the end of the first half, and then on a comeback, you end up only accumulating 5 deaths and 20 kills. He had a 4 KDR in the second half, so absolutely incredible stuff, and I think any statements that we could make about this game have already been made by MOUZ NXT being absolutely incredible. So, you know what, before we wrap this up, any final thoughts?
That's a game of CS. That's one of the better games of CS I've ever casted. That's for sure. It is a pleasure doing it with you, Wild DD. We're going to be closing down this day of the Pinnacle Winter Series number 3, but what a day it was. So going up 2-0 now in the Swiss, MOUZ NXT are looking like the same team they were when they were a dominant tier 2 force. And so on that note, we'll see you on a different day. See you then.